people through his words. He has played multiple roles to explore his passion for words and has been writing poetry in Hindi, is a performing artist, a writer, a singer, and a host. To be the best fit in mental health domain, he understands the sensitivity towards the subject and assesses how to create the mental health sensitive content. He has taken multiple workshops on the same and knows how to direct and channelize the words. He's going to be talking about understanding the relationship between content consumption and suicide. Thank you for being here with us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Kohi, for the warm introduction, and I hope everyone is doing well. And I'm really excited for the final day event and the way the whole event has turned out to be. I hope I'm audible enough for everyone. Just give me a thumbs up, right? And then we can start with the session. Great, 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 great. All right, all right. So give me a minute, give me 5 seconds in the meantime when I present my screen. Um, right, here we go. Is it visible? All right.
Yes, it is.
All right. All right. All right. All right. So I'll start with a quote that all of you can read as well on my screen. That motivation is a home which needs to be functional and running, always to be functional and progressive. And since I believe that due credit is to be given to the person who has written it, this was actually written by our CEO, our founder, Jigyasa Tandon. And meanwhile, you process this quote, I would like to start with a poll. If the presenter can show the poll, great, great. So take a minute to answer the questions. The first one being, let's take a recap. Let's take a recap, wherein the first question being that, do you think mental health is a taboo in our country? The second being, do you agree suicide is a forced act of killing oneself or people to stop the growth of people with disabilities? Third one being, suicide or suicidal ideation is just making excuses to avoid being in a challenge situation in a life. And fourth one being, suicide is usually associated to presence of mental health difficulty, but presence of intent of suicide is not only dependent upon it. Do you agree? Please take a minute to answer all of the questions. Right. I guess all of you have answered it now. We can take away the poll now.
Only 10 people have answered till now out of 22.
All right. I request everyone to answer the poll.
Technical team, can we have the results shown, displayed, if possible?
Yes, I'm just checking. I am just waiting for a few more participants to answer the questions. so that we get at least 50% participation. Guys, it's just 4 questions, multiple choice. Just need to answer one option according to your
आओ
understanding.
घुसे प्रणाम घुसे हो या घुसे नहीं हो जी अरे अच्छा घुसो घुसो वो तो मोबाइल से कर लेते हैं
Sagar, sir, sorry, you have to unmute yourself, I guess.
All right. So sorry about that. So sorry about it. Right. Let's start with the session. All right. Okay, so we have the poll results now. Right. We'll just close it. And let's start with the session. All right. So what is content? Let's start with the basic of what is content. So basically, any information or experience a person shares with the end user is basically content, right? And content can be categorized into 3 forms, or that we have right now is basically audio, video, and textual. Now, when we come to the categorization of content on an individual, group, and organizational level, that is a person consuming or creating content, that can be categorized into an individual level. There's a term called niche, wherein a person can belong to a particular niche, or a person is creating a type of content which belongs to a particular type of niche, which is a group. Now, coming on to the group wherein a particular set of people are creating set of content or consuming a type of content, and they can belong to an organizational level wherein they are contributing or consuming on an organization. Now, this categorization again can actually belong to, or as we can say, stratify the content in a type of content, or basically the type of content that we are creating. Again, individual can be linked to the type of content that he or she is creating or consuming. Group can be the type of people or the set of people who are basically consuming or creating the type of content. And again, on the organizational level, wherein a particular organization is creating or consuming a type of content, right? Moving on, also I would request the participation from the people wherein they can ask me the questions in the chat box, right? And I'll be highly willing to answer all the questions wherein they are not able to understand any particular set of things, right? Okay, moving on. Now, how content impacts. We all come across a lot of posts, videos, audios every day, and I guess our lives today cannot move ahead, or probably a day never starts or day never ends without consuming any form of content, be it audio, be it video, or be it textual, right? So again, when we talk about the trigger, right, when we connect with the suicide term, right, that on an individual level, on a group level, or an organizational level, wherein we have to understand that what type of content framework are we creating, right, and how it is impacting the person who's consuming that type of content, right? So on an individual level, let's take, for example, if I'm creating anything on a particular platform, because for a content to go out, you need a platform, right? For example, some of the highly notable platforms can be Quora, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pinterest, and there are many others as well. These are some popular examples that I'm giving you. So an individual can create or consume the content on these platforms. Again, groups. Oh yeah, not to forget, WhatsApp is again a very popular type of platform wherein individual groups and organization can create or consume a particular type of content. So the trigger where it is happening, it can either happen when an individual creates content, a group creating a content, or an organization creating a content. Again, a person or a group or an organization, when consuming a content, that how they perceive it basically can act as a trigger. For example, let's take an instance that recently this cancel culture was very prominent, right? Or people, specifically, if we talk about that Zomato incident that happened, right? That how people initially perceived the information and how they later on perceived the information, right? When everything came out, came out to be transparent, and how the organization, because the person who was the victim belonged to a particular organization, right? How the organization interpreted the same incident, right? Moving on. Now, the content in mental health framework, if we talk about the peer, as in if we if I elaborate peer, that is power, empower, educate, and reform. Now take a minute to understand what power, empower, educate, and reformation can be, or probably assess in yourself. I'll give you a minute time. And I would request some active participation from people if they can write in the chat box that what they understand by peer. Great. We have some answers. Support, friends, someone in our group or age group. What else? Right. People around us in our daily surrounding, someone he can rely on. Okay. What else? Someone you belong with. All right. Lot of precise answers that we are getting from this particular question. Now I want you all to think that how content can be a peer. How content can be a peer. I'm really sorry about my sore throat. Someone who provides comfort, trust, who's non-judgmental, one can express anything. All right. All right. I want you all to assess the same peer from the content perspective, what it can be. You all are very precise in defining peer, who peer can be. Right, Khushi? Khushi, you are very precise, but let's understand a step-by-step process of PEER. Right now, power, as I mentioned, now P, as I mentioned, is basically power. Now power is for the content creator, that he is a content creator, right? From his content or her content, he's empowering. Okay, Kavya, we'll get back to this answer again. Let's understand the cycle of PEER. Now with this type of content, when the person has the power of creating the content, right, he's empowering individuals who are consuming the content, right? That how, basically, let's say for example, if I write about mental health, right, I'm actually empowering individuals about what they don't know about, or probably writing something that is empowering them, right? Now once you are empowered, there are certain things that happen with us, with a lot of us, that in a way, let's take for example, if I'm educated enough, now I've taken a particular kind of a degree. Now after that, I willingly, sometimes I don't want to read further, right? And I think that whatever I have learned is enough to educate someone, which again leads me to the third part, that is educate. Now, educate here is not necessary that what I have learned, but basically to re-educate an individual or a group or an organization, because we are talking about in the three processes, that educate is basically re-education or re-educating oneself, that, this is something that is, empowering is, which is a limited aspect. Now education is something that is going on, because again, new things comes up every time. That's why we say that change is the only constant. Now through this re-education, we are reforming. We come to the R part, that is the reformation of our ideas, of our thoughts, of our processes, that again leads to me to get me the power. Did you understand the whole process of power, empower, educate, and reform? Give me a yes or give me a thumbs up. Great. Now, when I spoke about the reformation, it's basically about the new interventions that I'm bringing up. So basically, the content that I'm now creating should not be abusive, but basically making use of the platforms in an ethical way to give out the information again, or to empower the individuals who are consuming my content. Do you understand, or did you understand the whole PEER cycle? Sure, Varis. Let's take, for example, if I'm writing about fashion industry, let's take a very simple example of fashion industry. Now, I have done my bachelor's in, let's take, for example, in fashion technology or something, right? Now, I know till the year I have graduated, or +1, +2 years, till I have graduated, that yes, this is the fashion trend. But if I'm writing the same type of content, even after 6-7 years, that is not making sense. But it did empower people for 2 years. Did you understand now, Varis? Now the same content after 6-7 years will not empower the people, even though I'm writing the same type of content. So I have to re-educate myself. You see how algorithms change for Google, for YouTube, for Instagram. Now Instagram is focusing upon the reels rather than just putting up the picture, right? Or a post. Because they have to survive in the competition. People are bringing new interventions, right? TikTok came, the reach of Instagram reduced because people were shifting from one platform to another, right? And take this for sure, that no platform, no social media platform wants you to leave that particular platform and jump onto someone else. That's why they're bringing in new approaches, new interventions for you to learn those and to stay on top of them. If you see LinkedIn, right? LinkedIn still gives your content the reach that you want, and you can actually see a content which was created 1 week back as well. Now, since you are getting a reach of 1 week back as well, and Instagram is not giving the same kind of reach, you would actually love to be on LinkedIn and become a role model for other people, which is again giving you a power that you can empower someone, right? And educate again with the new interventions and reform your strategy, and then again gain power, because it's a whole cycle. Did I make myself clear with this example? Right, right, right. Do you have any further questions? All right. All right. So this was the whole content in mental health. If we take from the aspect of mental health strategy, that how peer I have actually classified that how a peer acts and how a content acts as a peer. Agreed. Thank you so much, Vasudha. All right. Moving on. Right. So we have content ethics in mental health. Right. So for everything, there has to be some rules, regulations, and ethics that we have to follow while we are creating or while we are consuming a type of content. Now, how do you get to know about it? The first one being is volunteering. Are we giving the consent or are we taking the consent of people when we are creating a type of content? For example, if I am a content creator and I have a community outreach of, let's take, for example, 20,000 people. So I shouldn't be creating a type of content which will hurt their sentiments. Or probably, if I'm creating a type of content which they agree upon, because I have identified what type of target audience I have, now I know what type of content they want to consume. But if I differ from a type of content that I have never created before, have I taken their consent? There were numerous incidences in the past wherein social media influencer who had a following of around 100K followers. I'm so sorry. They talked about mental health scenario, which they were not aware about. Now that again backfired on them because their followers were in such a way that they were like, this is not something that you are aware about and you are giving us the false information. So write an apology to the people, for which they did. But again, how many of us get to know about the scenario? Because I'll be dead honest with you, I am in a lot of Telegram groups which have around 7,000, 8,000 followers, and they talk about mental health scenarios that this is this, what is going on with you, why are you sad, why are you depressed? They use this terms depressed. I mean, who are you to ask that person that why are you depressed? We have professionals, right? So again, when we are creating content, we have to be very ethical while creating or giving out the information that we are giving out to the people whom we interact with in a day-to-day basis, right? Now, coming on to the second aspect is basically debriefing. And I'll give you an example. Just a minute. I'll just have a sip of water while you think what can be debriefing, right? Because I have a sore throat. I want to rest a bit. So excuse me for a second, for a 5 seconds. And I want you all to write down in the chat box, again, make use of the chat box, that what debriefing can be all about. Do we have some answers in the chat box? Well, it was my time to take some water, not yours. So I want you all to answer what debriefing is all about. Like an exit process. Kavya, can you explain me? Can you come over? Can we unmute Kavya and ask her to explain what is she trying to, explain, if she can uh, elaborate a bit on the exit process.
Okay, hi.
Hi Kavya, how are you?
I'm good. So I'm a gender and sexuality educator, and like for us also, like we do a lot of debriefing in our sessions. So it's like whenever we so not an exit process as in like at the end or something, but it's like once we finish an activity or something of that sort, then we talk about we talk about that what was the motive of the activity, or discuss more on it, and like if there are any if there's any emotional build up during that time, so we try to sort that out and talk it out. So that's what I meant.
Okay, that's actually a very precise answer. Now let's understand from the perspective of content. So basically, debriefing and content is basically the information about the content. Now you all might be aware of the videos which are very sensitive, and Instagram has this policy that do you want to see this video or this content is sensitive, right? So they're giving out the information about the content that is there, which is sensitive. So as a content creator or as a consumer of the content, you should be aware that what type of content it is, right? So that is debriefing. I'll just quickly close the chat because I'm unable to see the other two aspects. The third one being confidentiality, right? So what do we understand by confidentiality? Please take a minute's time to answer the question in the chat box. Although I have explained all the aspects through the example, but I'll still ask this question, that what do you understand by confidentiality? All right. Keeping the personal information of someone private, privacy, setting a control on your viewership. All right. All right. All right. Maintaining privacy. All right. We are very close and we are very precise to the answers. That's good that you guys are really aware that what is going on. That's a good answer, Manya. But let's understand that what I mean by confidentiality in terms of content, as a person who's content creator and a person who is actually consuming the content, right? So basically, it's a two-way process. The first one being that trust on you, as in the people trust you as a content creator, that you will create this type of content, right? Do you understand the first one? Yes, no, maybe. You can write, you can make use of the chat box. Great. And the second one being that a trust that they are not getting exploited. For example, what if I do the same to you, what you have done to someone else? Do you understand? Yes, no, maybe. Do we have a conflict of opinion here? Yes, yes, yes. And when we link all these three aspects, that is volunteering, debriefing, confidentiality, we move on to the fourth aspect, which is anonymity, which a lot of you have answered, that keeping the information confidential. But if I'm keeping the information confidential, how will I produce the content? Can you give me the answer? If I'm keeping the information confidential, how will I produce the content? We have a lot of psychology students as well here. I want you all to think that how will you create a content by keeping the information confidential? Please make use of the chat box. Yes, Vasudha. Without disclosing the personal details of the people related to the event or situation. Now, Vasudha, you have given me the definition. I want the one word answer for it. Anyone? Really sorry about that. मेरी सीटी नहीं बची है, वो किचन में बज रही है. Come on, guys. All right, I'll just disclose. So the answer is using case study approach. Using case study approach, wherein you are not letting out the personal information, but you are actually using the case study approach that, this and all happened. Yes, did you get it, Vasudha? Right? And the case is basically the account of the person. Did you get it? Yes, no, maybe. Do you all agree to it? I want a lot of yeses in the chat box. Great, 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 great. Now I want you all to link all the information: volunteering, debriefing, confidentiality, and anonymity. Do you think, or how many of you think, that today the content that we are consuming, or the people who are creating contents, are actually making use of all the four aspects? Few of you can unmute yourself. Few of you can make use of chat box. Please go ahead. And if someone wants to give an example, now I want you all to assess. Before this presentation, you used to give out the information without using, at least I'm damn sure that you never used anonymity. You used to directly give out the name. Right? Although it's a normal chit chat with a lot of people, but then again, if it is really sensitive information pertaining to the aspects which is extremely sensitive, do we let that person remain anonymous? Yes, no, maybe. Come on, guys. And I want you all, some of you, to come and speak about it. Yes, Pranav.
Hi. So I can probably give an example for the same, that even if, for example, if you work in an organization or associated to an association or company, and you had a bad experience, right? Be it anything, but you had a bad experience and probably didn't have the best of your time over there. Instead of taking direct names of that particular person, you might just give out examples of your like whatever bad experience you had, without spreading the name of that particular person. Why? Because you actually had a bad experience. That's what you had. So instead of disclosing the name of the person until unless it's actually required, right? So at the end, I feel that the basis is upon the requirement. अगर जरूरत है तो नाम लिया जाएगा. But if there is no need of taking the names, but you just have to give the example of having that bad experience, and you can go ahead with doing that. But we hardly see that. We see people taking names all the time.
Right. And Pranav, I want you to be participative in this with this example, right? So for content, as we need a platform to actually create the content, similarly, don't you think that for all the information that we give out on the platform, and we are not coming out with the name of a person, don't we need a grievance cell? Don't we need a basically organization or something wherein we can put in the name and all the information remains anonymous?
Yeah, exactly. All the information
Because
stays anonymous.
And now you link all the 4 points with that one thing wherein you are putting all the information of that person. And that's why we had to take this step to bring in this intervention approach. And that's why we launched yesterday Sci-Fi Grievance Cell, because it was much needed. And if you see the cancel culture, which is very much prominent, what is happening there? Or if we see a lot of people going out and writing anything about anyone on LinkedIn, because LinkedIn is definitely giving them the power to write anything and reach millions up to, right? So we are just pouncing upon one and all. And that's why we need organizations like this, or probably, an authority to regulate all this, right? Do we have any questions? Do we have anything that people want to ask? Moderators, please go ahead if you have any questions. I hope I made myself clear with the content.
Am I audible? Yes. First of all, I want to apologize for the, the verbal spat that happened and was audible. This is what we were talking about. Just because we are trying to put so much of, just I wanted to ask that, did you find the session useful? If we can get a yes or a no. Yes. So the point is that, because of the fact that we were trying to put it out to people, and we were trying to communicate to the people, and there was no one, there. And just imagine the kind of pressure it builds on the team within. And it comes out like so much of misunderstanding, and it can create so much of dispute. The point is this only: please, we are asking for support for doing something which is helpful to you only. It is not for our benefit. We might leave tomorrow for heavenly abode, but the point is that we want to keep these things available for you and the future generations to follow up, to help you understand, to help maybe we are the writers of the reform, but you are the carrying forward of the reform. If you are taking something positive from this session, you are going to make something important tomorrow, not us. So the point is that, the stress builds up and this kind of situation happens. And I'm not justifying my situation. I'm apologizing for whatever happened. Sometimes it turns out ugly. And, we tend to mismanage, since we are managing it from, since the day one we have, announced this program. We have been discouraged, we have been dismissed, we have been not getting support. We have literally begged people that come to attend this program, and this is nothing for our benefit. I'm sorry, this is not our promotion, our benefit. This is everything. You must have noticed by now that everything is for you. And that is what we were trying to make, that even though we were making use of social media, there were some people who were stopping us to, reach out to people. And, the whole cycle with Sagar has wonderfully explained what's happening. What are your thoughts about it? On it, Sagar? क्या आप मुझे माफी देते हो?
These things tend to happen, and we have to understand that, how we channelize or probably take it and bend it in a pressure situation. Again, we talk about, like, that how we handle things under pressure. So again, I hope the presentation came out to be good, because I channelized those things in my presentation rather than going bonkers about it. So yeah, if you found the presentation great, hit me up, write to me, or probably, where you want me to improve, what you want me to add. You can always write to me. Write me on LinkedIn, write me on, I won't be giving out my WhatsApp number because it's flooded with a lot of messages.
Sagar, there are some questions that we have. Manya has a question, and Hari sir has messaged me that he wants to listen to one of your poems. Hari sir is also in the session, so.
Sure. Sure. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And Manya, please go ahead with the question. Please go ahead with the question.
Okay, so I have this one question. Nowadays, we have started to see trigger warnings before the content starts. My only question is, how important is that trigger warning? Because sometimes what happens is that turns out to be a clickbait. So my only question is, like, I have been, jab se you told us about the confidentiality part, I'm still, going around why trigger warning is important. And there are still a few people who do not follow that.
Coming from a background of marketing and content, right? I'll say yes, trigger warning right now has been used as a clickbait, right? Wherein it makes person more curious to know what is behind it, right? So definitely that acts as a clickbait, because that is generating a lot of curiosity in you and you don't want to miss out on that thing. And in a world wherein we are just not living life as it is, we are competing with each other. We don't want to miss out on that information, because tomorrow, if I don't consume that content, I won't belong to a set of people or a group, that I can talk about it. For example, although it should not be taken in a funny manner, but the way that video came out, let's take for example, वो कमलेश वाला जो वीडियो था, उस पे कितने मीम्स बन गए थे, कितने remixes बन गए थे. But we are not understanding the situation, that how kids in that age suffer when they don't have family, or when they are made to do certain things which they shouldn't be doing. And what we did as a society, what we did as an organization or an individual or a group, we made memes out of it, right? So again, re-educating, that's why I emphasized on this part, that re-educating, we are empowered, but we are not again re-educating to actually gain the power again, to make this world more beautiful. Yes, Pranav, please go ahead. Yeah, Manya, please.
Go ahead, Pranav.
Go ahead. Okay. So I just wanted to give an example to you only. For example, if I say, Manya, don't look back right now, you might think of looking back, right? That's human behavior. People have to understand that. Yesterday was 11th September, and on my YouTube feed, there was a recommendation of the video of the terrorists who were interviewed, right? I actually clicked that video and there was no interview. That was just a 1-minute clip, and that had 14 million views. You have to understand this for a second. The person who uploaded that video had the insecurity. That person was so much in vain that he wanted views. He wanted those views. Hence, he created that content, or just a video. That's not content. That's what it is. Human behavior is all about that. You click on clickbaits. That is the reason why it's click and bait. Bait ka matlab kya hai?
Trap.
So this is not going to stop for sure. This is not going to. I'm not going to say that it's going to stop. It's all about if the majority changes and creates better content, and then there is a paradigm shift. कि ज़्यादा लोग अच्छा कंटेंट बनाएं और कुछ लोग हैं जो इनसिक्योरिटी के चक्कर में थोड़ा इधर-उधर कोशिश कर रहे हैं to get those views.
And I'll give you an example, and I'll state it very clear. Privacy is a myth. Because having explored LinkedIn for about an year, I know how to slide into the DMs of people who have kept their profiles, as someone they don't want to friend request to. I know how to do that. I have cracked those codes. Wherever you are entering your email ID, thereon you are losing your email ID to that platform. why email marketing is still prominent, because these platforms gives you through third party portal. Let's say, for example, if I have to take out your email ID, I have a lot of softwares, the third party platform, because the platform actually, for example, LinkedIn will not promote you or a person who wants the email ID of that person, but it is promoting the third party platform to use it and take out the email ID for a price. Lucia is there, Snovio is there. You can make use of those extensions to actually extract the email IDs of the people. And how do you do that? You make use of LinkedIn Sales Navigator for again. So for everything, there is a price. That's why we say for everything, there is a price. If you're using LinkedIn, it is a free service. All right. But if you want to extract, or if you want to meet those people whom you are not able to find through normal search, you make use of LinkedIn Sales Navigator. You pay a price for it, right? For the Sales Navigator, we have some extensions, Chrome extensions. For example, we have Snovio, we have Lucia. They'll help you fetch the email IDs of those people whom you're searching on LinkedIn Sales Navigator. Now, those people, they did not create the LinkedIn account for the purpose of that, people will find my email ID. But who is helping me find, ultimately, if we see, who is helping me find the email ID of those people? LinkedIn only, right? So privacy is a myth. And you all know what you have stored in your email IDs. If I go into the black hat things, a person can extract a lot out of your email ID. All right. So if you are on Netflix, watch this series. It's a very popular series. Like it's a yeah. What is it? I'm The Social Dilemma. The Social Dilemma. That how basically other social media platforms target you in such a way. The type of ads that I'll get will not be similar to the type of ads that Manya will be seeing. And they are, with technology, it's becoming more and more specific. And there's a lot of psychology behind it. So I want you all to watch it. You'll actually enjoy it. Right. So with this, I come to a conclusion. And since Harish sir asked me to actually recite a poem of mine, right? So sure, Pranav. I'll definitely do that. So I'll start with a two-liner, and it's basically written on a Sunday. And since we are having the session on Sunday, I'll start with that. कि वो धूल जमी दराज में कुछ यादें पुरानी रखी हैं. इतवार का कल दिन जो आए, इतवार is basically Sunday, कि इतवार का कल दिन जो आए वो यादें पुरानी ले आए. So this was the two-liner that I wrote. और क्योंकि हमने privacy की बात की, तो privacy से ही related अगर आप relate कर पाएंगे, तो this is something on that, but it was something on a completely different basis, but privacy से भी relate हो जाएगा. तो लिखा है कि यहाँ नाम बिकता है, यहाँ नाम बिकता है, नाम के नाम पर ईमान बिकता है. यहाँ नाम बिकता है, नाम के नाम पर काम बिकता है. यह सब छोड़ो, यहाँ ईमान बिकता है, इत्मीनान से बिकता है. शरीफ यहाँ कोई नहीं, हर एक बेईमान दिखता है. शरीफ यहाँ कोई नहीं, हर एक बेईमान दिखता है. और नए आए हो तो खुद ही देख लो, नए आए हो तो खुद ही देख लो, भरे बाजार में सरेआम बिकता है. ना किसी का भय, ना किसी का खौफ, ना किसी का भय, ना किसी का खौफ, हर चीज का इंतजाम बिकता है. और मैं तो बस यहां से गुजरता हर रोज वो हूं जो शायद सबकी नजर से छुपकर इनकी दास्तां लिखता है. Thank you so much. That was my time.
That was so beautiful, Sagar. Beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And The next session is even more amazing. The person we have with us is again a really beautiful person, a really amazing person, an inspiring person. And I'll just hand over the platform to the moderators now, so they can introduce him. And I hope you all enjoyed my session, and I want you all to be intact in the final day of this beautiful event that we have curated. Right. So yeah, over to you, moderators. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was such an amazing session. I'm sure that people have taken a lot of insights from it, and ending it with your poetry was just a cherry on top. Thank you so much. So, moving on to our next session, we have Pranav Nair. He is a behavioral psychologist, and before that, he's a professional powerlifter who coaches people for a living. Believes that one must learn and practice whatever one loves to do, and he tries to embrace that every day. Has been very passionate about music since a very young age and has learned Hindustani classical for 3 years and is also a self-learned guitarist. He says that I don't want to regret not doing what I'm good at, especially if it's a God's gift. He's going to talk about understanding the relationship between social media and suicide. Over to you, sir. It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction, Corey. Thank you so much. I'll just get back. Sorry, I'll just get exactly onto the point. And ये conversation हिंदी और English का mixture रखेंगे because I've realized that we Indians love the mixture of both. हमारा attention span काफी अच्छा रहता है. So I hope that every single person understands a little bit of Hindi, because the examples that I'll be giving, which will be beautifully explained in Hindi, can be explained only in that language. And जो English में examples होंगे, that will be, of course, said in that language. So, okay, just give me a second. I just had a, okay. Is my voice absolutely low, or it's fine right now? You can hear me, right?
Yeah, it's good right now.
Okay, perfect. So, being a coach for around 3 to 4 years right now, during my bachelor's, I used to coach a lot of people uh, when I was in my second year of bachelor's, and had a lot of experience. Not a lot, to be honest, but I had like 5 to 6 clients who were going through not addiction per se, but had a lot of issues when it comes to alcoholism and excessive smoking. And all they wanted was a reduction in their daily habits of smoking and drinking. Remember, understand this, they don't want to absolutely eliminate it. They want it to be in the social structure where they can smoke or can have a drink here and there. But they realized in the early stage that this is getting out of hand, which was a very good starting point for them to understand uh, how terrible it can be if they don't stop. Social media and suicide is one subject that I initially told the sci-fi team, especially Prerna, that this is something which is pretty much close to my heart. And I'll not be giving too much examples of myself, but because probably, I don't know, they're not very sensitive, but instead of giving myself my examples, I'll be giving most of the relevant data that I can provide right now as a coach, as a person who has training clients for a long time. So even if you're on social media and your business relies on it, still this conversation is something that you need to pay attention. Suicide rates increasing due to, increasing day by day due to the rise of social media is not true. Why am I saying it? Because it's like saying that rape culture is getting normalized because male child is being born. You understand? Just because a male child is being born, that doesn't mean. Similarly, सोशल मीडिया का पहला जो हम बोल सकते हैं कि the utility of it was not to always spread information, but particularly to spread as much connections as possible, to for networking in general, right? It turned out to be in a negative manner. It turned out to be something which turned out to be pathetic in nature as well. But so understand this, that the correlation and whether or not it is having a casual effect which leads to the harmful effect of the same. Well, one thing I will have to say is trying to create humor about your pain or about a particular grief that you're having doesn't mean that you are absolutely fine. It is actually a defense mechanism. There are comic comedians or people who are doing comedy, and I see a lot of people might be seeing that they joke about their pain or their agony that they're going through. People think that they are being strong about it, but to be honest, somewhere along the line, it bothers them till now. And I've seen interviews of those comics where they say that they can't sit alone. They have to constantly talk to people. So the problem of today's generation, I would say, is that most people can't sit for hours without their social media accounts in front of them, without their laptops or phone in front of them. 4 घंटे तो मैं ज्यादा बोल रहा हूँ. Probably for even 2 hours, if you tell someone to just sit idle, be in your thoughts, introspect, do anything, you know don't read books, don't talk to people, just sit with yourself for a moment. Don't be on Instagram, don't be on YouTube. It is going to be slightly tough for them. And the reason is just because we are so much consumed by networking sites or social media in general. We all know this. So if we dive into a little into our learning, then we'll see that there is no learning when it comes to suicide, understanding why this is happening. So I would still give an example of a friend like that. Even if there is some emotional dysfunction going on in the society or with people, then how are we expecting people to understand someone's clinical depression? How are we like किसके बारे में बात कहाँ हुई है? College schools में कहाँ पढ़ाया गया? I have not been taught. Like, of course, doing psychology is a different thing. I was taught a lot of you would have been having the same courses, but an engineering student or a marketing student or anyone who's not related to psychology, they have not been taught the difference between depression or sadness. They don't know what's anxiety. They don't know the difference between anxiety and just having stress, or what might lead to anxiety if there is prolonged amount of stress. Hence, if majority of the population in our country have no idea about this, have no recollection of understanding themselves, understanding how to be for someone, then whatever we are doing right now, these speeches, is not going to make sense. Hence, this is the first step that we can, not probably but institutions, schools, or even colleges can take up. At least invite few of the counselors or speakers to speak. Pay them, pay them a little bit, at least pay them a little bit so that they can do it not for free, but have an income out of it and also serve a purpose in schools and colleges. And I'm talking about schools and colleges, I'm talking about colleges which are not related to the field of psychology or mental health. I'm talking about fashion designing. I'm talking about marketing. I'm talking about engineering, software developing, etc., etc. So one thing that we have learned is, and that's unfortunate, that there is that if you end your life, or even if you think about it, then you will go to hell. You understand the correlation or the connotation behind it? That even if you think about it, or you commit to it, to killing yourself or to take your life, you will go to hell. मतलब जन्नत तो नहीं नसीब होगी आपको, माता रानी पाप लगाएगी. Why are these thoughts circulating in every single religion as well? Notice I used 3 lines. Go to hell, you will go to hell, जन्नत तो नसीब नहीं होगी, and माता रानी पाप लगाएगी. I'm trying to tell you these things because in every religion, this thought has been circulating. So even if a person, if he or she is thinking about suicide or self harm, they will be more, they will be let down in their own eyes to even think about it, because they have been learned or heard from other people that इस बारे में मैं सोच रहा हूँ, I'm thinking about it, so I'm even worse, you know I'm even worse. So that person might have a little bit more motivation to take their own life. So it is pure ignorance if we talk about these three things that I just said, that if you think about taking your own life, you'll go to hell. This is pure ignorance, क्योंकि आप solution provide नहीं कर रहे, आप सिर्फ ये बता रहे हो कि अगर सोचो मत इस बारे में, don't think about it. The moment you're thinking about it, the game is over. Next thing, when it comes to social media and psychology, or social media and suicide, is cyberbullying. And most of us have gone through it. Unfortunately, I don't want this to happen, but probably most of us have gone through it, especially women. And I can see it day in, day out. But the problem again relies on the major amount of population or the majority as well. Why? Because if you find out someone who is being abusive or giving rape threats, for example, then we immediately give the conclusion to kill this person, you know, or this person should be hung to death immediately. Sorry, sir. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So the thing is, what is the difference between that particular person who is giving rape threats, or for example, I'll just give you an example of boys' locker room. I don't know if anyone of you have heard about it, right? Yeah, it's been a long time now, probably a few years, I guess. But the moment that particular chat came out of cyberbullying, or those kids, probably 17, 18-year-old kids who were thinking or planning to get that particular girl in that particular position, those guys were threatened to death as well. So the society that we live in did the same thing that those guys wanted to do with that girl. Difference kahan hai? There is no difference. Their intent and your intent is same, to harm. किसी ने इस बारे में बात नहीं करी कि what is their mental state, where are these thoughts coming from, what is the intention behind it is something that people immediately got. Intention is to harm, but ये आया कहाँ से है? Those are 16, 17-year-old kids. Do you really think that they're born evil? No one is born evil. No one in this world is born evil. Now you will say that they come from rich backgrounds. What is going on? What is wrong with their lives? Probably they have everything that they want. Still they're having these thoughts, then hence they're evil. But they're not. So a lot of psychologists and therapists have gone on, social media platforms, or I saw an ad on, interview on NDTV as well, where the therapist said that yes, these people should be, punished immediately, and this is pathetic. And I was waiting for that therapist to talk, to give some relevant information about the general psychology of those kids, but she didn't. She also said the same thing that the 90% of Indians are saying, of killing these people or these kids, or इनको juvenile detention center में डाल दो, etc, etc. What I'm going to give an example right now is, it's very important for us to understand that even if someone is bullying or doing something or the other which is demeaning to you or to anyone, try to control the rage or the anger that you have. Try to control it. It's tough, but try to control the rage or anger. I'll give my example a little bit. My female friend also had a similar experience while two guys were trying to bully her, trying to say something rubbish on internet. I also had the rage that मैं इनको दिखाऊंगा, इनका address कहाँ है? I want to know where they are. But of course, I was like 22 years old, probably 4 years back, and I realized at that particular time that I am doing the same thing that they're trying to do. I told my friend to block them. They made another ID and stalked her and did something similar, which I realized that this person is having pleasure out of it now. Hence we called the police. The cyberbullying particular. I forgot the center, but we called them. She called them, and those guys were caught red-handed. मैं अगर चाहता तो एड्रेस मांगता, उनको और उकसाता, and probably I would have gone to that area with few of my guy friends, but there is no use. There is no elimination over there. Even if those guys would have been, killed. I'm sorry to say that, but even if I would be the person who would have killed them or something, or just bashed them into the jail, ये mentality या thought process तो नहीं जाने वाला. Hence, as professionals, I would really request people to post more content about understanding cyberbullying and what repercussion it has on the person, not just women, but men as well. But statistics हमको women हर जगह दिखा रहा है, suicides को लेके, cyberbullying को लेके, harassments को लेके. So that is why I'm using this term. Also, coming back to the profession that I'm right now in, of coaching people right now, no one till now in my psychology career as well, when I was working in Cosmo Hospital, the patients that we used to get every single day, no one talked about the physical health of the patients, right? There were patients with anorexia, bulimia nervosa, there were patients with anxiety, depression, psychosis, whatnot. But we never talked about their physical health. This is something which is anecdotal, which I'm going to tell you right now. But the moment I have the amount of difference that I've seen in people who have been just taking care of their physical health by exercising, by eating right, or by eating enough as well, their self-image changed to a certain degree. When the body fat got lower, when their face grew up, all these things are not just beautification of a person's image. It's not about just being beautiful. It's also about understanding their own self-image changed over time. They respected themselves as well. So I'm not just a coach who is going to give you a certain program or a diet plan or diet chart. I'm going to make sure that on a weekly basis, I can see progress. If you're sleeping enough, that's a win point, right? If you're not constantly checking your body weight and obsessing over it, that's a win point for me. If you're not going to obsess over a pizza all the time and going to have it anyways, but also going to make sure that you're not binging over it because of the emotional issues, that's a win point, right? Suicides का data आपको नहीं मिलेगा इतना ज़्यादा, but I know for a fact that people who have been having body image issues, right, especially women in this country again, have been self-harming themselves, right? एक बहुत ही देसी या एक इंडियन एग्जांपल मैं आपको वही दे रहा हूँ that whenever a multi-billionaire guy is getting married to a beautiful girl, that girl's achievement is just having beauty. The guy's achievement is not about the beauty, but the money in his pocket, right? Or the amount of property that he has, or the bank balance that he has. This dichotomy also needs to change to a certain degree, right? Chetan Bhagat made a video on YouTube about the same thing, and he got a lot of hate because a lot of women said that, "Oh my God, how can you say that women are only here for the beauty that they have?" He said, "This is the problem of this country. लोग बात नहीं समझते. They they just go on to the conclusion of what I've said. Hence, women in this country or the men have to understand that even if both the people are different, we are not equal, to be honest. Men and women have differences and we are not absolutely equal, but we can just think, we can agree to disagree, right? We can agree to disagree. सोशल मीडिया पे बुलिंग या सोशल मीडिया पे जितने भी हरासमेंट्स होते हैं, they happen because someone is a fan of someone else. All those fans get, you know, bombarded on that particular person. They bully, harass, and whatnot, be it a woman or a man, and that person's self-image goes down. They think ill about themselves. That yeah, मेरा एक thought process ही तो different था बस. I just had a different opinion over something, right? So my whole entire speech for this session will, you know, go on a loop and come back to this of social media and suicide. Over the decade, probably not this decade, but probably in 5 years, I've seen a lot of difference in social media that content से ज़्यादा reach के बारे में बात होती है. Even if I'm posting my own song or a song that I posted, Sagar Bhai also knows that I have been posting on a different channel, but it's been a long time since I've posted. Do you know why? Because even my parents tell me that ये वाला गाना गा दे, इसकी reach ज़्यादा है. They will not ask me कि this song is beautiful, do you like it, do you want to post it? Social media has become that place where only the reach matters but not your content. So when you're making content with the intention कि इसकी reach ज़्यादा होनी चाहिए, so there is no love attached to it. you know it's not you who's posting content, it's the outcome, right? There is one thing that I wrote an article about, which was outcome dependency. हम depend इतना हो जाते हैं outcome पे कि हम भूल जाते हैं that whatever art or the piece of information that we want to share should be coming from our heart, should be coming from a very pious and pure place, but it actually comes from the outcome कि इसका होगा क्या. This constant stress also leads to people's self image going down, because if they post something, maximum songs that I've posted on internet, I've actually cried after singing, because I felt so good. Do you know how many likes or views I get? Hardly 1,000. It actually reduced a little bit of self esteem, or you can say a little bit of motivation for me, which reduced over time, because I was like, I loved it. Few people also loved it, but I didn't get that reach. Why? Because वो YouTube पे trending नहीं है, right? It is not trending right now. So the moment people told me that sing this song because it's trending, I realized that this is not the place where I want to be. One thing that I did wrong was I stopped posting. Sagar Bhai knows I stopped posting on that channel at all. It's been like 1 year since I've posted. Do I sing? Yes, guitar side में रहता है. I sing, but I stopped posting because my own theory of outcome dependency, which I'm talking about right now, also got into my head. Whichever song I used to hear, we want more covers. Okay, definitely. So these are the comments, right? We want more covers. अब ये कमेंट मैंने पढ़ने के बाद मेरे दिमाग में एक रश आया ना, थोड़ा सा एक सेंस ऑफ डोपामिन और सेंस ऑफ एड्रेनलिन, which just helped me to push forward. But I used to get a lot of DMs that, dude, don't sing these 1970s or 60s song or 80s song. These are not trending right now. And then I asked them, how was it? They said, गाया अच्छा था, काफी अच्छा था. So why can't you start with that sentence, right? You started with the sentence with the dependency, that outcome. कि outcome के हिसाब से सोच दोस्त. So human beings now, always, but we can see a lot of difference in this generation, is human beings are now always on the verge of calculating the ROI. जब तक return on investment नहीं मिलेगा, even with art, even with love, even with relationships, जब तक सामने से नहीं मिलेगा तब तक मैं कुछ नहीं करूंगा. So unconditionally प्यार करना या unconditionally देना तो हम भूल चुके हैं ना दोस्त. Even in this session that we're doing right now, this is an unconditional help to people. We're not getting anything out of it. Hence, the people that I shared this so-called 3-day seminar or 3-day program didn't show too much interest. Why? Because they also calculated the ROI. That इसमें से मिलेगा क्या? And I said knowledge. I was like, oh, okay. They were like, okay, I mean, not so interested. I'm being real right now. I don't know how the society will change, but what we can do is that whenever we have biases or preconceived notions about creating content, about helping other people, अपने biases हटा दो कहीं ना कहीं. Change yourself. Probably you might be able to change a little bit. Don't have the intention to change people. First of all, do it because you want to. Do it with a good place, and people will follow. The moment people will find value over this, they will follow, right? Like right now we're talking about it. ये recording अगर मैं अपने Instagram पे डालूंगा, social media platform पे डालूंगा, या आप लोग डालोगे, probably people will find some value out of it. If they do, then they will probably subscribe to Sci-Fi. They will probably look up to the channel, see what all speakers came, and what did they talk about, and they might learn. Yesterday's session with all the doctors, all the clinical psychologists were actually amazing. They were not talking about things which are already known. They were literally substance use disorder, etc., etc. All these things are something people have no idea about. The moment someone on social media is posting about their stress, about their anxiety, about their, I don't know, no one talks about their substance use disorder, of course, but the moment people are talking about their health, their mental health, people think it's just a regular fever, it'll go away. Anyways, this is particularly which I wanted to talk about. Nothing as such which I prepared as such. Last time I prepared a lot, which was social media and psychology. This time I wanted to come from a place where whatever I have in mind, whatever I have as an example, I can share over there. So I think I won't take much of the time, but we are open to questions and open to one question that I had was about we want more covers. I will try to do it. I will absolutely try to do it. We always had the plan. So I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Audience, do we have any questions or any opinions that one can put forward? Anybody?
Social media is something that we come into interaction with day in and day out. Like we are all the time on it. Right now, we are on it. So, uh, I'm sure there are certain opinions or questions or additions to what have been said. So, yesterday only I came across this very soul destroying video by, and I don't know why. Why in the hell was it in my recommendations? It was a video by Gaurav Zone, one of the, I don't know what to call him. He's not a content creator. He's nothing. He's just somebody who's cashing on irresponsible and, I don't know, very unaccountable activities. And there was this video that there is not I'm not gonna be posting for a few days because I'm suffering from multiple personality disorder disease. And that whole video was scripted in a way that it started with his mother स्पीकिंग आउट दैट आप लोग सोच रहे होंगे कि गौरव इतने दिनों से वीडियो क्यों नहीं डाल रहा बिकॉज वो बहुत ज्यादा बीमार है and then she went into the room which was already scripted that she'll go into the room, she'll switch on the light, she'll ask how he is, and apparently he had this 39 Fahrenheit fever, and that is, you know, very important symptom of multiple personality disorder disease, right? And then I'm being sarcastic if it is not evident enough. So uh, then his mother and his friend, they're sitting on the with the sad music playing in the background, बिल्कुल कल होना हो वाली ट्यून कि हम बहुत दुख और दर्द में हैं. And it was like आपको पता है कि मल्टीपल पर्सनालिटी डिसऑर्डर डिजीज क्यों होता है? ये इसलिए होता है क्योंकि ये एंजाइटी और डिप्रेशन की वजह से होता है. So anxiety and depression, which are two different diagnosable diseases, उसकी वजह से multiple personality disorder disease होता है. एंड ये पता है क्यों हो रहा है? ये इसलिए हो रहा है क्योंकि आप लोग जब वो आपके ट्रोल्स पढ़ता है ना, जब आपके नेगेटिव कमेंट्स पढ़ता है तो उसका दिल बहुत दुख जाता है. एंड इसीलिए वो उसको मल्टीपल पर्सनालिटी डिसऑर्डर डिजीज हो रखा है. एंड this brought me into such a thinking cycle that a person with 4 million subscribers with such a reach and majority of the Indian population who are unaware of these situations, of these disorders or this mental health issues, they are actually listening to this, I don't want to say it, but crap. And they are, I don't know what kind of information that is going on. And somewhere I understand that this is why all this, stigma and misunderstanding around mental health is created, is because of the fact that people are spreading out information like this, and people are actually believing that. And how and where, my question is, how and where accountability for such activities can lie, and why is YouTube, who acts in very discretionary manner, in a very arbitrary manner in most of the times, wherein certain very important issues are banned or are demonetized because apparently they are not fitting with the community guidelines. But things like this, which has titles like this for clickbait, they are not being demonetized, or accountability for such actions are not being placed, and that guy is still cashing on all of this stupidity. So how as a community we can act to ensure the accountability in this manner?
Hi, Prerna. I've seen his videos. I've heard about the controversies that he has purposefully created as well. काफी videos हैं ऐसी मैंने जो देखी हैं, मैंने सुनी है about him, that he purposefully makes such videos with his parents because he knows that there is no repercussion that he might be getting into, because there's no law probably about it. There is, even if there is no one who is going to act upon just a YouTuber who is going to post absolute crap. The crap word is fine to use for that particular person. It's not just demeaning, but it's true. That is not having any sanctity, or there is no serenity in it. It's biased. It's just about clickbaits. What we can do is probably जो आप या मैं नहीं कर सकते, but probably people who are an authoritative state in the mental health department, they might actually do something or the other, talk to the officials, and create some or the other form of law, some enforcement, which can stop. Because YouTube नहीं करेगा. YouTube at the end of the day बस ये देखेगा कि reach कितना है. If more reach is coming into this YouTube channel or this particular episode or whatever, YouTube is not going to make it illegal or banned or whatever until unless there is copyright infringement or something. हम कुछ नहीं करेंगे. We'll just be talking about this. Me and few of the friends who are also coaches, I have told them to stop cribbing about what is happening right now in any other industry, be it fitness industry, psychology, marketing, anything. Cribbing or even just talking about it is not going to help, to be honest. We can only make sure or request the authority or the people who are sitting at the higher hierarchy of law, or even in the psychology department or psychiatry, to do something about it, right? Or just to wrap this up, I'll just give one more example that I forgot to give, that I was talking about yesterday as well. That when I was working in Cosmos as well, I had a conversation with my senior Mitali Srivastav, उनका नाम अभी भी याद है. She was a brilliant professor, brilliant psychotherapist. She said that if you just exit and point towards left or right, there is one or the other so-called jhola chap psychologist sitting in just a corner who is going to spread misinformation and do it. So I was like, "Iska solution kya hai?" She said, "There is no solution. The only solution is that the people sitting at the top hierarchy or people who are in the authority can make some enforcement, some law for the people to not spread information which is misinformation, sorry, and stop them. Otherwise, हमारा बात करना is not going to help, to be honest. It's sad, but we're just going to talk about it, and probably some people will be aware about it, because even a video on depression was made by AIB 7 to 8 years ago, and it was amazing, right? I will recommend that video. I'll post it on the WhatsApp. It was about depression, that people are going to just seek mental health as just another fever, yeah, it's fine, it's okay. But people are not, because they correlate it with the family. If one person is going through anxiety, psychosis, or any other mental health disorder, people correlate it with the family, that ये family में run कर रहा होगा, so stay away. You might inherit, or you might get something negative out of it. People like Gaurav, people like more YouTubers who are just spreading information which is untrue have to stop. Even in my Instagram channel, if I'm not sure about certain biomechanics or body like physiology, I don't post it. I don't share it. My maximum posts are not about teaching people until unless I'm sure about it. I take care. I always question myself before spreading or talking about something which I'm unsure about. But most people don't do it. Yeah, that's it.
I think Manya wanted to share an experience, and after that, Annam, you can also unmute yourself and share whatever you have in your mind.
And after that, Pranav, can you help us? We have a small polls, like Sagar did a poll now before starting his session. So we have like 2, 3 polls. Can you help us interpret Sagar's polls results, like the first poll results?
Okay, just a second. I just have to go back to that poll, right?
No, we will be providing. We will be screen sharing.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Got it.
You have got it? आ गया आपके
Yeah.
पास? ठीक है. और थोड़ा सा वॉइस लो आ रहा है, मतलब ऑडिबल.
I think now it's fine. Just a second.
हाँ, it's better. It's better.
Okay. So the first question was, do you think mental health is still a taboo in this country? 76% said 76% people said yes, 17% people said no, and 5% people said maybe. So I was the person who said no because I would like to believe that mental health is still not a taboo, at least. I don't want that to happen, but yeah, 76% people said yes to that.
And
Do
we
you
can
want me to
see.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want you to discuss this actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if 76% of the people who are over here right now in this session who said yes, I believe that they are coming from a place where they have still not seen good amount of difference or an impact of sessions like these or seminars where we are talking about mental health. Because yes, that's true. When I say that, when I said no to this, is something that I want to believe in. It's like it's like an American dream. I want to believe in it. I want that taboo ना रहे अब mental health से related, depression से related या किसी भी mental health disorder से related. But it's true, 76% of the people who are saying yes, I think more or the less in this country, mental health in general is still something that people don't want to discuss. The reason is no one wants to spend enough amount of money as well, on therapy, be it anything. Because when they talk to other people or their friends, they just think or just come up with the conclusion that it's all about the time. Give it time, things will be fine. Which is true. Time might help you, but time will never heal you. There is a difference between being numb and being healed by a problem. There are psychologists or therapists who also have the responsibility to train or teach certain tools and techniques to heal people, not just help them to vent. So until unless, uh, hence people are going to have a very bad experience of having therapy in general. I gave the example of a few of my friends who went to certain institutions or facilities where they found help a little bit. They had a few sessions, 3 or 4 sessions, but didn't have any, help out of it. And other people who came to know that this person has gone to a mental health institute to get help, they realize that this person has still not changed. This person is still in depression. This person is still having the similar symptoms, or the so-called syndrome is still present. So वो mental health से related taboo इसलिए रह जाता है because उसका solution immediately मिलता नहीं है लोगों को. और जिस चीज का solution हमें मिलता नहीं है, we think that this is something which is abnormal. I think I just gave an example which is pretty much practical right now.
Yes.
Second question was, do you agree that suicide is a forced act of killing oneself? Okay, I can't open it fully. Just a sec. I can't open it. Can someone read this out for me? I can't open it fully. Suicide is a forced act of killing oneself slash people to stop the growth of.
I'll just read it out to you.
Yeah. So
Do you agree suicide is a forced act of killing oneself or people to stop the growth of people with disabilities?
okay, people with disability. So 29% people said
Yeah, 29% people agreed on it.
agreed.
53% disagreed on it, and 18% are still, somewhere somewhat.
I would actually want people to tell me why did somewhat came as an answer from your head. If anyone wants to share something or
But
say it on the chat.
Pranav, I'm shocked to see that still people after so many days, like 2 days of investment, 29% people are agreeing to the fact that suicide is a forced act of killing oneself, of people to stop the growth with of people, with mental health disabilities or any disabilities for that matter.
Okay. Okay, मैं दे देता हूँ अपना example, ठीक है? And this is not something which is coming out of petty, or this is not something which is coming out of a place where I need sympathy or empathy. And now I'm fine, I'm having a good life. But trust me, 2016 mid 17, around 4 years down the line, I'm sitting in the same room where I actually wanted to, kill myself. It's a sad thing, but I was. And the reason why I wanted to do that, because nothing was working. Hence, nothing was working in my life, be it professionally, emotionally, relationship wise. I had a breakup. I had a very terrible relationship with parents as well. I was fighting. So nothing in my whole world, in my own world, was working exactly the way I wanted to. So is it a forced act? No, it's not a forced act. It is just a circumstance. These are thoughts and emotions which are creating a thought again, another thought in my head that I'm not worth anything. That everything that I do, everything that I have in life is worthless. After 4 years down the line in 2021, I laugh upon this thing that how can I even think? How did I even think about it? I think about the things that I have right now, my talents, my aspirations, or something that I have innate in me. Suicide is not a forced act. It is something which is in your head. It is tough. Do you really think a person who is holding a knife in his head, in his hand or in her hand, and यहाँ पे उसकी नस है वो काटना चाहता है, do you really think it's forced? No, it takes a lot of, like, I don't know if I can use the word courage. It takes a little bit of courage to do that. It's not a forced act. It is something which happens because of the circumstances. So the society is responsible for it. The people around are somewhat responsible for it. The lack of information about mental health is responsible for it. Why do you think why do you think psychology or just therapeutic interventions in general doesn't have a doesn't have good amount of pay in it? Why is not a college student or a school graduate thinking of becoming a therapist, but they want to become a doctor, they want to become a sportsman, they want to become anything else, engineer? Because स्कोप के बारे में हम सोचते रहते हैं कि स्कोप है कि नहीं है, स्कोप है कि नहीं है, स्कोप है कि नहीं है. These are the examples, or these are the, you can say, reasons why people think of killing themselves, because there is no help. There is not enough amount of help. Before coming to the third topic, I'll just give just a small example. I'll not take too much time. Even when I was in Cosmos, I can see a lot of people, but the therapists or my seniors, getting desensitized with the topic of suicide, because we always used to have this second or third question that what was the lethality, आपने क्या सोचा था, प्लान किया था कि नहीं किया था, कैसे प्लान किया था. हमारी आदत हो गई थी ऐसे बात करने की, and there was no sensitivity left in us. to understand. I mean, we understood the situation for sure that someone wants to kill themselves, but we got a little bit desensitized as well. And we used to make sure to sit in the hypnotherapy room, breathe, and understand this that this profession is very pious, is very sacred in nature. And coming back to the human nature or the humanity side of it, to understand कि थोड़ी कोशिश हमको भी अपने आप को करनी पड़ेगी to understand that let's not be very okay about it. I was becoming very okay about psychosis. I was becoming very okay about people coming with depression, anxiety, people crying in front of me with OCD. A girl came, sat, held my hand and said that, "Sir, ये ठीक तो हो जाएगा." And I was told that, "Pranav, you can't break down in front of the patient," which is true, but I really wanted to. That was a topper student of CA. She was doing brilliant in her life, but she was still going through OCD and wanted to kill herself. So at the end, it's our responsibility. It's the responsibility of the therapist. It's the responsibility of the society to share as much as possible and tell other people it's not a forced act. I'm sorry I took a lot of time, but I just wanted to talk about it. Can I
No,
go to the third point?
Yes. I'll just help
Yeah.
you with that.
Yeah. Suicide and suicidal ideations is just making excuses to avoid being in a
Challenge situation in life.
suicide ideation, just making excuses to avoid. Okay. 29% of the people still said yes to this. Okay. Fortunately, 47 people said just disagreed, and 23% said maybe.
But we see if we calculate the maybe and the agree together.
It turns out to be more than the people
Yeah.
who disagree. Right? So there was a right answer to this. And the right answer was to disagree. This is not a forced answer that we want from people. अच्छा हुआ हमको पता चल गया कि अभी भी 29% of the people still believe, or 23% of the people still said maybe. I would still give the benefit of the doubt that probably most people didn't understand the question. That is why you said agree or maybe. या हड़बड़ाहट में हाँ या ना तो नहीं लिख दिया. Because just read it again. इसका मतलब यही है कि suicidal ideation, just thinking about taking your own life, is just avoiding the situation, the responsibility of life. And it's not. Yes, there are people who went and who want to run away from the responsibilities and want to say that ho gaya mera, this is all I wanted to live with. But a person who is being diagnosed, the person who has the actual intent or is planning to have a lethal event in their life to kill themselves, are not just running away from the situation. Trust me, they're not running away from the situation, guys. They want to get help. They want to help themselves as well. But now everything is so numb inside that even if they want to help themselves, they can't. They want things to be fine. They want everything to be fine. They want at least this situation of themselves thinking ill about themselves. They want at least ye part to theek ho jaye. So no, they're not just running away from their challenges, the responsibilities, the issues that they have in life, outside their own uh, mental health issue. They have a lot of things to do in life. They can't. So again, I'm giving benefit of the doubt to the people that probably they didn't understand the question. But if you did and still agree to this, then please rethink for a second. Next question, probably.
Yeah, I'll just read it out to you.
Suicide is usually associated.
Suicide is usually associated to presence of mental health difficulty, but presence of intent of suicide is not only dependent upon it. Do you agree?
Suicide is usually associated to the presence होना चाहिए था, to presence of, to presence.
To the presence of
Yeah, to the
mental
presence of,
health difficulties.
Yeah, there are sometimes अगर एक sentence में एक article miss हो जाए तो उसका मतलब शायद लोग नहीं समझ पाते. Anyways, people said 82% of the people said yes to this, 5% said no to this, and 11% said maybe to this. Right? Anyone else want to add on to this?
You muted.
I don't know how I muted myself. Anyways, so suicide is usually associated to the presence of mental health difficulty, but the presence of okay, can't read it again. But okay, anyways, people said yes to this.
So should I read it out again?
Yeah, if you can, like
Yeah.
probably
Sure.
people. Yeah.
So it is written suicide is usually associated to presence of mental health difficulty, but presence of intent of suicide is not only dependent upon it. Do you agree? So 82% of the audience they agreed yes. The 6% said no, and the 12% said maybe.
Yeah, because suicide is usually associated to the presence of mental health difficulty. वो जो intent है अपने आप को harm करने का, that is because of the difficulty that they're having right now. So at least I don't know who the 5% people are, but again, giving benefit of the doubt to them uh, about the same. Probably they didn't understand the exact sentence because I just said that like article missing tha. So this is what I do most of the times. Whenever someone is giving an answer, giving or sharing some ideas, which is not typically true, I give them the benefit of the doubt that probably they didn't understand it well. Try to do that as well if that helps. So yeah, suicide usually is associated to the presence of mental health difficulty. This is like a no-brainer, to be honest. It is a no-brainer uh, because the intent behind a suicide is usually to end suffering. It is to a certain degree because this person is no longer in a condition or in a state where they can take it. This is all I had. This is all I can take, and I don't want to suffer anymore. There are people who don't want to suffer anymore, and you can easily make out with the personality that they have or the or the lifestyle that they have. They will not be very open to suggestions. They will not be very open to conversations about themselves or about anything. They will not seek pleasure out of things, and you can easily make out that it is being so difficult to their system that ending their own life or ending this thing is the only solution that they have. So okay, we have 82% of the people who are positively saying yes to this, and the people who have said no, just probably rethink. I think these are the four questions that we had.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, so we have a question in chat box. I think it is some sort of an opinion. So Anam said, "Sir, don't you think people's words sometimes force you to commit suicide or attempt suicide, just like ragging, taunting, unnecessary scolding?"
Yes. I mean, no one can force you to do anything. To be honest, no one can force you to be happy. No one can force you to be sad. You have to learn the so-called art of controlling your own self. To be honest, I mean, ये सुनने में लगता है कि this is all just theoretical, but if you can practice it, you can do it. I'll give you the personal example that even with your own partner who you love a lot, right? They certainly say things out loud which might hurt you. Friends might say things that might hurt you, but can they actually force you to do it? Okay, I'm so sorry, I'm not committing suicide, but choose to die. Yeah.
I'm so sorry, I just mixed up my language.
No, that's fine. But choose to die by suicide. No, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. मैं बहुत बार हुआ है when we use committing suicide. Yeah. No, I don't believe that people force themselves. I mean, there are a lot of movies. I don't know. Table 21. Have anyone watched the movie Table 21? Where right, exactly. I saw that movie as well. But guess what? Paresh Rawal में or all both those actors, उनमें difference क्या था? Both those actors caused suffering to that particular child. Paresh Rawal did the same thing. To be honest, he didn't kill them, but he caused suffering. Right? That's what those two people did as well. They didn't want to kill that child. उनका intention ये नहीं था that he or he suffers from a mental health condition. They were doing it with the intention that they're having fun. Paresh Rawal did it with the intention of having rage, anger, sadness in his head, and his intent was even more pathetic in nature than those guys. So, right, ये thought भी समझने वाली बात है कहीं ना कहीं. Force कोई नहीं करता, but of course bullying is something which happens with everyone. Like even I was bullied. It's all about taking. It's about the defense mechanism. To be honest, I was bullied for my my skin color. I was bullied for being very skinny. I was bullied for even being South Indian. To be honest, imagine, right? I'm living in Faridabad. My surname is Nair. Nair South Indians होते हैं Kerala से. I was being bullied for the same thing. I mean, there is no reason to get bullied of that, but still I was, and I took it seriously. I took it personally. So now the negative connotation or the negative thing that happened is Pranav Nair has no recollection of having positive thoughts about school. I have known positive affirmation, or if I close my eyes and think about school, मेरे दिमाग में negativity ही आती है because the time that I spent in school was just trying to prove other people that I'm good enough. Uh, it helped me because I started exercising, I started taking care of my health and whatnot. It turned out to be, beneficial for me. But
Pranav,
did
I
I?
want to say kudos, like kudos. I think everybody. I saw you through Manopower, and I
Yeah.
today see you as a resource person, and two different people, two different perspectives. Now you're voicing yourself, and that is like, you should credit that journey to yourself. And one thing, if you are, I'm just sharing this, if you are being, um, you know, um, how you say, bullied for being a South Indian in North India. I'm currently in Bangalore, and every day I trust me what I have to go through.
Exactly. ये bias आया कहाँ से है? यही तो है. This is what you have to understand. This is what
British
you have
also.
to understand. ये bias आ गया ना. आप अभी अगर साउथ बैंगलोर में बैठे हो, सागर आप भी आप
हाँ.
बैंगलोर में बैठे हो. The even northeasterns, dude. I was in Amity. There were 10 to 15 people living from North India. Sorry, not from North India. From Mizoram, from Manipur, from Sikkim, from Assam. ये 8 से 10 लोग सिर्फ एक सेक्ट में रहते थे. They never made friends out of their so-called friend circle. They were afraid. Or they were not having positive response from people who were living in North India in general. ये majority और minority वाला जो खेल है, ये कहाँ से आता है? इसीलिए आता है because one person has a bad experience, another person has a bad experience, वो दोनों मिल जाते हैं, ऐसे धीरे धीरे community बनते रहती है. Hence, when I used to talk to them, they always had a bad, they never had a positive response whenever I used to say hi or hello, or whenever I wanted to gel with them. They were not open about it because a sense of insecurity and fear is always inflicted. So the example that the question that I had right now of being bullied and which leads to suicide or self-harm, to be honest, comes from the same place where it's about understanding your own defense mechanism. How do you react to it? If you have a bad relationship with your parents, right? I'll give an example. Of course, disclosure nahi karenge, but I knew a person in school whose father used to hit her every single day. That girl turned out to be the same. She also had pleasure of hurting people, out of hurting people. The defense mechanism uska ulta ho gaya. Instead of understanding that this is so painful, she kind of did the same thing, bullied other people, charged on them, hit them, purposefully hurt them. There were guys who were in love with them. She used to go out with them and immediately just ghost them out of nowhere. So this is how she perceived, or you can say acted out. Same person can do a different thing, that she can understand that how painful this is, how terrible of an experience this is, and I will never do this with anyone. So you choose your own circumstances uh, at certain times as well. Just because you got bullied and now you're thinking ki, now I'll harm myself, and if someone says हाँ ये valid reason है कर ले, no, right? It can lead to self deprecation, yes, for sure. It can lead to self harm, definitely, but there is no reason behind it.
Right. Even I feel somewhere self prophecy वाला जो चीज है
Yeah,
वो काफी ज्यादा यहाँ पे रोल प्ले कर जाता है
definitely self prophecy, yes.
है
We
ना,
have another
कर्नल
poll, I
ऑफ
guess.
ट्रूथ. ये वाला पोल आपको लेना है.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah.
Do you think predisposition to mental health difficulties or suicide can be prevented?
So
Can
you
be prevented?
ask people to to mark it right now.
Please do it.
We
take
ask
10
the participants to please answer it
Yes.
very quickly so that we can help
Guys,
you.
yes, guys, please just read it. Just read it once. एक बार पढ़ो, एक और बार पढ़ो. Correlated with your own life for a second and understand. Do you think predisposition of to mental health difficulties or suicide can be prevented? Can be prevented or not? Take your time. Answer this. Then we'll discuss.
Echoes over rebellious mind.
Peer definitely stands for Prerna eats egg roll and roti. I'm sure.
No, I deliberately.
I know that.
I deliberately did that.
I wish that's the answer to this.
Yeah. So the first is, I really want people to think it is panic encouraging ear reform, Paris, England, Europe, Russia, Prerna eats egg and roti, or power empower educate reform. Right. So, Pranav, you can, should I read out the next question or you will do that?
Yeah, I'll do it. No. The third question, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is understanding of prevention approach alone manageable? Like, अकेले उस चीज को manage किया जा सकता है? Or we need to be trauma-informed individuals to address the crisis of suicide globally? इस क्वेश्चन का मतलब यही है कि क्या हम सिर्फ we can have some volunteers or people who might take the charge and manage it alone, or we actually need people who have actually experienced in person, have experienced some form of trauma related to suicide or self-harm. Am I right? Is this the question?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. So prevention approach understanding is just fine, or do we need being trauma informed individuals so as to know how to respond to the crisis situation is essential. जो भी लगता है आंसर, please just type it, just pen it out. But of course, think about it for a second. I believe that some might say that the third question should have another option of both. I don't know, but just answer it. Just answer whatever you think is true. The fourth question is, should I take the fourth question?
Yes,
I think I'll take the fourth. Yeah, I'll take the fourth question. What are the 3 words that come to your mind when you say support? Type it in the chat box, or 3 words. Or if you hear these 3 words, आपके दिमाग में सिर्फ 3 words आते हैं. So whatever the answer is, please just type it down in the chat box. See what happens. Let's see what happens.
I would request people to press submit, click on submit so that we can get the results. Yeah.
Okay, we're getting answers right now. Anam says God, family, and book. Manya says family, self-love, and growth. Angelina says support, help, helpful, and growth. Let's see how many people are also going to answer right now. I hope. Swapnil says community, awareness, and compassion. Beautiful, beautiful. We'll discuss the poll one by one. Kohi says support, support listening ear, comfort, and empathy. Beautiful. Baris says encouragement, strength, and empathy again. Just a second. Okay. Mena says non-judgmental, empathetic, and a good listener. Ayushi says family, friends, and a shoulder to rely on. Beautiful. I think we have 10 people who have 10 people have answered the question. Should we go back to the poll, uh, the first question right now, or should we wait? We have like how many people are there right now with us? We have 21 people and 10 replies.
Yeah.
50% attendance. Come on, guys. College में भी 70% attendance होती है. Okay, I guess this is what we have right now. जिज्ञासा प्रेरणा आप मुझे बताना. I'll just start with the poll, or we can wait for a second as well.
So we can start with the poll.
We can start with the poll. Yeah. Okay, just a second. मैंने ही आंसर करना भूल गया. Great. Poll submitted. I also want. I have to submit, right? मैं भूल गया था वो करना. Okay, we have another. Manoj Kumar says love. Sorry, love, care, and understanding. Great. So we'll go back to the poll now. Okay, I can't see the poll.
So I'll just share.
Yeah, thank you.
So did you get it?
Yeah. So the first question, 83% people said yes, that predisposition of mental health difficulties or suicide can be prevented. Okay. 8% of the people said no, it cannot be. And again, 8% people said that maybe. यहाँ मैं शायद benefit of the doubt नहीं दे सकता because it was a very simple no-brainer question. So if you think about the predisposition of mental health difficulties, you know, or suicide in general, it can be prevented with the help of media because लेकिन अब media उसी का उल्टा कर रहा है कहीं ना कहीं, right? With celebrities taking their own life, or just generally celebrities or any famous person who is no more with us. Let's not go back to the time of Sushant. We can actually see the example of Siddharth Shukla as well, late. All these people on internet, I just saw on YouTube, सबसे trending पे चल रहा था वो. क्या चल रहा था trending पे? What's his name? I don't remember his name. Let's not take his name, for example. Let's be, you know, discreet about it. सबसे top पे vlog था उस यूट्यूबर का जो फिल्म कर रहा था of Siddharth's house or his home, his mother. this is what it shows, right? This is whenever I see these examples, slightly my motivation or my enthusiasm goes down to a certain degree, because I can see that people are willing to watch other people in pain. No one reported that video. It actually got up to that level where it was trending number one, right? So if you're talking about media and suicide in this session, then probably, in my opinion, until and unless we don't have the subject of psychology in general or human behavior in general in schools and colleges, nothing is going to be beneficial, to be honest, because everyone is formed out of a root, right? We are kids. That politician that you are bashing upon was a kid once. Mother Teresa was a kid once, right? Our prime minister was also a kid once. Anyone in this world was a child. उनकी शुरू से अगर अपब्रिंगिंग में ह्यूमन बिहेवियर, एम्पैथी, सिंपैथी अगर नहीं सिखाई गई, आसपास नहीं दिखाया गया, हाउ डू यू expect them to learn that? How many of you think that these sessions that we are doing, कितने सेशंस हो रहे होंगे इंडिया में रिलेटेड टू दिस? बहुत कम, आई गेस. अगर हो भी रहे होंगे तो probably all these psychologists are sitting together and talking about it, but not enough people are getting information related to the difficulties a person goes through when they're even thinking of self-harm. So my answer to this was again yes, and the reason I said yes to this was because again I want to believe in it. If I believe in it, I at least am enthusiastic enough and positive enough to agree that yes, the mental health difficulties or the suicidal ideations definitely can be prevented. With time, anything can happen. Let's just hope that it actually changes over time. I just want to see the statistics coming down, you know. Every single day if I'm Googling the statistics, or if I'm just looking at the current research of suicide, probably 2022 may, uh, again, there will be a research of what has happened in 2021. If the numbers are going down, if the happiness factor is coming up, at least something is happening. And I would like to know कि क्या ऐसा हो रहा है जिसकी वजह से suicide rates कम हो रहे हैं. I'll not be happy and sitting aside. I will actually also want to see the reasons why and what is happening that people are actually not taking their lives in their own hands. Anyways, second question, if I can go on to, is what does peer stands for? No one said that Prerna eats roti, egg and roti. Very good. No one said Paris.
That's
Nadeem,
sad. That's sad.
Yeah, that's sad. Yeah. Because Prerna does eat egg and roti. I know. Yeah. Even I do. It's fine. 91% of the people said power, empower, educate, and reform. And 8% of the people said panic, encouraging, ear, reform. So I'll be honest, I also got a little bit derailed over here, and I was like, first या last में से क्या आंसर होगा? जिज्ञासा, can you help? आप help कर सकते हो थोड़ी सी कि इसका actual correct answer क्या है?
This is very thing from Sagar's presentation.
Yeah.
So it was just a recall factor that we had to,
Exactly. Yeah.
we were trying to put in कि कितना लोगों को याद रहता है.
याद है, exactly.
Yeah.
I also got a little bit derailed. But
Yeah. Because we were just trying to put it out that you know कि कितने लोगों को याद है, क्योंकि सागर ने पूरी अप्रोच काफी अच्छे से समझाई है.
Definitely. Okay. 91% of the people said power, empower, educate, and reform. Should we go on the third question right now?
Yeah.
Third is understanding of prevention approach alone manageable, or do we need people who have faced some form of trauma, some form of certain bad experiences in life? 83% of the people right now said that if we have enough individuals who have faced the trauma, then the response or the crisis situation can be handled better. I personally said prevention approach understanding is just fine, to be honest. Why am I saying this? And I don't know if I can give my opinion on this. That if a person with trauma or someone who has faced some of the other issue in life, which they're still trying to heal with or deal with in life, अगर हम उनसे बात करेंगे कि आप step up, if you want to step up and make a change, then they would need a little bit more motivation in life, or they would need a little bit more, you can say, encouragement to step up. थोड़ा सा time लगेगा उनको, because they're still going through it. Or the people, or if the people who have suffered, healed, gotten stronger, then yes, it might help to a greater degree. I agree to it, that this approach can be managed better because their hands-on experience with trauma can be really helpful, because they know the in and out. They have stepped into those shoes, right? I'll give an example of Javans, of the Uri attack, for example. If you remember, where Vicky Kaushal said that, sir, जो ये जवान हैं भी, जो इस particular regiment से हैं, इन्हीं को आगे जाने दो and let them take the mission, because they have actually suffered personally. They have actually lost their own people.
Yeah. That is what I'm trying to write in the book as well. That prevention is fine, but we need to be trauma informed.
Of course, trauma, or just understanding the repercussions of trauma, can be just theoretically taught, and I wish that not everyone should be going through it. But anyone who has the hands-on experience, or anyone who has the actual experience or have gone through it, might be able to have a better, you can say, they can replicate, they can understand, they can help the person who is currently in trauma better. Because they will not just give them unsolicited advice or सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा साथ में, because they will tell you that I've been through it. Right now you're going through grief. You want to cry, you must cry, whatever you want. So एक affirmation आता है कि कोई मुझे force नहीं कर रहा खुश होने को. They're giving me time as well. The moment you tell someone that everything will be fine is the moment they will get pissed off to a certain degree, right? Because they also want things to be better, but they don't want people to force you. They don't want anyone to force themselves or force them to be happy or to get
that's
out
true.
of it.
That's true, but my idea is कि उसके बाद काफी लोग जो है ना वो मतलब मेंटल हेल्थ बेचना शुरू कर देते हैं कि अभी हमें थेरेपी हो गया, चलो अब हम बेचना शुरू करते हैं. तो वो चीज मतलब मैं उस चीज में अग्री करती हूँ कि हाँ वी शुड बी सपोर्ट एंड एवरीथिंग, बट जहाँ पे ये बेचना शुरू हो जाता है ना वो गलत हो जाता है. इसलिए ट्रॉमा इन्फॉर्म्ड अगर हम रहेंगे इन द सेंस, तो वो एक स्ट्रैटेजी बन जाएगी. अच्छा ये भी ट्रॉमा होता है. कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग प्रोग्राम हमारा शिल्पा मैम का सजेस्ट यू कि आप एक बार उनका वीडियो देखो. शिल्पा मैम आई थिंक यू ऑलरेडी हैड अ वर्ड विद पहले भी. तो उनके में आप सुनोगे तो शी सेड दिस थिंग itself कि हाँ नहीं जरूरी होता है. क्योंकि हम पेरेंटिंग कैसे कर रहे हैं हमें कैसे पता है, लाइक यू ओनली मेंशन तो हमें नहीं पता कि हम कहाँ जा रहे हैं, क्या गलत कर रहे हैं. सो ये चीज थोड़ी हो जाती है. तो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग प्रोग्राम्स अगर हम ला सकते हैं जो एक्चुअली पीयर फॉर प्रिवेंशन का आइडिया है, कैपेसिटी, क्योंकि अब हम करेंगे पीयर फॉर प्रिवेंशन का पूरा कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग प्रोग्राम का एक पूरा मॉड्यूल प्रिपेयर हो रहा है. And then it will be going to all the speakers and delegates who have been associated with this program for their thoughts about it and everything.
Great. Perfect. Also, one question that I had from you only was, do you think in colleges, be it private colleges or even Delhi institutes, are they having updated and nuanced information or knowledge in the field of counseling psychology or clinical psychology or even behavioral psychology, to be honest? Are they teaching or spreading correct amount of information or updated information?
No, they are not. They are not. I'm very against that fact. I'm sorry. Just a second, I'll just close the phone. Yeah. No, they are not. No. And worst thing is, I'll tell you, there's an institute which I was associated with. It is an IP University Institute itself, and it is for law and management. Okay, and they started with me and very nice and everything. Now they are now they have made a society, and now they're individually only taking everything on decisions on mental health.
Okay.
So this girl who was working with me initially, she took the idea, so sell them, and she's now, now I had approached them that if you could come and be part of the program. They said no, now we are having our own programs only. So I was like, अच्छा ठीक है. So the point is कि आप ना किसी को credit देते हो जो मतलब just imagine मैं दिन रात एक करके काम कर रही हूँ. I'm not lying. My work, इसकी वजह से मेरी बहुत लड़ाइयाँ भी हुई है, बहुत लोग मेरे disagreements में भी आए हैं. I've lost friends, family, everyone. कि मैंने दिन रात करके काम एक किया है. बट अगर मैं आपको बता रही हूँ, आपने क्या किया? आपने मेरा पूरा अप्रोच ले लिया. अब आप उसको अपने आप को फेमस करने के लिए या यूजिंग माय अप्रोच, अपना नाम बनाने के लिए आप पूरा मेरा अप्रोच ले रहे हो. और ये एक बार नहीं है. It's been like, I mean, recently itself, there was some junior of mine. So she was in Bangalore. I was just talking to her normally, like, okay, this is how I'm working and everything. I don't know. She went to she wrote an email to where I'm working, and she took my reference without even asking me. And she's like, I want a job with you, and I have come from this reference. So just imagine how mistrust did it create for my boss and me. The relationship was sold then and there.
Exactly.
It was gone. So the point is that, okay, at least give me acknowledgement. And there might be people everywhere on LinkedIn, Instagram. They've just, they send people to my programs. They pick my idea, imply it, and say this is our original program, just because they have more money, reach, and people, because of the fact that they have been using all this PR. I am totally organic. If you see, I could just do the minimum organic approach. That is why I think we are not able to reach out to larger audience as well. But आप मेरे interns जो अभी हैं उनसे पूछो. I just have 2 interns working with me, and one is Prerna and one is Sagar, who is putting up together. We are just 5 people together putting up this program. There's no support. So that is saddening to see. Everyone's one work, but when it comes to work, nobody works with that approach. Everybody, they go on demeaning me, and this is the first time I'm speaking in on any platform that this happens. Like, I did not mention anywhere, but I'm the president of WICCI, Human Values Council. If you can see the poster, that logo holds my picture, and it says that I'm the president. And I'm sorry to say, very, very few people of my council are attending. If it would have been mental health council, just mental health council, people would have gone gaga about it. So the point is that support is much needed. You have to understand mental health is okay, but human values are the necessity right now.
That is so true. That is definitely so true. But more power to you. Seriously, more power to you, because at least you're doing something that you always wanted to do. It takes a little bit more time, courage, ups and downs, and hurdles. But at the end of the day, when you will be achieving what you always wanted to achieve, these people will realize that what kind of a loss it was.
I guess so.
Example of Sridhar. I think you have met him as well, right?
Oh yeah, we have worked together.
Yes, I saw that video as well. When Sridhar was starting with Rishabh, I went to their home. I wanted to work with them, and but I wanted to work with, like, similarly like we're doing right now, having conversations. But they still wanted me to be working on the back end and whatnot, and I just told them that I wanted something else out of it. But the intention behind their work was so beautiful and the heights that they are trying to reach through YouTube and Instagram is also very, very nice. I saw his videos, and one of the videos where he took your name, and I was like, is this the same Jigyasa? And I realized that yes.
Yes, that was my program. That was my
Yeah.
program. The sci-fi logo was not shown. I still have
Yeah.
grabbed this.
Exactly. So I was actually looking, I was actually finding कहीं तो मुझे sci-fi का logo दिखेगा, कुछ दिखेगा, at least एक poster दिखेगा जो शायद similar हो, मुझे नहीं दिखा. And as you just mentioned, मेरा भी यही एक thought था या एक शक था that probably they are not giving out the name that they should probably give out, which is sci-fi. So it's not
Thank you for
okay.
speaking. Thank you for speaking for that. I don't know. You don't know how much you owe that thing. That now people, maybe they see this video on YouTube later, they will
Yeah.
understand that where the journey starts and where it ends.
Because I saw Kocher sir as well, like
Yes,
Kocher
yes, yes,
मैंने
yes, yes,
video में देखा था, and then I realized that this is definitely sci-fi, but
yes.
there was no poster or whatnot. पहले मुझे लगा शायद sci-fi उस time पे बना ही नहीं था, but I was like
Name.
इतनी भी पुरानी
Sci-fi
video.
is there since 2017.
Okay.
That is, we have been in the industry in this field for last 4 or 5 years. But
Even
all our work is on ground level. We don't publicize our work. I have done free work at so many places, like free in the sense I've just went to help people, not even ask for money. You know,
see,
and I
that is
have
the
so
problem as
much
well.
of experiences. I can share so many cases. Only one day, can just have a conversation, like psychologist conversation or psychology on psychology thing, where you can listen to the amazing cases which I have dealt with. And they are not normal. They are juvenile rape cases, they are juvenile murder cases, they are juvenile, we say substance is cool. They have dealt with addictions. So, and that too all pro bono. And my office was in front of, I did not even have an office. It was a makeshift table chair thing in front of staff male toilet. And people used to come use the washroom. They used to eat food. There was it was a staff room for meals. So they used to eat while I was taking therapy. They were eating in front of me. Just imagine. But those staff members fought for me. They got me a room finally.
At least, right?
Yeah.
The least
Yeah.
that we want.
Yeah, the least that I wanted.
Yeah. But the time, if it has been 4 years, that in itself is a great thing to show on the resume, that for the past 4 years you're still on it. The only issue that I always had in my life was I was not getting enough sleep. एक साल के बाद I used to always give up on the dreams or the aspirations that I used to have. And I realized that एक साल काफी नहीं होता. There are times when you have to spend a little bit more time, right? This is what I've learned over time. Whenever someone challenges you that it's been a year, where is the money or where is the success? You don't have to listen to them, because they have no idea how these 365 days have went, have passed, how many hurdles, how many crying nights you have gone through. They have no
Indeed,
idea about
indeed,
it.
indeed.
How much stress that you have gone through, how many therapists that you have seeked for yourself, to be honest. They have no idea about it. So time is something which only you know, and the time knows how much you have spent. It's been 4 years. Trust me, whatever you guys have been doing, it is showing up, it is helping people, it is doing wonders. So just don't stop with this. At the end of the day,
Thank you.
everything will come in. Everything
Thank you
will
so
come in. The
much.
money will come in, the fame will come in.
Yeah.
See the amount of the people that we saw from the past 2-3 days. All these people are not just regular human beings. They are brilliant at their own work and in their own art. If these people are going to come up and show and talk about certain things, it is a big success, to be honest. My mother was very happy that Miss Geeta Mittal was there. She has personally seen her in her office, right? My mother is in railways, by the way, rail bhavan. So she was like, "ये काफी अच्छा लग रहा है, ये क्या है?" So I was like, "जाओ आप भी देखो." So yeah, it's a big success, to be honest. It is a big success.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And with this, I will just announce a half an hour break for people to join in for 2 o'clock panel, right? So join in. We are having a male-oriented thing there, male panel or career where how layman is basically impacted by it.
Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Kohi, I think over to you.
Yeah,
probably.
Kohi. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for such an interactive session, and I'm really thankful for your presence here today. As Jigyasa ma'am said, we're going to be going for the lunch break now, so hope to see you here at 1:55 as we have the panel at 2 p.m. It's going to be really interesting, and we hope to have full participation there. Thank you so much. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you, Kohi. Thank you. Have food yourself, all of you. Okay, stay on the stay in the meeting and go have food. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Prerna, Manya, can you give me sharing access?
Yes, ma'am, I'll just do that.
Yeah. Also, keep the immense view ready for the panel.
All right, ma'am. Ma'am, एक बार please check अगर आपके पास वो sharing view आ गया है.
Yes, yes, yes.
इमर्सिव व्यू वहीं पे ही जब जाते हैं तभी स्टार्ट हो पाता है.
ठीक है, बिकॉज पापा मेरे से लैपटॉप से ज्वाइन करेंगे.
इमर्सिव व्यू तभी स्टार्ट होएगा क्योंकि जब सारे स्पीकर्स शक्ल ऑन करते हैं तब.
प्रेरणा एक बार इनवाइट कर देना सबको कि ये अटेंड करने के लिए. आई एम पुटिंग और मैसेज राउंड कर दो कि
मान्या को बोल दो एक बार लिख लें. मैं
Yes,
आती हूँ.
हाँ, मान्या एक बार मैसेज राउंड कर लो.
Okay, ma'am, ये as it is भेज दूँ? या
नहीं
should I,
नहीं, अभी मैसेज राउंड कर दो. वी आर स्टार्टिंग विद द पैनल एट 2 o'clock.
all right, ma'am, I'll just do that.
Yeah.
या तो मैंने दोबारा लगा। हाँ
मोरे इतने से अरज मोरी सुन दे तेरी लाड़की मैं रहूंगी तेरी लाडली मैं कितनी भी दूर तो से मैं चाहे रहूं जरा आँच भी जो कभी मुझ पे आती है भर जाती थी अखियाँ तेरी जाने फिर ऐसा भी क्या तेरा मुझसे ऐसा भी क्या तेरा मुझसे कर पराई मोह मुख लिया किन्हे पास ही अपने रख ले कुछ देर उड़ जाएगा बाकी होते ही सवेरे तेरी लाड़की मैं तेरी लाड़की मैं तेरी लाड़की मैं छोड़ूंगी ना तेरा हाथ
एक चीज कभी कभी इमेज बिगाड़ सकती है, इसीलिए GoDaddy प्रोफेशनल ईमेल लीजिए ताकि बिजनेस और इमेज दोनों चकाचक। GoDaddy कंप्लीट ऑनलाइन बिजनेस सॉल्यूशन। हाँ मम्मी पहुंच गई।
क्या चल रहा है?
मैं बस पौधों को पानी डाल रहा हूँ।
बिजली का बिल भर दिया? लास्ट डेट 18।
लास्ट डेट 18 है मम्मी।
और सिलेंडर?
यार
सिलेंडर, फोन, इंटरनेट, बिजली सब के बिल भर दिए।
तू आराम से ना मम्मी, हम सारे काम बड़ी लगन से कर रहे हैं।
गूगल पेपर है, घर के सारे बिल्स की एक चेकलिस्ट, पेमेंट की नो झंझट।
की नहीं आ रही। रूपाली जी आ गए हैं। और कौन है?
यूं ही पहलों में बैठे रहो, यूं ही पहलों में बैठे रहो, आज जाने की जिद ना करो, आज जाने की जिद ना करो, हाय मर जाएंगे हम तो लुट जाएंगे, ऐसी बातें किया ना करो, आज जाने की जिद ना करो, आज जाने की जिद ना करो। तुम ही सोचो जरा क्यों न रोके तुम्हें, जान जाती है जब उठ के जाते हो तुम, जान जाती है जब उठ के जाते हो तुम, तुमको अपनी कसम जाने जान, बात इतनी मेरी मान लो, आज जाने की जिद ना करो, आज जाने की जिद ना करो, यूं ही पहलों में बैठे रहो, यूं ही पहलों में बैठे रहो, आज जाने की जिद ना करो, हाय मर जाएंगे हम तो लुट जाएंगे, ऐसी बातें किया ना करो, आज जाने की जिद ना करो, आज जाने की जिद ना करो। वक्त की कैद में जिंदगी है मगर, वक्त की कैद में जिंदगी है मगर, चंद घड़ियां यही है जो आजाद है, चंद घड़ियां यही है जो आजाद है, इनको खो कर मेरी जाने जा, उम्र भर ना तरसते रहो, आज जाने की जिद ना करो, आज जाने की जिद ना करो, यूं ही पहलों में बैठे।
We would request everyone to please join, and if you are not here, and if suppose you want somebody to hear this panel,
Please send the links. Please drop in messages to your friends. Link is already with you. You can send it to your friends that please attend the session. This is all, we always talk that society is, we always talk about women and mental health, women and suicide, women and so, women not getting empowerment, with women getting tortured. But what about men in the society? What about a man who is being trained in a manner to restrain the structure of patriarchy by a woman itself? So, this is going to be a very important discussion with some very important people from the field of diverse career background. And we have highly reputed and knowledgeable men who have reformed at their level. We want you to listen to the panel. We want you to understand what happens when a man undergoes a situation of mental health difficulty. Please, we would love to join. We would love you to join the session. It will be really, really great. The session will be followed by a vote of thanks, and we will be doing a remembrance meet, at 4:40, starting from 4:45, and followed by a book launch at 5:15. We want you to attend the session. Before we leave you with something which is very, very important, which came into light yesterday also, like how music is a very important part of therapy, with Vishala joining us from Mumbai, who is trained in Indian classical music, and she helps people to understand how music is important to, relax as a therapeutic relief, followed by Ankur Dobrial from Scoop Poop. I think many of you have already heard about him or talked to him, or you have seen his videos. But now today it will be like, this is our gratefulness that we are having him on our platform, and we will be leaving you to listen to the music with some singers from our end also joining and jamming with. So we want you to make the last bit also the most of it, so that you are, we keep no loop open for you. Over to you, Kohi, Prerna, Manya. Thank you.
I request you to stop the sharing. Speak. Kohi, you can take over and start with introductions.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a fulfilling meal for the lunch break. We are going to start our panel for today, which is about understanding suicide in diverse workspaces. Our first panelist for the day is Mr. Harish Sadani, who is a leading gender rights activist who has pioneered efforts in India in 1993 as the co-founder and executive director of Men Against Violence and Abuse, where he works with young men and boys to prevent violence on women. He is a fellow with the Aspen International New Voices program and has done his master's in social work from the Tata Institute of Social Sciences. He has been engaging and mentoring thousands of adolescent boys and young men across India to address healthy relationships, toxic masculinity, and sexuality related matters, and redefine masculinity using out of box methods like interactive workshops, cultural magazines, traveling film festivals, and etc. Currently, he is also a consultant and trainer to corporates, universities, and NGOs on gender sensitivity, anti sexual harassment at the workplace, and other gender matters. In addition, he is a TEDx speaker and has been invited by national and international bodies like the UN Women and UNFPA to share insights and build capacities of various stakeholders on addressing issues of gender based violence against women. It's an honor to have you with us today, sir. We welcome you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So, our second panelist of the day is Mr. Gopal Sahajpal. He is the definition of an all rounder, having worked in sales, distribution, administration, branch management, HR management, and many more. At Kodak in India, he has rich experience in all aspects of corporate business. He has a master's degree in philosophy from Delhi University and a diploma in personal management and industrial relationships, HR principles, policies, and practices from Delhi School of Economics, Delhi University. He has over 25 years of experience in education and training in many parts of the globe. He has trained in leadership management, behaviors, habits, marketing, sales, etc. In addition, he has rich experience in factory management as well, having supported many organizations in obtaining their ISO 9000 certification. Certified by ICF as a coach and mentor and Marshall Goldsmith stakeholder centered coaching, he has coached C suite directors, division heads, and corporate leaders at various levels. Currently, he is ready to apply for the ICF PCC level certification. He is a certified NLP practitioner from Dubai as well. In addition to be on the board of the directors of VIP Clothing Limited and Lovable Lingerie Limited as an independent director, he is nominated as chairman of audit committee for both organizations. Thank you for being here with us today, sir. Is he in the meeting?
Thank you, Kohli. Thank you,
Thank you
Kohli.
so much, sir.
Thank you, Kohli. Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Gargi Negi, who is a consultant gynecologist and family physician, having over 20 years of experience. She started her own clinic by the name of GD Healthcare and Diabetes Center in the year 2000, focusing on gynecology, obstetrics, and diabetes. She is also a member of Federation of Obstetric and Gynecological Societies of India, Association of Obstetricians and Gynecologists of Delhi, and Delhi Gynecologist Forum. She believes that a woman's health has a lot to do with the connection between the mind and body. Thus, it's extremely important for one to be able to take care of their mental health. She also propagates that doctors and gynecologists should adopt a more open and empathetic approach while dealing with patients, such that sensitive issues can be discussed and dealt without any fear or judgment. An empowered woman and an advocate for women's rights, she is also one of the founding members of Freemasonry for Women in India. It's an honor to have you with us today, ma'am. We welcome you to the panel.
Sorry, Kohi. Uh, Miss Gargi just had an emergency at the hospital, and she just messaged me that she won't be able to join for the meeting, for the panel discussion. But hopefully, we'll have something with her in the future.
That's very unfortunate, but hopefully we'll be able to hear from her soon in maybe another seminar that we held. Thank you so much, ma'am, for informing me. So, our next panelist is Mr. Vivek Kumar Tandon. Mr. Tandon is practicing as an advocate for more than 33 years and has been handling civil and criminal matters in the Honorable Supreme Court of India, High Court of Delhi, District Courts at Delhi, Consumer Redressal Forum, and Death Recovery at Tribunal. In excuse me. Um, In 1999, he was appointed as panel advocate to Government of NCT Delhi for Honorable Delhi High Court, and in 2011 he was promoted as additional standing counsel by Government of NCT Delhi for Honorable Delhi High Court, and worked for Government of NCT of Delhi till 2015, and has been appointed as an arbitrator with Delhi International Arbitration Center recently in 2021. He is also a mediator with the Delhi High Court Mediation and Conciliation Center, Samadhan. Thank you so much for being with us today, sir.
Welcome everybody.
Next on the
Welcome
panel, we
everybody.
have
Please go ahead, Goi. Welcome everybody.
yeah. Thank you so much, sir. So next on the panel, we have a familiar name, Mr. Sagar Pandey, who was actually the first speaker of the day. He is the CEO and head contentifier for Sci-Fi for a Healthy Mind, as well as a content creator. He is a poet, a writer, as well as a host. Welcome you again.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kohi. And I look forward to a healthy participation and interaction with all the panelists.
We're looking forward to it as well. Thank you so much. Next, we have Ms. Jigyasa Tandon, who has been with us since day one, not only as the head of the project, but also as a speaker and moderator, and today as a part of the panel discussion. She is a trained mental health educator from Nimhans, Bangalore, and a counseling psychologist, as well as the founder of Sci-Fi for a Healthy Mind. Welcome to the panel, ma'am.
She's joining. Why she's going to join in a minute.
Okay, okay.
You go ahead.
No worries, sir. Thank you so much. And next we have Miss Akriti Sharma, who is a psychology student who wants to be of use to the society where people can relate to her. She loves talking to people, and the diversity in them attracts her. Her interest areas lie with people and psychology, and her primary purpose for this peer prevention program was the objective of underlying suicide, which constantly grows in students in today's time, and to acknowledge the fact that how this Angelina, can you please mute yourself? Yeah, thank you so much. So as I was saying, um, the primary purpose for her for this peer prevention program was the objective of underlying suicide, which constantly grows in students in today's time, and to acknowledge the fact that how this is so silent that enough awareness around it falls silent as well, and why people do what they do and how we can help them, and how much empathy and compassion, when plays itself in the right role, can help a person to change their perspective about life. Her journey is endless, in her opinion, and that is the primary fruit for her. We welcome you to the panel. It's a pleasure to have you. Is she present in the meeting?
Yeah. Thank you, Kohi. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Prerna, ma'am.
Okay, hello everyone, and it's very glad to see such a wide spectrum of panelists joining us today from such different fields and different age groups as well, and from different areas as well. So, Harish sir and Gopal sir are joining us from Mumbai, and Akriti is joining us from Chandigarh, and Sagar sir is joining from Bangalore, and I am here from Delhi. So, it's amazing how through the virtual platform we are able to you know uh, connect and have such important discussions regarding such important topics. And I hope you're all excited for the panel discussion. I am really excited to hear from you, and it's going to be a conversation discussion, and I hope we're able to stimulate some important points during this course of the discussion. So, Harish sir, I would like to start with you. And before I ask you any question, I would like to know about your initiative, Men Against Violence and Abuse, because you are one of the few gender champions in this field working, and your organization has been doing great work. So, sir, before that, I would like to the audience to know that.
Yeah, thank you, Prerna, so much for this wonderful opportunity and for this much needed topic deliberation. So, I am been passionately working on gender issues for over the last 3 decades. And I have co-founded this organization, Men Against Violence and Abuse. As the name says, here's a group of men who are sensitive, caring, and who are there to stop gender-based violence and abuse of women, which is by and large seen as a woman's issue. But myself and several of my team members, we believe that it is when you say an issue as a gender issue, it is equally an issue of all the genders, and so therefore it is equally a men's issue, because if most of the violence and abuse on women is by largely men, most of it, and if men's attitudes are the part of a problem, then men should be also seen as a part of the solution. So with that philosophy in mind, our organization has been working over the last 28 years, largely among young men and adolescent boys across India. And we are trying to engage them, sensitize select young men using out of the box methods. And our movement is going from strength to strength. We are today recognized, and a lot of organizations, including educational bodies all over, are calling us for collaborations. And because for a long time in our country, all the stakeholders have worked with women and girls as if empowering women is the only thing which will lead to a violence-free society. So, it has dawned upon some stakeholders that that is not sufficient. It is equally important to have men and boys in the conversation. So with that aim in mind, we are working you know uh, and also men need a platform to ventilate their thoughts. Differently thinking men need a space to express themselves. And I think just as this platform is currently where we are, so every person needs a safe and non-threatening space, and of which there's a dearth in our country. So if you want men to be part of the solution, you have to make a conscious attempt at various levels, because as it is, this space is shrinking, and you and I have to ensure that more and more such spaces, especially to youngsters, are available.
Correct. So you have highlighted a very important point that empowerment or addressing of the problems only at one level or from one side of the woman will not lead to the uh, transformation of the society. Even feminism as a movement stands for collective empowerment of all communities within the society. And that is very important, I feel, because usually when we talk about feminist movements and all, we entangle ourselves in conversations and debates about who is the subject matter of feminism. We make controversies about that feminism is only for females, but actually feminism as a movement established itself for the collective empowerment and talking about sensitive issues that we have not talked about before. So it's very important that we harmonize the two genders and we then talk about empowerment as a collective goal. And I'm really happy that your organization is working in that regard. So how do you feel that violence has is connected with mental health and how it eventually leads to suicide and suicidal ideations?
So I with my several years in the field, I can tell that in an Indian society there are certain markers on masculinity, on what it means to be a man. And among those markers, one of the first marker is the men's role to be a provider. And when I say provider, that he has to be taking care of all others in the family. He has to be the main bread earner. A growing up child, a boy, is told in various ways, as he's growing up, that you don't have to just, as you grow up, to be earning money, but you have to earn lots of money. He's told in various ways. So what happens is, the pressures to perform among men as they grow up is very higher. And when they are unable to perform to the mark what is expected in society, then there will be a lot of frustrations, there will be displacement of those feelings over others. There is bottling up of emotions, which how they will fester, he doesn't know. The growing up boy, and in what form it will fester, when it will fester, is not something which he's aware. But we know the realities, what we see around, that the frustrations can take form in the form of addictions, in the form of violence, which can be not just the violence on the opposite gender or the other genders, but even on self. And as one of the extreme is suicide. So I would say that world over, it has been found that men's suicide rate is higher than that of women, not just only in India, but world over. Now, if one analyzes the reasons or even if some indicators for this growing suicides, often people try to find out the answers in others. And, you know, um, you have a growing number of men's rights groups in our country, which keep on telling that men are committing suicide because of women. And there is no way a reflection on self, a reflection on our own situation, a reflection on how men are trapped in suffocating molds, in which men are unable to control certain things which are in their own hands. So, if being a provider is an expectation of the society, then men should be able to tell that it is all right if I'm not able to earn for a while, or they expected that I should earn so much. And for that, he needs a support system equally, right? So these both the things should happen, that men should not take it on themselves that they are the only provider. And along with provider is the role of a protector. So provider, protector, and always a winner, always an achiever, taking no for an answer. All these are markers. Being always tough and not showing your emotions, including crying. All these are a web of things which play on the ideas about masculinity. And now we use the word toxic masculinity. So the word toxic masculinity means that this kind of masculinity is not prevalent in all men, but even in a large number of men, if it is prevalent, it just tells those kinds of toxic behavior and attitudes in men, which not only impact women and others in society negatively, but it also harmfully impacts men and boys also. So I think we have a long way to go in understanding what how the ideas about masculinity are at the core of a problem. you know so I think suicide is a end result. I always give example, since youths are very much influenced by media. The 1 year ago almost, we had the tragic death of Sushant Singh Rajput, a well-known actor. And we know that there are different reports which tell that he probably has committed suicide, though it is not officially confirmed. But when we analyze, even as persons from the field, we realize that he was an actor who was doing very well. And the in the post lockdown period, when you do not have someone with whom you can, often the youth, when you ask, or even in general men, if you ask how many friends do you have, to boast yourself, you would say, I have so many friends. And we all know that there may be a large number of professional friends. But when it comes to personal friends with whom you can share your innermost thoughts, anxieties, and including vulnerabilities, the answer would be very less, hardly any. And a person like Sushant Singh, who was at a pinnacle of a height of, making waves and all that, and suddenly post lockdown, and, where there are no people fan following who will ask him for autographs. There are no people with whom, because shooting has stopped, and, he is secluded. He cannot talk about his innermost turmoil even with a very close male friend. These are just my observations and thoughts. So had he got someone with whom he would have opened up, perhaps he would have not taken an extreme step. And in case of men, asking for help, asking for support is all the more difficult, because the notions of masculinity again play there, that he has to always on the face, he has to wear, we are talking about mask in the times of corona, but men have to wear a mask of a different level, that they have to show that they are tough, even if they are not from inside. So I think all these, play a lot, uh, where we see an end result like suicide and all. But, we have to examine and, enable uh, a large number of young men, especially, to open up, talk about their vulnerabilities, talk about their anxieties. And, the moment you talk them not as men into inverted comma, but as individuals with their own likes and dislikes, with as they are, the more they are talking at ease what they are, and they will realize that there are several other men like themselves who are also going through similar thing. I give this example since we are going to talk about careers and all. One example stark which I give is of farmers suicide in India. So, when I started work among young men 13 years ago, 14 years ago in rural Pune, there was a farmer's son who was one of my youth mentee who was being shaped up. And when the topic about farmers' suicide came, like any other man, like any other economist who say that farmers' suicides are because of economic reasons, this young man said, no, the real reason is psychological. The real reason is not economic. Crop failure, indebtedness, all these are peripheral. But the real thing is that as a man, I've been not able to prove myself effectively for 1 year, 2 years. I'm not earning what sort of man I am. It's that thought which is inside his mind. And imagine if one farmer is thinking that, a male farmer is thinking that there are 10 other farmers in the same village, neighborhood, who are also thinking. So, I used to ask them, even though theoretically, how can you break this cycle? The answer came, with a sense of certain reasoning that this farmer should talk with that other farmer. And the farmer here is just a pretext. It can be any other man. So, the farmer is just a pretext. It can be any man in today's times, that if unless men have that culture, unfortunately, because of patriarchy, because of socialization, that culture is not existing, where, men can open up, talk about their innermost things. There is no vocabulary among men to express their feelings. And this all has to be evolved. This all has to be proactively started by everyone. Unless each one does that, then only we are able to break this cycle, the vicious cycle, and enable men to, live a life of dignity, a life where, he could do what he thinks, rather than expected notions of the society that he should be so and so, a provider, protector, etc. Sorry, I took a long time.
You talked about and highlighted a lot of important points. And picking up from one of the points, I would like to further the conversation and direct the question to Gopal sir. So, as highlighted, that the patriarchal setup that we have living in since centuries and generations has forced us to live a life of dichotomies, of this and that, of black and white. That men are supposed to be this, women are supposed to be that, men are supposed to be that tough guy exterior, women are supposed to be nurturing and caring. So how important do you feel in your lifetime, and how much have you experienced that the need for support systems and support structures for males, and the need for venting out and emotional support for males, sir?
Thank you. Just sort of building on what Harish sir just now said, I would just sort of try to say that the problem is not really, or this concern is not really connected with only men or women. It is a general problem, general issue. And anybody who has reached some standard of success in their lives are going through that, whether it is a man or a woman. I was recently watching a program where as high an actor as Deepika Padukone. She also once upon a time thought of committing suicide, and she said that she didn't know what she was actually going to do or what was happening in her mind. She had lost control over herself. So it is not that, only men have to prove themselves. Anybody who has reached a certain level of success is going through that kind of stress. And I have another example, similar one to the farmer Harish Saab mentioned, and that is from the business world. A particular person who is in the business, and because of this pandemic and other situations, he has not been able to carry on his business properly. They are selling some fire extinguisher kind of thing. That is the product he's selling. Now, he is undergoing a program with one of our organizations on leadership development and all. And one fine morning, he comes to our business counselor and says, I am committing suicide. And our counselor, just when, he sensed the situation, he said, just give me 1 hour alone with you. And in that 1 hour, if you are not convinced that your life is precious, if you don't change up your mind, okay, go ahead, commit suicide. That was the open challenge he gave to that person. And during that 1 hour, it was dawned on, or it was just discussed and agreed by both the parties, that this person needs only 2 things to make himself successful. Or those 2 things were that he needed 2 technicians and just 1 breakthrough order, whereby he could prove to himself as well as to his business partners that he has succeeded. And a proper action plan was drawn, which was committedly done by this person. In 3 days' time, the person comes back to our business counselor and says, brother, you really helped me because I have got my 2 technicians and I have got my first order also. What was the thing that really helped? A true friend, as Harisha was mentioning, we have so many Facebook friends and God knows all those media friends. But how many of them come to our rescue when we really need some kind of support? Hardly any. The true friends, where you are richly involved with each other, where it is concerning you. It's just sitting with them, creating a pathway whereby they succeed. It was a goal set. I'm talking from the business language. It was a goal set supported by a proper followable action plan, which the person committedly did and got out of that situation. He's doing well. That is God bless him and his family also and business. But that's how it was actually done. I think in this context, I will also say that whether we are boys, we are girls, or the process of growing up, most of us have gone through odd situations. I mean, I have gone through myself, and I'm sure all men, I call it the process of growing up. And I connected with spirituality. See, my interest in spirituality was generated or evoked when I started talking to the MBA student where I was going as a visiting lecturer in Narsimha Monji in Mumbai. And I was just sort of, humorously, I asked one question. I said, how many of you read Bhagavad Gita? And hardly any hand was up. They are in their 20s. Okay. So I said, okay, how many have you, just humorously again, I said, how many have you touched Bhagavad Gita? And then a smart boy, very slowly raised his hand. He says, okay. I said, very good. Let's congratulate this boy. He has actually touched Bhagavad Gita. He said, what was the question? How did you touch? He said, my grandmother asked me to keep the book from one place to another place. That's how I touched it. The point I'm making is these youngsters are not reading our scriptures, which is full of taking them out of these kind of situation. Our spirituality, the whole spirituality, I mean, why call it ours? The spirituality is a basis on which the prevention of so many ill happenings in our life can be prevented. And that's the belief I have. And, when I talk about spirituality, I am always reminded of Swami Ramkrishna Paramhans, who said, we human beings have three enemies only: Lajja, Grina, Bhai, shame, hatred, fear. And they have to be converted into friends. Yeah, shame has to be understanding. What is understanding? That all of us have gone through this mess. Whether we like it, whether we accept it or not accept it, that is, people put up a facade. People put up a mask and they say, no, nothing happened like that, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, but it happens to most of us. We are ashamed of that. We are ashamed of our education system. We are ashamed of our neighborhood. We are ashamed of our parents also at times. We are ashamed of our families. And the logic is, understand it is a process. It is a society norm. And the conversion, you have to make it towards accepting. Accept that it is the process. And the second one is hatred. I mean, when you hate somebody, you are actually harming yourself more than the other person. My spiritual Swamiji, Swami Chinmay, and he used to ask a very simple question: between the hater and the hated, who suffers? And the logical answer is the hater, because the hated may not be knowing that he's being hated. So the hater, if I'm the hater, I have no reason to torture myself. And that hatred has to be converted to love. We are born out of love. Love is all around us. Love is everywhere. We have learned it. Hatred is a learned behavior. Love is, we are born with love. Any born child will tell you that, or will convey that message to you. And the third one is fear. Well, fear for what? Fear of what? If the God is with you, convert it into faith. So fear has to be converted into faith. And these are the three friends we carry with us: understanding, which is acceptance; then the love, which is adjustment you have to make; and the third one is fear into faith, which is God's, just see that God is always with you, and He will remain with you. And that is how I think we can prevent many of the mishappenings in which we keep hearing about. If a youngster of anybody, by youngster, even if an elderly person comes to me and talks about this kind of final step that the person wants to take, I will certainly sit with that person, talk to that person, and try to understand what is that this person is wanting to do or can still do. Because if you have a dream in your mind, if you have a vision in your mind, if you have a goal in your mind, and you are having a proper action plan, I think most of the situation can be just got out of that. But prevention can take place even at the inception of the very thought. I also once again may have taken longer time, Prerna, but I thought this was necessary for me to elaborate this way. Thank you.
So that is very correct. For you, in some way, you have highlighted that for you, in tough times, your peer was spirituality, and how you connected with these principles to get yourself out of tough situations or hard times. And that's what the three thoughts that you shared with us is what got you going through the hard times. Uh, Taking from this, I would also like to ask Mr. Vivek Kumar Tandon that you have been part of organizations like Masonic and Freemasons and Rotary, which inculcates itself an idea of brethren, or kind of support and peer group support and all. How has being a part of these organizations helped you in exploring new dimensions of your own self?
See, by organizations, different levels, one comes closer to many different people. You know about them, how they work, what they work, and what platform they are using. By exchanging your views, You also exchange your views, they also exchange your views. Then you only come to know what realities are. Because I may go on my own, no. I may be thinking in my way. But when you hear others, you find something logical or illogical. And I always believe, take the best and leave the rest. And by keeping you only the positivities, you can move forward. Maybe you have persons who will be always pulling you back. But if you have faith, as the earlier speaker says, spirituality, once you have a faith in yourself, nobody in this world can stop. This is what I feel from that groups which I have been in part. And then what we preach, we always preach to lend your hand at the time when a person needs it. Of course, there would be very, very, very negligible persons to whom you can share your thoughts. But see your inner conscience. You will find very, very few, but there would be some. So open out with them. Don't keep it to yourself, because it's only your opening can solve your own problems. Maybe you are solving problems for others, but what about you? You have to come to someone, because by preaching, you cannot solve your own problems. Maybe a next door neighbor, maybe a person, you can say, Saat Samundar Park, where you feel that one person will be able to hear you, because most important is to hear you. Unless you hear a person, you will not be able to solve the problem. On this aspect, I think this is more than enough.
All right. Okay. So, if okay, now coming to the drawing from the conclusions and bringing it to the connection with the topic, that is suicide and suicide prevention. Um, this is a very general question which is put forth to all of you. I'm not directing it towards anyone. Suicide is such an uncomfortable word which has the capacity to invoke emotions which are both positive and negative. What kind of thought or sentiment does the term and definition of suicide bring to you? Um, Mr. Sagar, would you like to enumerate on that?
Uh, Sure, Prerna. And first of all, I would love to address that, the previous questions that were asked, and the answers were amazing. So I'll give you a short example that how the pressure actually acts. Right now, I'm a very young professional, right? Probably who has entered the industry very recently. Right now, I'm hearing to the two stalwarts or the three stalwarts who have their own opinion, have worked on those thoughts and ideas, and have led their life through experiences. Now, for me, I do respect them, but do I have to follow their ideas? Right? That is also a conflict that I have to resolve, because see, on one hand, I'm respecting them, right? That they're elder to me, but on the other hand, there is something that, do I really want to follow those opinions or not, which I'm not sure, because I haven't experienced it. Right now, coming on to the question, if this question would have been asked to me probably 4 5 years ago, uh, I would have tried to run away from there, or probably I would have been someone that would have thought, okay, how the media portrays society, that someone has actually died because of hanging, because of taking substance, or something on the other sort. I wouldn't have known the backstory of it. Now when I hear the word, I'm probably intrigued or curious to know that why actually it happened. And that's when I approach someone. Instead of having a sympathetic attitude, I take with me empathy. And when someone says that, we usually, and this is a term of, I don't know whether millennials termed it or Gen Z termed it, the bro code, right? So when we have people, when we are in conversation with the people of same age, and when they are discussing their issues, that I'm going through this, I'm going through that, probably first thing that I do is listen to them, that what exactly is happening. If I'm capable, I probably do help them in a way wherever possible, or probably talk to them in isolation, that bro, this can be a probable aspect. And if possible, you can actually go and refer to a psychologist or a therapist or a counselor if needed, right? And that's how, like, see, as Gopal sir and Harish sir both mentioned, that inner engineering and outer engineering both are required. And since so many we have so many distractions right now in front of us, and youth are going through a lot of distractions, it is difficult to find the inner peace and outer peace, to deal with the inner peace and outer peace. So when suicide comes to me, or when I hear the word, being aware of it and being in the mental health space, that I interact with all the individuals, or probably the experts in the industry, I know how to deal with it, but not everyone is capable. So we as stakeholders are also responsible to enlighten people. And it's just not about us, but we have to be the change makers and givers to the society, that this is the thing. As I spoke about content in my previous section, that peer, right, that plays a big role, like power, empower, educate, and reform. So I guess that would be my take on it, and I would love to listen to the other panelists as well.
Correct. So, as you mentioned, that capacity building of the other individuals through programs such as this one is also important, so that more and more people are equipped with the correct knowledge and the ethical uh, techniques that they can employ, so that the term suicide does not evoke a sentiment of fear, or a sentiment of pushing away, but rather a sentiment of pulling together and coming together and trying to pull yourself out of that situation and helping others. And you don't really need to even give any advice to them at that point. Giving a space where you can lend an ear for them, so that they know that someone is listening to them, is enough for them to empower themselves and kind of get out of that situation. So coming to the youngest member in the panel, Akriti, what is your take on this?
Yeah, thank you, Prerna. And I feel so good to have so many people so elder to me and so big to me. Uh, the emotion which suicide provokes in me is that the acceptability and uh, and the thought of sitting to our close ones to have them talk about their problems, because when such things happens, because there is a fear that we this could happen to some people close to us, because many people are going through many things, and we may not know about it. And maybe it gives us the hope that maybe people close to us would open up about their problems and their feelings and their hard times. And maybe it also gives me hope about that maybe someday the male members in my family and men in my family would open about their hard problems, because it is so important to talk about many things which we are not talking about. And at the same time it gives me the question, the emotion which it arises, that why that person did what he did. Same with what Saga sir said. Why what was the reason that why he did what he did. So there are a lot of mixed emotions, the emotions of acceptability, vulnerability, to be more vulnerable, and to open about ourselves as well in the same time. So that is my take.
That is a very interesting perspective and insight into this subject. Gopal sir, Harish sir, would you like to add anything to it? Gopal sir, you are not audible.
Yeah, okay. Can I go first then?
Yes, yes, sure.
All right. See, I mean, maybe it's my advanced age that is speaking right now. I would be neutral in that situation, to be honest with you, because neither nor negative nor positive. My brain will work in a manner that if a person has already committed a suicide, there's hardly anything I can do. I only hear this in my brain that this person needed help and he was or she did not get it at the time. Because the idea comes that overnight nobody commits suicide. It is brewing up over a period of time. And when the person was, wanted to discuss it with some people were not available or they were not ready to listen to this person. Yeah, half of our problem, why half, 80% of problem coming from the, psychology point of view are resolved when people just listen to us. They don't want solution. They just want a ear which is capable of hearing them out. And on the other hand, when somebody says, Gopal, or somebody hears about this, that, well, such and such person is thinking of committing suicide, I am the first one who will say, this person needs help and let us extend that help right now. Because that's what it is. I believe in actions. I don't believe in this analysis more. Because in the training that I have in leadership development, there's one question which is taboo, and that is why. We don't ask the why question. We say, what else, how else, where else, when else can something be done? And that's the way I have been trained up in leadership development and all that. And I say, why are you committing suicide? He said, none of your business, yaar. I'm committing suicide. All right, let's sit together. What else can be done? Now the person is opening up to give you more ideas. So to say that, what I said in the beginning, my response is very neutral. I don't want to get into any emotions, because if that help was asked from me or any other at the appropriate time, or the person was asking that help and nobody came forward, well, I mean, I think we can blame ourselves rather than blaming that person for committing the suicide. And secondly, if a person I hear that he or she thinking of these kind of negative thoughts, I will the first person to run to that person physical sense and say that, well, brother, let us work together and see what can be done to put you back on your rails. That's my response, Prerna. Harisha, over to you, because she announced both of our names. I just jumped in.
So, we have to understand that, for different people, it will mean different things, the suicide, so irrespective of even gender, caste, class, you name it, there are a complex set of possibilities, which might have, so I think somewhere you and I, what is in our hands, as was told again and again, that what can you and I do to ensure that such things, like the ideation, so I remember I was in my growing up years, I was a counselor at Samaritans, which is one of the oldest institution that runs helpline, a part of what is called Befrienders International. And one of the important principles while handling a helpline, used to be, was that whenever you receive the call, you have to ensure that with the person whom you are talking as a friend, as a confidant, whether the ideas of suicide are dropped at the end of the conversation. This was a focus. So, I mean, and as was told earlier by some of you, that, to get that person with whom you can open up is the most challenging thing in today's time. Because as I said, that you may have, so I work on gender and sexuality matters. And let me tell you, that there are many counseling centers which are called as family counseling centers that are supported by the Ministry of Women and Child Development Department. They give grants so that counselors can be employed. But, most of these centers across India have focused counseling on women and children. There is no proactive effort to provide a space for men to be in those forums. There's a woeful dearth. First is acknowledgement that there is an equally need for men to be counseled. That is still not prevalent. Even among the so-called progressive sources of interventionists, supporters, funders, it's not a priority, that men have to be part of the conversation. So, whereas all these people would in principle say that masculinity is a social construct, gender is a social construct. If these are social construct, that means they are subject to change, isn't it? And then what you and I are doing to enable that change to happen? If you're not providing that platform, so I find, and especially when I'm working with young men, say, imagine there are countless men who are suffocating in molds of masculinity, that they have to adhere to those norms, that bro code the word used by Sagar. So, the ideas about machismo, and you find that growing up today, raising a boy is all the more challenging than raising a girl, for more than many reasons, including this bombardment of sexual imagery around. And you find that growing up boys of 13, 14, 15, when the hormone levels, the testosterone in their bodies are produced at a very higher level, and in the lack of any dialogue on healthy sexuality among them, you can imagine what impact and repercussions it would have on those impressionable growing up young boys. So what happens when you read an incident in the media that so and so 17-year-old boy raped a girl? Then immediately, you would treat that person as a criminal. But you and I have not reflected that his ideas about sexuality, his ideas about how a woman should be treated are so corrupted and influenced by media, by pornography, literature, and so on, that nobody has ever given an opportunity for that man. And when we talk about peers, they're all stumbling in the same darkness. Maybe an elderly peer will again guide him, go to a red light area and prove your masculinity. If that is what we are talking about peers, then that means that other elderly people have failed in providing the alternatives to those growing up teeming young boys. And I'm saying specifically young boys because even though girls also need what I call as sexuality education, but you find that if when it comes to menstruation, there are at least some elderly woman in the house who will talk to the growing up girl. But when it comes to boys, talk about erections, talk about nightfalls, there is no person, leave aside the father or an elderly man, with whom the growing up boy could talk to. So as a result, so much is on his chest. Pent up feelings, suppressed emotions, suppressed sexuality, all these don't matter to a large number of people who are seeing themselves as interventionists. So I think there's such a gap in our country, big gap. One is sexuality education. Believe me, I'm not at all digressing from the topic. It has a lot to do with ideas about gender, masculinity, about being a man. So I find that, unless all the stakeholders are serious and they pressurize and lobby because education is a state subject. Each state have their policy. So-called progressive state of Maharashtra, as on date, has no policy on sex education. No, you know. And there are other states in the country who have adopted and who are imparting to some level, but they are doing what is called as sex education. They are not doing sexuality education, you know. So I find that, you know, and in the absence of teachers, in the absence of parents or other elderly people giving them a platform, where would they go? So they will stumble. They will go by their inner voice. They will go, they will fumble, they will falter. They will use trial and error method, which is what you see around, you know. So there's a huge gap which is existing when it comes to, you know, providing services to the young and growing up, you know. So
Yeah, correct. Absolutely, sir. Borrowing from your experiences in the field of working in gender and sexuality spectrum, it is very relevant to the subject of suicide and mental health as well, because among young adolescents, especially, being out of touch with their sexual feelings or their sexual well-being creates a lot of conflicts amongst themselves. Many of my peers have also gone through that stages, and I understand the fact. It took me a lot of time to also come to that realization that sexual or something that is related to sex is much more than what popular media has hyped it up to be. And it has brought to me a lot of realizations that how being in touch with who you are comes a lot from who your sexuality is and what you want to embrace as you progress through your life. And I think, furthering on this, I think Sagar sir would be a very suitable candidate to talk about this, because he has been through that stage very recently. And like, he's not very recently, but he has been through that stages where he has felt out of touch because of lack of support from family members. And not to touch about the education system, there is hardly any sex education. What we get in the name of sex education is just a silver lining, a creamy layer of a whole host of ocean. So and he's also working with the young adolescents, so I think he would be able to elaborate more on that at this point.
Thank you so much, Prerna, and Harish sir and Gopal sir. Thank you so much again. And I would say to all the people attending this panel, I would be a case study, a perfect case study to whatever Harish sir and Gopal sir have mentioned. So, see, again, uh, we I won't say we are bound to undergo pressure, but we definitely undergo a lot of pressure situation wherein it's just not like even your career you cannot opt for. You're given a very limited choice because those are the only manly careers available. For example, I took up engineering, right? Even in engineering, I took up the core, right? And as we are progressing, yes, things are changing, but even if we see the engineering aspect, right, why men are labeled that, why are you taking biotech? Oh my god, that's for women, right? That's not for men. And why you see there is so much of ratio gap wherein a lot of boys are there in mechanical engineering, right? Or if I talk about just away from engineering, why there is so much less people or less men in the field of psychology or arts or any other of that sort of matter, right?
Human
So
sciences.
yes. So you see like where the things are coming from, right? So when I took up my passion, or when I explored the interest for content, I was subjugated to the same thing, wherein I was not getting the acceptance from my family members, um, from the friends that I had, the so-called peers at that time, or the so-called I used to share the bro code with them, right? They were the first one to reject me because I did not belong to their group.
Do not fit into the labels.
Yes, exactly. So rather than uplifting me, or probably giving me the moral support that I was requiring at that time, they rejected my idea that, this is not made or meant for men. Wherein when I progressed, right, and they saw me progressing, they got so much jealous that they stopped picking up my calls. Right? So again, you see that, when you prove to them as well that, you have the capability to actually draw a line which is very different from what they are doing, even then you don't get support. And let me take a very personal example. My family, specifically my father, didn't knew what I was doing, even like till recent time, or probably in the past 2 months, like he got aware that what I am into. He was still thinking that I'm in the first company that I joined. Until then, I've actually changed around 4 to 5 companies, or changed my career down the line. So how difficult it becomes for someone to express themselves, even to the family members, to the one who's closest to you, that we think that, this is the first one who will come to the support. It becomes so difficult because he, coming from a background of defense and everything, and wanted me to be on the same level, or to be on the same mark, right? And wherein now I'm like, I'm into content, so I'm not able to meet those expectations. I wasn't expressive, I couldn't express. I was like, how should I tell the same thing to him? Right? So it all becomes very visible when we deep dive into the concepts mentioned by Harish sir and Gopal sir, that how difficult it becomes. And I'm a perfect case study. Like, I can go on for hours and hours and hours and hours to talk about the same whole journey, but I guess just giving you a gist that how difficult it becomes, I would love to conclude here.
That is very interesting insights. And
Can
Pranav
I
sir,
add?
yes.
Also, I would love to add that if there wouldn't have been the psychological intervention, and if I wouldn't have met probably Jigyasa, Prerna, Vivek sir, right, it wouldn't have been possible for me to make a career path or a career shift, or probably to recognize that, these are certain things, these are certain interventions that are required. And, probably you have to sometimes offshoot to explore that what you're worth of.
Very interesting. So Pranav
One
sir
of the
from the
things which
audience has sent
Prerna,
power and kudos to you for.
one
Thank you so
minute,
much.
Prerna, can I? See,
Yes,
one thing
yes.
which we learned from this picture called Three Idiots, that there is so much parental pressure, what Sagar was mentioning about, that I should adopt a career which my father likes. I mean, we learned that great lesson from Three Idiots, that let the youngster decide what they really want to choose in their as a career. Because of that peer pressure, I mean, there's a suicide episode also in that picture, only because the person could not prove themselves. I mean, there's so much to learn. But all said and done, what I think is, ladies and gentlemen, where do we draw our inspiration, or where do we get that power which can lead us on the right path? And that's my fallback is on the Alcoholic Anonymous Serenity Prayer, which says very categorically, God, grant me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change, courage to change the things which ought to be changed, and wisdom to know the difference. I must know what I can change, what I cannot change. And if I am confused on that, then I will be going in circles and circles and circles. Like Sagar mentioned, Sagar, you cannot change your friends, because what they express is that opinion. Facts you only know. The difference between facts and opinions is everybody will give you opinions, but facts, you have to decide what is fact, because what is good for you is people just can't understand at times. So as Prerna said, power to you to make the best possible of that career you have chosen. And
Thank
our
you so
good
much, sir.
wishes and blessings are with you to make the best. But, take the help from this. Something you
Right.
cannot change, just accept it. Have the calmness to accept it, and have the courage also to change the thing which you must change or can change, and try to understand the difference between the two also.
Right. And to add on to it, like this thought always crosses my mind. It used to a lot. It was prominent that why do we have to prove so much
No,
for the mere survival?
no, you don't have to prove to anybody. You have to
I
prove to
mean,
yourself. Yes.
it's just a question that it
Yeah.
crosses everyone's mind that why we have
Speaking
to
out loud.
prove.
Yeah, that is
That-
true. That is true. That exactly what I was coming up. When a
Uh,
male is born, the responsibility is fixed. That
Yeah.
he is the only person who will be a godfather to the family.
Yeah.
The line is drawn, which is not the correct one. Today, when we call that both the genders are equal,
Hmm.
but still the responsibility is on the male. Whatever the lady would be earning, whatever it would be doing. But again, leaving aside, the responsibility again falls on the male.
Hmm.
Why so? We can't understand.
Yeah.
Even what we feel in our courts, because being a legal mind, legal side, what we find is even when a girl is earning a lot, still the responsibility even of maintaining her and the children lies on the male only. Whether a lady is earning or not, whether she is coming up with what she is earning or not, whether she is truly coming forth, but whatever she is saying that she is not earning or something is taken as a gospel truth. Why? If it is the responsibility when it is fastened on the male gender, that it is he only who is responsible, why that equality is being asked by the ladies? Then why the gender bias is being played upon? Secondly, what I inculcated in my personal life was, fortunately or unfortunately, I had two daughters. They coming up, they at one time, because I never wanted anything to be forced upon them to choose their career. At some level, the elder one said, Papa, I do not want to continue with the legal profession, the legal fraternity which is going on through the family,
generations.
and I want to change. I could have said no, nothing, as Sagar said, because that is what is deemed upon, forced upon the child. What was the best was, which I practiced, I don't know whether I was correct or not. I talked about both the parts, the pros and cons. And when I felt that why not give a child a liberty, because we are there to back up. We are not there to force. If somebody is being forced to do the same things, and in his capacity he is aware that he is not fit for that, he will lead to the life which we are discussing here, that is suicide. Why? We have to catch up the cause from the place so that he doesn't go to that part. The pandemic has taught us a lot. We have formed various groups, and in that groups, we have made 5-6 admins so that a person can speak out if he is financially in difficulty, if he is in ration difficulty. We have made a peer group of our lawyers as well. We have lent our hand because they were unable to cope up with the medical expenses. The children have to be thrown out of the schools, but no, by penny and penny, we collected the money and we are maintaining those children, and honestly not disclosing to anyone to whom we are helping out. Yes, we always say a drop and drop makes the जो हमने पढ़ा कि बूंद बूंद से घड़ा भरता है. Then why not?
से बनता है सागर.
Why not?
Very nice.
Maybe you are spending a bit to that account, but do it. I always said, do it. If you are earning 10 rupees, why not 2 rupees to that charity? Maybe by that 2 rupees and adding those 2 rupees to that bucket, the other persons were not a single, there could be many. Because the ladies made us request that there is no ration. So it is not, and we were very, very particular that we will not disclose the names. And we, in some cases, we have even went to the hospitals, seeing the COVID patients there, but there are relatives as well. Who was to feed them? We extended our hands. I'm not boosting. I'm only saying if we had not done, that is what I'm saying, where to catch up so that the person doesn't go to that part, that the ultimate of going to suicide. If we catch up in between, if we hold the hand, if we hear them, and not only hear them, Gopal sir, a little bit, when you said, I only see he has done it. No, you say, I go extend my hand. I would be the first person. I say, even only after coming to know, no, we can visualize. We can visualize by their actions when we see them growing. No, they were on a very right path, but now they have changed. Wow. The reasons we have to answer, because nobody is going to come out and express itself. I have seen many businessmen who were going very good. And one of my friends who is in LIC went with a check of around 25 lakhs for some insurance. And the man took it in his hands and said, I'm very, very thankful. Don't see my house. Don't see my cars outside. At the time, I am broke. And this 25 lakhs is going to make me another stand. Again, stand with this. So in case that money was not received by him, he might have gone to the extent, the ultimate. So what I feel is, though the man is responsible, the rate of man committing suicide is more. Why? Because the entire pressure is on the man to uplift his family, maintain his family. And when he is unable to, he finds a simple path that let me go, not understanding what will be the persons who will be left behind. It is he who has gone, not others. He has not thought of others, that they would be also facing the same trauma, and also the taboo that your person, the particular person, is known. So I always say, please, whenever you find anyone, please go ahead, hear him, and not only hear him, hold his hand and take to the person to a right path. This is what I say.
Yeah, very nice. I think Vicky, you have done a very commendable jobs, which is very, very heartening and very, very. See, two points were coming to my mind when you were narrating these. From our childhood, we are told as boys don't cry. We are not supposed to cry. Only girls cry. I mean, that is the kind of upbringing we have had, most of us. Okay. And secondly, we are not taught, nowhere we are taught to accept failure as a stepping stone towards success. We are not taught. And unfortunately, I see some of the TV programs, where they are, those singing competitions and what the Saregama type, okay, where they bring the child on the stage crying because the person has lost. Come on, yard, please. I mean, the media is doing such a disservice to all these youngsters. I mean, it's okay to fail. It is okay to not succeed. But that's what we have learned. That's what is instilled in us. And that is what creating confusion when businessmen, they can't handle that defeat or the failure, and they take those extreme steps. That is what, because of the media, as well as our upbringing from the beginning as boys and men. Generally, I mean, no offense meant, but generally girls are not told that. Mostly girls are not told. Girls are supposed
That
to.
is exactly what I said. It is
Yeah,
always a gender bias. Why
yeah,
not the girls? Why not they be a supporting hand?
yeah. I mean,
Why are they not
anybody.
taught to be that way?
I say anybody who wants to cry, let the person cry.
Yes,
Let the,
and the crying makes your heart lighter.
yes, it is okay to cry. It is okay to fail because there's nothing wrong. Give me one name who has not failed. I mean, I yet to hear people who have just been succeeding and succeeding and succeeding. I have failed many times in my life, or most of you may have failed. It's okay. It's okay. If we failed, we get up. Resilience is the word which we use in leadership. Get up and restart. And you will see that, well, you will get. And in our childhood, we used to, in my school days, and I think it must be being taught, King Bruce and the spider. He learned from the spider that 9 times the spider tried to climb that path and failed, and then 9 times when that spider succeeded. This is the time King Bruce got up from that cave and rebuilt his army and conquered whatever he had lost. So it's a question of try again. What is wrong in failure? I see nothing wrong. It's okay. It's okay to
Correct.
fail. And I think we have to bring up our families, our children, particularly youngsters like Sagar and Akriti. I mean, bring up your children in such a manner that they learn failure as part of the growing up. No problem. Nothing wrong with that. It's okay, brother.
Yeah,
Not
I
everybody
would
has to.
I would like to add something to it.
Yeah, please.
So why failures are not being accepted in the society is also because of the response of the parents to failures.
Yes.
So because the parents are living in such a competitive environment wherein scoring an A plus of the child scoring an A plus is an achievement not for the child itself but for the parents, that
Mm.
oh my god, my child is the topper of the class, and that puts so much of competition and pressure on the student, on the child, that he feels that if I will not score that much marks, I might disappoint my family, and my family might disown me and may not give me the kind of comforts that I am being given at the moment. And
Mm.
I think Akriti, she has been silent for quite a while now.
Good.
She would be a very appropriate person to speak about this matter and elaborate more on that fact.
Yes, very right.
uh, I would like to talk about like the crying part first and then come to this. Uh, Once in my family, my chachu started like there are many hard times people go through, and I don't think we as children and we as family members have ever taught like how to handle people with emotional breakdown when they are at the brink of it. Like I don't know what to say to him, or when he was like experiencing hard times. So yeah, men don't cry because even if they're facing whatever problem they're facing, men don't cry because they are called the bread earner and many more things. This is true. Like even my father and many male members in my family, they don't cry because even no matter how hard situations they are facing, uh, uh, even if it is not financial, it is a emotional or it is a family problem going on, they will not talk about it because there were two main things which were they presenting. Even like they were just silent about what they were facing, like what was a problem going on, or they would just mold their words in some way that we are like. Even when I went up and asked to him, then they would just say that it's just a problem we are going through and you do not have to enter it. And or just poor silence. So how in that case we are going to adopt a system where how we can ask them what was going on in their life when they are not ready to share. So, yeah, it is so true that men don't cry. It is so inbuilt and ingrained in us that we do not ask, and it is like a curse for men to cry because they are considered weak and all those things. Then, Prerna, we all talked about like how it is a baggage for parent to like their daughters or their sons have scored A plus. So they, there is a circle that where parents discuss what their children have achieved. So it is also the pressure parents are facing from other parents, like what are their children achieving in their life. There is a whole lot of discussion going on कि आपका बच्चा क्या कर रहा है आजकल. If they are doing this, then what will he become? There are always eyes of the people on the children of other people. So it is not just the fault of the parents to not understand what their child is going through, but it is also like we should also understand parent perspective. They're also going a lot of competition and comparison among the other parents, and this is not the fault of one parent. It is just a society. It is.
Mm.
No, I think what Akriti, that a person or a parent doesn't want to find or search what the child is about, where his liking is. Why only that? No, no, no. This is the only path suited for you. Whether he scores a marks, he doesn't score the mark. See, there are various fields in this world. It is not that the education is the only thing. You can be excel in other fields. So why a trauma being put, that embargo put? No, 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 no. You have to do this only. So why not hear them? Next, secondly, why do you see a child, if you put a question to him or the problem to him, why do we feel that the person will not be able to find a solution for us? Why not? See, every day is a learning day. And if you see a child after the womb, after a year or so, he starts walking. He crawls initially, then stands up. So we are learning now. So when he can stand up and walk, so why can't he bring a solution to us? Why are we only no, 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 no? He is only a child. Maybe he has a better brain on that account. I'm only saying.
A very, very important point highlighted at this point, that uh, among in Indian homes, among family members only, we are not willing to open up and be vulnerable to each other. Hardly we see, hardly we see our parents crying. If they have an issue, they will discuss among themselves. They will go to the washroom. They will cry on their own, or they will not cry, or whatever. And hardly, similarly, parents also hardly see the children crying once they reach a certain age. So what is that gap, and why we are not filling that gap? That uh, why can't we be vulnerable to each other is one question that we need to answer. And I think, Harish sir, you have something to add on this. Sir, not audible.
I just missed. Can you just repeat specifically what?
Yeah, the thing that being vulnerable to each other, the being vulnerable amongst family members or among peers, or not feeling the need to be, always happy go lucky. So if I have an identity amongst my peer group that I'm always the carefree one, or I'm the chill one, or I'd always been find happy and make others day better, why can't I have a day for myself when I am feeling vulnerable and I don't feel the need to show that I'm still fine amongst my peers or amongst my family members?
So, I think, socialization and, as I said, the support system around will play an important role for that to happen. That it is all right for a boy or a growing up man to be feeling angry, insecure, sad, with anxiety, with worries, with vulnerabilities, unless that, where the person, as you said, is made to be at ease for what he's wanting to express, uh, you know, these things will remain suppressed, So I think it is important in, especially now, even the post-pandemic, you find that, where a lot of a time where people are spending more time working from home and all, so a lot of reflections on all these things is so critical that, if uh, unless such spaces are provided where, uh, where the growing up men, and they are open to themselves, they're opening up, they are able to express themselves as freely as they can. It is so important, because they are going through a web of things, emotions, uh, you know post COVID, other factors which have added to it. So I think it is very important, that as many, so one is talking at an individual level, within the family support system, within our close friend circle, within our workplace areas, apart from other public platforms. It is so important that such open conversations are encouraged, and there's a woeful dearth of that happening, so currently, which you see. So the other thing which I want to tell, again, I want to bring the gender issue into thing. Now, even if we talk about how men are in are trapped into stereotypes and such suffocating molds, we should understand, vis-a-vis women and girls, men still have choices. So one is, for a long time men have not seen themselves as part of the problem. you know so it's not that and if we see the role, the situation of a woman in today's society in India, you find that she doesn't have an independent identity of her own. She's either somebody's sister, somebody's mother, somebody's wife. That she has her own independent mind is by and large not seen as an identity. So what happens, you find that women are also perpetuators, in a way, perpetuating ideas about gender. So suppose if a married woman has two kids, one a boy and a girl, and you may find that she herself is in a way giving preference to the male child. You and I should understand that she has comparatively lesser choices, because whatever little bit identity she wants to, she has, if that has to be retained, she is under pressures by the patriarchal system to behave in a particular way. And vis-a-vis, if you see men wanting to break these cycles, is comparatively not so difficult at a price which, unlike a woman, would have to be paid. So, saying that men have been part of the problem, this has been analyzed by women and other sociologists and academicians. But it's only when men themselves realize it, acknowledge it, that their thought process, their mindset is at the core of the problem. When they come out of the slumber, when they're open to accept that, it's only then their minds will start thinking that what are the choices they have, what they can do, what is the support system they need. Even without, say, for example, a boy doing household chores at home, you might say that there are women only who are stopping him from doing so. But if the man is a thinking man and he realizes that I will not listen to what others are talking, comparatively to a woman, he is in a much better position, poised to challenge these stereotypes than what a woman would. A single woman, a girl deciding not to marry, will pay a much heavier price than it was a man deciding to do. We must understand the gender implications also. So, just by saying that men are also in a difficult circumstances, we should not forget that the structures of patriarchy which are around us are enabling those structures to be reinforced over the years, and comparatively, men have more windows of opportunity to break them than what a woman would. She may need years, she may take much time to break those cycles. So this is not to tell that men's condition is something which you should not empathize, but we must realize that comparatively, what are the choices men and women have, you know.
So yeah, that when we have to weigh in the kind of opportunities, and so a thought for the audience as well as the panelists to ponder over, that if a man chooses not to work, is it is it seen with the same kind of shock and surprise as a woman when chooses that she wants to work? So we have to weigh in, and that will also, as you also mentioned about the fact that a mother favoring the male child is because there is a stratification in that manner also. Women who are who are able to give birth to male childs are placed at a higher hierarchy than those who are not able to conceive male children. So the words that you spoke has actually given so many thoughts in my mind that I'm not able to even put them into words right now. So yeah. So as we come towards the end and we try to wrap up the panel discussion, just to mention, I have been really enjoying this conversation, and I'm sure many from
Prerna,
the audience.
there was one silent panelist also. Where is she?
Yeah,
Jigyasa, where is she?
Jigyasa.
We heard the name as Jigyasa is one of the panelists, but where is
Yeah.
she?
Yeah, so Jigyasa is always here. She can she can pitch in any time. The thing is, yeah. So the panel, wait just a second. Jigyasa Tandon ji, so would you like to add something to it, to the
जिज्ञासा
whole
टंडन जी, आप
discussion?
प्रकट हो जाइए।
हाँ जी, जिज्ञासा दीदी, आपका इंतजार हो रहा है।
आप प्रकट प्रकट हो जाइए।
थैंक यू। मैं यूनिवर्स से आ गई हूँ। हमारा बैकग्राउंड यहाँ पे यूनिवर्स का लगा हुआ था, तो ठीक है। Okay, so thank you, Harish sir. Your points were so amazing. I was just listening to it, and I was not in the panel. They announced my name. It was like all of a sudden that I was expected to be there, so I chose not to pitch in. But because I wanted this panel to be all about listening to toxic roles or toxic positivity that we have been imposing on males, the gaslighting attitude we are inducing in males, so that they have nothing else but they put it on others, because they are victims of gaslighting themselves. And that thing, then I believe that, okay, after this, I don't know whether you will agree with my point or not, but like I was reading and I was researching, so I came to a point of understanding that we push. We push. The child is born. We since the time he's born, we don't even give him space to learn and to explore himself. We start telling that child, don't do this, don't do that, मिट्टी मत खाओ, ऐसे मत करो. ठीक है, I understand it has a health influence and everything, but we stop, we start instructing the child from that idea itself. And उसके बाद हम उसको प्ले स्कूल में डाल देते हैं, थिंकिंग कि वो उसकी वहाँ पे एनहांसमेंट हो जाएगी. पहले प्ले स्कूल्स नहीं होते थे इतने, और प्ले स्कूल्स का एक करिकुलम नहीं होता था जो आज की करिकुलम बन गया है. आज एक इतना हार्श करिकुलम बन गया है कि they have to follow periods since the start of the play school itself, which is so saddening. I mean, it is so scary. In my time, we were just allowed to go to the play school to make friends and socialize and meet peers and friends. And it was a time where we were coloring, we were allowed to explore, choose our colors and everything. Not even like in nursery we were told, okay, this is an apple, you have to color it red. But my play school, I think, was a little different. They allowed us to color whatever they want us to color in the apple itself. So the point is that we have put the structure is necessary, because freedom, if given, to at any uncosted level, can be dangerous as well. We have to have a structure, right? The point is how much are we, abiding by the structure. We don't have to live in a skewed graph that we have to always fall into 90 100 90 100 90. We don't have to be 100% to masculinity as defined by the structure. We don't have to be 100% of women as defined by the structure. A woman can be vocal, a woman can be bold, a woman can be anything. A man can be anything he chooses of. And then you have n number of genders and sexes coming. I have I From my opinion, I don't know whether it's just me. I have seen another human as just another human, nothing else. Not a man, not an LGBTQ person. It is just, I'm telling from my idea. I'm not saying that it should be a global phenomena. From my side, I have respected another human just as I want to be respected as a human. It might be taken as a wrong sense, it might be taken positive sense. I don't have that problem. The point is, you treat me like a human, I'll treat you like a human. And that should be a simple humanitarian philosophy. Like, I was amazed to hear at one of my friends' employee, his wife was admitted to the hospital with cyst. Now, cyst is something that we don't know about. And even we, as I, like for us as a family also, we got to know only in past few months when Prerna was infected by it. The point is that he was working from the hospital, and the boss did not see anything. And the boss is like, I didn't see you working. You just signed in for the money aspect, but don't worry, I'll give you humanitarian concession. So the point is, this is not how we have to treat male or female either. The point is, we have to see the contribution. Only then we'll come to a mental health stable society. And stable, actually, because right now everything is disordered and chaotic. Everything is in a mess. It's every say we are a chaotic mess and this and that, glorified mess, hot mess. Sorry, these are not the terminologies. This is toxic positivity right in front of you. Hello, sunshine. No, you can't be sunshine every day. So the point is that, after you reach that 100, after you do engineering, now what? Now what? What is there for males? Okay, you do commerce. You become a chartered accountant. After that, what? You are in the corporates. What? The half of the youth, if you see today, is in mental health crisis because they were just instructed and crafted in a manner that they were, told to abide the instructions and not explore. Now they are told to explore and make independent decisions where they have nothing else, nothing to their selves. They don't know what to do, and they fall into crisis. And I'm sorry to say one thing more. I don't know, there's a part of social workers or social reformers which I don't agree with either, which is like, आप गरीब बन के गरीब को मत बढ़ाओ. Don't get into that sink to, हम सिंपैथी और एम्पैथी के बारे में इसलिए बोलते हैं. हम एम्पैथी में आके उनकी बात समझ के, अगर हम एक इन्फॉर्म्ड स्टेज पे हैं तो उनकी बात आगे लेके जाओ. ये मत करो कि उनके जैसे बन के ही उनके अंदर घुस के, मतलब आप उनकी जैसे ही प्रॉब्लम्स में फंस जाओ. मतलब आप चक्रव्यूह में तो घुस गए, ठीक है, उसके बाद क्या है? That is very, very important, which I realized from my groundwork and my work from, with certain people, which I was not approvable of. Maybe they may be intelligent, A+ers, whatever. But today, the lifestyle they're having, I'm sorry, I don't agree with it. And this calls me where I had I was researching for a gender activist, and everybody was suggesting me go to an LGBTQ person, go to an LGBTQ person. I said, no, I don't want an LGBTQ person. I want someone, I want to hear the male side. Just connect me somebody. And somebody connected me to Sir's profile, and I still remember, like I mailed Sir, and immediately Sir replied. But I was not allowed to mail at that time because that was the time of we were called that's the time of closing, so I had to restrict myself and mail in the morning. So the point was that Sir was so genuine, and if you will see, I call for me, I also said this to Sir, that I call you Abraham Maslow. You are the need analyzer of our society right now for the males. So the fact is that, see, and I just want to tell you, Sir has been selected in top 20 gender activists from global world. And he will be going, I think, from 17th, so, sorry, 17th is the end, from Monday, sir, right? Yeah. So the point is that you will not get to know only, because we have, Sir will not come and tell you about it like very openly, like, I'm this and that. So to see the groundedness of every single man who is participating. And I was so glad that there was no competition or rough. If you would see, there was a tiff in last two panels, an uncalled tiff, we say, the unconscious tiff. Here, everybody was patiently listening to each other, that is why I kept quiet, and I was so enjoying the whole discussion. Sir, now I want you to conclude this session for us, because I think from the knowledge perspective, I think you are the most senior person, and I want you to understand, make your final comments on this. Thank you, sir.
So, I think we have deliberated on several aspects of the issue, and I think, it's important that, for the modern day man to realize that it is all right to be fearful. It's all right to be feeling insecure at times. It's all right if you are not, be an achiever. And, it's important, it's all right to take the professional help wherever required. I think these are and there is a support system around for the man to open up, for the man to, express freely. So I think, we are looking the vision what we have in our society. If we are looking for a violence free, for an inclusive society where everyone lives in harmonious peaceful coexistence and giving space for each other's growth, then I think each one will have to co-create that space. So as I said that, one is men have to be proactive and try to break these suffocating molds, these stereotypes in which they have been entangled. At the same time, there should be opportunities to work on alternate ideas about masculinity, and so you should find examples of that around, even if they are few. So I find, that's another thing. When you talk about role models, there are enough role models among women, and when I say, again, it's professional as well as personal. But whereas, you will find there's dearth of male role models where you say that as a man of substance, he took stands in his personal life. So I think rather than waiting for those role models, you and I have to ensure that even among the common masses, such examples can be evolved and shared with others, as many people as you can. So, and this is, I'm telling with my own examples. I have mentored so many thousands of young men in their 20s, from rural Maharashtra to urban cities, I have seen that when, they are given those small spaces where they can reflect, where they can, what I say, unlearn, which had come in our earlier panel. So one is learning, unlearning, and relearning.
Relearning,
So,
yes. Kurt
I think
Lewin's theory.
unless those are provided on an ongoing thing, when men have to fight with the man within himself, not just one time, but it's a continuous battle. It's a continuous fight, with the machismo, with the bro codes, with the codes of masculinity that have been reinforced over the years. So that tussle has to be continuous. It's and because what happens, you get influenced by so many other factors like media, like we had a film like Kabir Singh,
Right,
which
right.
did undo the damage which all activists like me would take for years. Films like these can break it in a few days, and back to square one, where a large number of women liked that film across India, not just men, but they appreciated that there was true love if a man is hitting his
He was being
partner or
protective.
spouse. Yeah.
Yes,
So,
yes.
I find that, we need to have more examples of the alternate model of masculinity, which is not at all difficult. So, so the more, so I find that girls say that we talk everything under the sun. I ask them, do you talk with the close male friends or men in your life about these contemporary happenings on gender? I'm just giving an example. Yesterday in Mumbai was an example of a 32-year-old woman raped and brutalized. All people must have read today morning. So, immediately the reactions are, after any such incident happens, that stricter punishment, public outcry, and, capital punishment. But there are hardly any talk about addressing the roots of the rape culture, roots of talking about prevention, what you and I can do. So I think, we need to involve men as a part of the conversation for a healthy society. Because, like, if somebody is, if all the stakeholders are focused on only engaging women and girls, and if you do not, and even the other sexual minorities, because in today's conversation, by and large, we were referring to in binaries. The gender is not to be seen only as men and women.
Women,
There are
yes.
other genders which are recognized not just by the Supreme Court but the world over. So if we realize that other genders are coming ahead and they are getting platforms, so if unless men and boys are in those conversations,
Exactly.
unless that happens, we are all heading towards a sick society.
Yes.
And if we
yes.
don't want a sick society, a healthy mind, then healthy conversations should be something which should be in all our continuous discourse wherever we are. So I think I'll
Yes.
stop that. Healthy conversations for a healthy society, and especially among men to men, those conversations should be encouraged by men themselves and by all other gendered people. If that happens, each one doing their bit at an individual level, then that small change you are able to see around.
Right.
Right. So
And
just 1 second, Prerna. We conducted one of this session in 2017 when we started. It was 2nd September. It was a second program, and the name of the program was Nazar Nahi Nazariya Badlo, and it was about change management, conflict management, and how to take it further. Gopal sir and I have not been very connected since the start of even though we belong to the same extended family, we do not have a very deep rooted relationship with the start of the thing, because I never knew there was a person like this in our family who is there. Okay, but it was only after my first program that I had a word with sir. He had come to our house after seeing my first program just to congratulate me. Oh, it was first time after my father first meal that supported me in my in my progress. So, and then I still remember he went back to Bombay. So you both can connect. I'll just give a brief about Gopal sir as well. He went back to Bombay and he sent me a gift package. I never received anything like that till that date. And after that, yes, maybe Mintra orders, Amazon orders would have come, but that particular thing is still there in front of my work desk every single day. When I wake up, I see it and I say, yes, for this I have to strive for. This is the change that I have to make. And coming from, I don't know whether Gopal sir will like it or not, but he has been supportive of mental health issues or mental illnesses from a very long time. He has made reformations. I would not disclose much about it unless and until there is a consent from him. But he has been there about it for a very long time, and uh, uh, I don't know, maybe in personal space you can discuss about it and whatever he has done. And it is like amazing work, because I have seen that happening. I saw that as a young individual of the family, that some sister of my father, and her husband is doing something. That was the only entirety I had until this time, when I and him interacted, and the whole room was filled with family members, and it was only us who was interacting. So I'm not saying that I take over conversations. That's another thing. I'm a chatterbox. That's another thing. But moving to you, Gopal sir, for your final comments on the section.
Thank you, Jigyasa. I had all forgotten about all that, but it very touching to me that you have mentioned this, and thank you very much for appreciating whatever I did. I have been brought up in my leadership journey with two words, but one is called reformer, the other are leaders. There is a vast differentiation between that. Half of the, or by half, more than half of the world you'll come across are reformers. That reformers are the people who will tell others what to do, how to do what, when to do what and how not to do and all that kind of thing, without changing themselves. And leaders are the people who don't even look behind how many people are following me. They are the role models. And I think you guys are doing an amazing job of leadership, really showing what leadership actually means. That you are showing the pathway. And how many people are following you, you are not bothered. It's not that. I mean, I'm reminded of the picture called Gandhi by Attenborough, where during the Dandy March, he never even looked once. Kitne log piche aa rahe hain unke saath. How many photographers are following up? Today's leaders are more worried about that than this. And what the leader does actually, it's a 3L principle, maybe you heard before.
Yes.
The 3L principle is live, love, laugh. And that's what I try to really show practice in my life. Live. Live means when you are in the process, there will be hurdles. There will be hurdles. I mean, no living can be smooth as a cakewalk or whatever. Cakewalk is only a word in the dictionaries and all.
Dictionary, yes.
But it is not really happening in real life. Real life of struggles and hurdles and all that. Person, a leader, knows what to do. He or she will find alternatives. Yeah, because Hindi word is vikalp, Amitabh Bachchan's favorite word. You will find alternatives. Kya vikalp hai? What can I do right now? That is what is living actually. And second one is love, of course. Mother Teresa has been a great advocate and a role model for love. She embraced everybody, sick or unsick or whatever. And love actually means, our definition of love is making the other person better than yourself.
Yes.
I'm not talking about the romantic side of it. Are you making the other person better than yourself? You are in love with that person. That's what it actually means.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
people have asked me, Jigyasa, why do we say I've fallen in love? I said that's true, because when you are thinking from here, you can't love. You have to drop up to the feeling level. This is the level. That's where love is. And if you don't drop from here to here, you cannot love the person, because here, your analysis paralysis is happening. So love, live, love, and laugh. Bring humor in your life. Yeah, nothing has happened. The sky won't fall down. Ho gaya na, problems are, we will find a samadhan for that. Yeah, we will find a vikalp, and let's move ahead on that. Nothing is going to, why to end that life? That's what I tell people who come for counseling at times me, and say, किस लिए हंसना छोड़ रहे हो तुम, जीना छोड़ रहे हो, प्यार करना छोड़ रहे हो, क्या बताओ ना मुझे, क्या छोड़ना चाहते हो? जीना छोड़ना चाहते हो, किस लिए? What is that you will get? Are you sure that the next life you are going to get is easy? Are you sure? As an HRD, head of the multinational company, I used to ask the same question to people who wanted to leave our company. I was with Kodak, okay? And the same question was, are you sure that the company that you are joining, I don't want to know the name of the company, you sure that you will get better treatment there? Yeah, you will get better pay there? No, sir, I just want to change. All right, just decide. If you think you are going to be better off in another company, you are wrong. Because I am a case study myself, where I've risen from the rank of a stenographer to a typist to the role of a general manager of a profit center. I have gone through all that stages. So I said, you can make your own career here. And that is what, and so laugh a lot. And you will see that half of your worries are gone. Humor is a very important part of leadership. Okay. So friends, my parting suggestion would be live, love, and laugh. Continue doing that, and the world is at your feet. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you, Jigyasa, for this opportunity. Yeah.
Okay. Quickly, I would say, so I don't know how many of you know of my grandfather, Roshan Lal Tandon. You can, I don't think he'll be on Google also, but he was a reformer. Yes. And today, that reform happened in my father. And I am a leader because of that reformation happened. So I will not just credit this thank you from father, but to raise me like this, but I will also say thank you to my grandfather, who actually lived by no rules and regulations. He's like, today, if he feels like going somewhere, he's like, chalo sab chalo. Okay, so everybody was supposed to pack bags and go. And amazing, I like what stories I've heard of him. I just lived one, I think, because I was very young at that time, I was just 2 or 3 years old maybe. But what I have heard of him is like he has taken some amazing journeys, and the stories are amazing, and stories are like to something that you all see movies. I have seen it in my real life. So that is something that I want to say, that yes, media is very, very important. So quickly, Akriti and Sagar will carry forward you to the vote of thanks session, and we will hear your thoughts there. Vivek Kumar Tandon sir, if you have any parting comments here.
Now, all the best to the organizers and for their future events.
Thank you. Thank you. So with this, we come to one of the one stop end to the session, to the 3-day seminar. We have something else coming up as well. Prerna, can we shift from panel to normal view?
I'll just also catch up on something.
Thank you so much to all the panelists for such a lovely discussion. I really enjoyed talking to you all and learning from you all. And it has, as I told before, it has opened up such a lot, so many thoughts in my mind that I'm still processing most of it. And I'm sure it was a beautiful experience for the audience as well. And it was a some way or the other, it was an enriching experience for you as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, right. One stop to the end. One small part yet to go at the destination, but we need to stop and take a break. So quickly, not a break as in like I'm not allowing yes, you can go for water and washroom and other things, but in meantime I will be continuing. I will the process, since we have a lot of people for word of thanks, and uh, we have a book remembrance prayer meeting after this at 4:45. We will be starting. A fluctuation would happen of time. We are Indians and we work according to Indian Standard Time. Right. Just a second. Sagar, just a second. Just a second. Till the time Manya, Prerna, if you can just ask the other speakers to come and join the validatory session. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'll open this section, session of validatory and vote of thanks with one small 1 minute read story, which will compile the whole program. And I will start with this. Criminated fireworks. Now, this story was written for a global writing competition, micro story competition, and it was not selected for the final, what do you call, the top 20, top 5 or top 8, but it did make it to the global world into 143 top stories across the globe. And it is about, this story is going to, you will find a lot of uh, resemblance with it and a lot of synonym with it. Okay, so I'm just going to read out with my so if you can just have a we have a ear to it. A delighted synonym to city dwellers, Avram was a proud college president, mostly found in circles of praises, good greets, right social choices, good team, and upright fashion. She never realized she was running parallel to a pattern of pasture. Abhimanyu, a famous character of Mahabharata, is known for. People guided her through the way where she reached the center of the well assembled success. But no one told her how lonely it was for being there. Behaviors which were natural now felt overwhelming, competitive, and compulsive. Anything less led her to feel uneasy. She had homed mental health issues gradually. Gradually, the situation that was adventurous was boring. Things which were unique were reasons to be criticized for. She was rejected for everything she stood for or told to tweak for her boldness. One day, overloaded with messages A surprise being awaited for her. New dress, freshly ironed, and on point jewelry put together on the dressing table. She numbed herself forever with a drink meant for rats. She celebrated her birthday with her prospective best friend, leaving a skeleton to mourn upon. The silence was given birth to on that day that belonged to everyone. But no one celebrated, confused. How to offer grief? They escaped reality. The whites hanged that day, but the black painting they had put forth was easily identified in the criminated fireworks. Right? So I think suicide is very, very, very home to every house. And it can be possible by just rejecting the person, dismissing the ideas, and dismissing the person's self esteem itself. With this, I want to start a new beginning where mental health awareness should be risen and not be dead. And the confusion should be sought for and not to be numbed for. Crying should be accepted and venting, it should be accepted as venting out. Mistakes should not be meant for sorries. It should be for yes, you tried, but now you have a new future. You learned a lesson. Not learned a lesson for a deliberate intention, but learned a lesson for life forever. I hope that you will be taking some important lessons from here. To all my guide, to all my mentors who were part of it, I would, I am immensely blessed that one message, one call made you just attract to the project and just say yes without even thinking, how many football, what is the sponsors like, what is this, what is that, nothing. And whoever asked left their selves. We were like, okay, let us see what happens now. And I would just as a leader, since I was mentioned, I was just saying that I will take this platform to mention three women who ran this program and showing that if given opportunities correctly, women can make a mark. First, starting with Prerna Tandon, second, Manya Bajaj, and third, you all must have heard her through all the discussions and all the cases were made on her, Kohi Sharma. She's very young, just stepped into the home of psychology, but I think with this she not only made a mark for everyone by supporting the theme at that level, understanding what is the importance, but but the whole program motivated others to join in. And I would say I would like to thank Sagar S. Pandey. I would like to thank Vivek Kumar Tandon. I would like to thank Mamta Tandon. And I would like to thank Satish Kocher sir. I want to thank A.K. Tandon. Usually I read his name. It is saved in my phone also like that, but he's my Bade Papa. So for this, because I think we are trying to set up a reformation by setting an equalitarian family setup and not a family setup, but a equalitarian setup and not like an imbalance between male and female, right? With this, I invite Satish Kocho sir to express the vote of thanks.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. You had 3 days of full energy, vigorous, and whatnot. I really want to thank Sai, Fi, and Vicky for organizing such a beautiful program, such a wonderful information, and I mean, it's beyond my words that you had wonderful audience. You had so many good speakers. I have personally thanked to Mr. Muhammad Amir Khan, Mr. Chandan Anand, Mr. Shubnam Jain, Ms. Manisha Khelkar, and many others who joined as the information sharing. They joined to share the information, and they have given us so much of information. I think the appropriate topic, that is suicide prevention, is very well understood, and I really actually would appreciate if all of you could use these and introspect, and then help those who need the such who are in depression and other things. So my heartful thanks to you. See, we had three panels: women and society, law and society, and diverse cancers, careers and society. And the panelists were so much engaged in conversation, which was a really good sign that people were aware and people want this peer prevention, that suicide prevention as a something to be understood and something to be followed. My sincere thanks to all the moderators, panel members, speakers, all speakers. I think the names list is too big, so not taking much of time. I thank everyone, and I really want to get whatever you have digested, please use it and help others who need it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Satish sir. Bade Papa, AK Tanu, sir.
Yes, please. Adding to what Satish Kocharji just said, so kudos to the team Sci-Fi. You've done a wonderful job. It's the third day today, more than 25 hours, and such long but very good sessions. My special thanks to Professor Dr. Manjula Batra, Veena Ralli, Aditya Vikram Sharma, Janvi Sharma, and of course Vivek and Prerna. And then on the legal side, Justice Geeta Mittal was too good. On the for your psychology part, Dr. Santosh Kumar Chaturvedi, Professor Dr. Sanjeev Pisani, and then to start the day, Madam Annu Arora, and then the other speakers today, Harish Rizani ji, Gopal Sehajpal ji, Sagar was there throughout, and we had Sumit Tharan, Ankur, and I think there's some more to follow today. You have some program towards the end of the day. It's been wonderful knowledge and experience sharing by all of you. And I will also take this opportunity of thanking the participants who've been there, particularly some of them, a dear friend Manoj Divedi and all, Gulati, advocate, all these persons, they've been there most of the time I have seen. And I hope that everybody has gained from what we heard. It was a very long program, but a very fruitful one. And I feel we must have more, but shortened programs with more value addition in knowledge and experience, and it will go a lot further. So Team Sci-Fi led by Jigyasa, Prerna, then Manya Bajaj, Kohi Sharma, Sagar and all, everybody who contributed a lot. And I wouldn't know the names of all those who were in the back end, but let me congratulate all of you for all the efforts you've made. Wonderful. And Sci-Fi, I believe in the last 5 years or so has come up. It's achieved today, I believe, is a milestone, but you don't have to stop here. You have to go higher. And all my best wishes to Team Sci-Fi and everybody connected therewith. I'm pretty sure with your endeavors, with your efforts, you'll go a lot further in your careers, in your life. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Sagar, can we have all the educational panel and the knowledge sharing sessions? A word of thanks from your side.
Sure, Jigyasa. But before I congratulate and before I thank the panelists and the speakers that we had, I would love to take a moment to congratulate the sci-fi team who has worked in and out throughout the whole 3 week, because you might be seeing the 3 day program, but it has been a work of months and months that we are picking up the best in the panel and bringing in the best for all the people attending this program, right? So kudos to the whole team actually, and the mastermind behind all of it. Jigyasa, Prerna, Manya, Kohi, right? You all have worked really hard. And I being a part of sci-fi, I couldn't, I couldn't contribute much, but I was seeing the way you guys handled everything. It was just amazing. And now to thank the speakers, the delegates that we have. Dr. Ruhi Satija, Dr. Sugandha Gupta, Dr. Shamita Krishnamurthy, Dr. Udit Panda. Thank you so much. It wouldn't have been possible. We have Archana ma'am, we have Kavita ma'am, Mamta ma'am, we have Mansa, right? And you'll be witnessing one more speaker whom we have in our panel, Vishala Khurana ma'am as well. They did phenomenal job. Apart from that, the psychological forum people, Pranav bhai, who has been throughout, in and out, supporting us. Ayush, I formed a really great association with him. Snigdha ma'am, I have been uh, in contact with her. Shilpa ma'am, thank you so much. Or you all have been special contributors towards the program, and it wouldn't have been possible if it wouldn't have been the amazing audience that we have. So thank you so much to the audience as well, and thank you all. And we would love to extend your as in we would love to have you in the future as well, because we are planning a lot of events in the future. So be there and extend your support to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sagar. Now we usually do one thing that we usually announce change makers or change reformers from the team, at the end of a program, because we believe the credit is due where it is due, right? This is virtually, so just the change makers can await some gifts and some prizes at their home soon. But I will take this platform to give 3 change maker awards. Okay, first one is a guy who nobody has seen, but he has worked on the technical part along with Prerna. He's been managing the numbers and everything. Is Rohan S. Pandey, Rohan Singh Pandey. I always tease him by saying, Sagar S. Pandey and Rohan S. Pandey, Rohan Singh Pandey, and they are not brothers. They are not brothers. They are just Pandey by nature. Okay. Yeah. So Rohan Singh Pandey, I think he is one of the credible credible person and an aspiring lawyer who is coming its way up. And I think if he would have not managed the technicals and the website, things would not have been smooth like how it is today. Second is Manya Bajaj. I just want to say that the team is only 5 people, you can see, and Manya was since the start of the project, and she has been coordinating with all the resource persons. So resource persons might be familiar with her name as well. And I think without her support, I think she also came like a blessing to us. And without her support and quick understanding, late night talks, and I just believe that how Gopal sir said that we cannot put pressure all the time on the interns. So I always believe that everybody has capability to explore and impact themselves, and they have to find purpose for themselves. I can just only be the guide. So I used to just tell her, Manya, you have to do this. Now you find out the way you will be doing this. So she was like, आपको नहीं दिखाना, आप क्या बोलोगे? मैंने कहा, I have trust in you. Do whatever you want to. I'll see the end result and I'll tell you where you are wrong or where, right? And how, I will not say where you are wrong. I will just tell you where you have to improve from here. Where is the new path you have to define? And I will not tell you, I will not tell you, like spoon feed you, that you have to do this and you have to do that. Sorry, I will not do it for you. You have to find your own path. And last, the youngest, I think, was like she just joined 15 days. She was an intern. She came like an intern, and she was like, after my life, ma'am, when you are going to take the internship? I just had one class with her, and I said, I'm sorry, I'm just moving places. There are so many things happening. Okay, give me give me some time. I'll come back to you. And the internship was not happening. So I said, okay, let me do one thing. Let me give she is credible. She has a lot of potential. Let me give her the platform. Maybe she will understand the life that I am exposed to, and she will understand. And then I'll take her as an intern forward. And maybe if not even internship, maybe new opportunities can be worked around the same. And the whole thing at the end, if you can see the smooth flowing of one transition, you must be thinking that we have trained everybody. Nothing, everything has been on phone. And I think technology has held us. And not even phone, sometimes it was just an okay, she's taking a break, okay, now I have to start. That kind of management that was there. So Kohi, congratulations, and thank you for being a part of sci-fi. Without you, I think we could not have anchored. That is what Prerna said. We could not have the right anchor to our Titanic.
Yeah,
Right?
which was about to fall anytime.
Yes. And Prerna will not get any credit.
I don't need credit.
Prerna will only
I
get
just
food.
wanted to add to that just that I have been a little less motivated and I have been a little low on energy since the past few months. But due to the motivation and the driving of the two younger persons, I have been able to do and achieve what I have achieved today. And of course, thank you so much, Manya and Kohi. I don't know what I would have done. I would have been literally scratching my hair and I would be running around. I would be like given up till now if it wasn't for you. So thank you so much. A personal thanks from my side to you both.
Thank you for that. And anybody who wants to share their feedback, we have Prerna, can we have the feedback poll?
I think we can do the feedback at a later stage because I think the family of Mr. Thomas is also joined us. So let's move on to the next session.
Okay. So just any one feedback from the audience. Akriti, what I wanted Akriti to say because she could not sign off with the final comments. So Akriti, can you just conclude once?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Uh, I would like to say that I will be grateful to you for my whole life that I have met you since 2000, since this year. You are doing a great job. I would be love to be a part of your organization for my whole life. I would like, this is so personal, and you are guiding me like a mentor whenever I need. And same goes with everyone. Kohi, Manya, whatever you're doing, you're just doing great. And Kohi, I do not know Kohi, but I do know Manya and Prerna ma'am, Jigyasa ma'am, Sagar sir. You did a 3-day seminar, which like gone through through the night and through the whole day, like. So it is not quite simple to do this, but hats off to you all. And I am so glad that I was able to speak in this panel with a lot of experienced people. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Akriti, thank you. So I will be shifting the focus from sci-fi now. I think enough attention given to Manya. Can you take over, Manya and Kohi? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Sure. I'll just take over. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to come back.
Okay, we can have a poll, because we have still like, or we can just give you 5 minutes to have a washroom session, because like there are people joined in for the remembrance. If anybody wants to share their feedback, anything, I'm like, we're just filling in for the technical setup to happen.
I
Yes.
think Lubna would like to speak something.
Sure.
Lubna is my dear friend from
I'll-
college.
Yes,
Lubna, would you
Lubna,
like to pitch in?
Lubna, I'll just take a consent. I'm just putting the picture of the person we are having the next session for, or I won't call it a session, I will call it a remembrance prayer meeting. I'll just put the picture if it's all right.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, Lubna, you can share.
So, as I yesterday also said, that I thoroughly enjoyed the session. I mean, there's nothing attached to this more. I thoroughly enjoyed this session. This is so close to my heart. I was looking forward to attend this, and I somehow thought that I won't be able to attend so many sessions, but I actually attended like pretty well. This was not at all boring. This was so informative, and usually I find myself unable to sit for long hours, in front of any device. And I'm unable to attend events online, because offline was much more easier and fun. But then, to my surprise, this was very insightful, very fruitful. I congratulate all of you for such like amazing, insightful, fruitful information which you've imparted, and it has came our way. Thank you so much, and congratulations, everybody.
Thank you so much, Lubna. It really means a lot to us. I think Manya is ready. Yeah, so.
Am I audible? Reena, just let me know if I'm audible.
Yes.
Yeah, you're audible. Yes.
Okay. So, here's a little piece. On a certain day, when I look at the sky, I ask, what do I see? On a certain day, when I look at the land, I ask, what do I see? On a certain day, when I look at the flowing water, I ask, what do I see? And finally, the miracle happened. I found the answer which satisfied me. See not what I see what you, they, and we wanted to see. Life is similar to a child's play. Ironically, it can be as simple as a click of a finger or can be as tough as struggling to become someone. The underlying motto remains the same. The better we know, the better we understand. In the end, it's all about how well we are versed with the rules and how much we practice. Somebody said remembrance is not just the acknowledgement of our emotions, but also the acceptance of the beautiful time one had. Their remembrance is a reminder to us to do better and to be more today, more of what we are, more of what we chase. And also know that their evermore presence is within us, our hearts, and in our minds, guiding us, encouraging us to be more present today. With that, I would like to read the letter by Miss Jenny Jackson, daughter of Mr. Thomas Faye.
Jenny ma'am has not joined. I will just play one song which Jenny asked me to meantime. And with this picture in the backdrop, I just want everyone to close the eyes and relate to the music that we are playing. This is a special request by ma'am.
मेरे सपनों को चुराया सारी रात अखियाँ तेरी छोड़ी भले निंदिया तेरी चोरी बस इतनी सी याद तो रखे मेरी तेरी लाडली मैं तेरी लाडली मैं तेरी लाडली मैं छोड़ूंगी ना तेरा हाथ तेरी लाडली मैं तेरी लाडली मैं तेरी लाडली मैं छोड़ूंगी ना तेरा If you wouldn't get the whole thing, it is very traditional in language. I'll just paraphrase for you. This song is basically a girl and father, a little girl, the daughter and father. She's little, the journey is the conversation across the as she's growing up, and she's like, it is only because of you. Laad ki mein, that means that means that I'm your daughter and I will follow the path that you have defined for me, and I want your support in this. And the father is like, yes, I will be supporting you. And they're having this conversation across their generation. Like, as a young girl, she's like, I'm aspiring you. You have been such a motivating father. And it's a long music, okay? So I will not play the whole music, but the second part is that she gets married. She's getting married off, and she's like complains to her father that, the son doesn't has to go. Why are you sending me? what is the mistake that I have done, or what is she's complaining. Is it because of a mistake that you're marrying me off? Is it a punishment? And like, I don't want to go from your your shade, from your perspective, from you have been such a parent. I don't want to get exposed to some other thing. And the father is saying, no, now I have uh, uh, you know supported you. I've given you that platform. I've given you that space to grow. Now it's time for you to fly, you to define your own journey. You cannot be on my shoulders always. You have to go on from this side. But yet, I will not, I will not leave your hand if you think like that. I will be supportive of you. I will be there for you if any problem in life comes. Don't dare think that nobody is with you. I will be with you always. And I'm just checking if Jenny ma'am has joined or not. If Jenny ma'am, and in meantime, I just want to welcome Thomas sir's family who is there with us. A very warm welcome. This is this is I, I I thought I will not be speaking in this session because I might get teary-eyed, but Thomas Sowell, I don't know how much other people might feel, but Thomas Sowell was the first mentor to sci-fi for a healthy mind. Yes, after my father, after Gopal Sir, the person who's really helped us grow is Thomas Philip Sir. And he was not just, he helped us in printing our resources, in printing all the gifts that we had to customize and everything. But with that were lessons. Every conversation I remember was very short, but it was always meaningful. It had some lesson to go by. I still remember it was we had organized mental health fest on 8th and 9th and 10th, I guess, March 2018, 19. I think 19, yeah. So it was basically, a night of 7 March. We lost, I think we've lost so many people as in the story, along with Thomas Phillips. So we lost one, there was HK Chawla sir, from again a Freemason. I think Freemason has played a Grand Lodge. If you say Grand Lodge of India has played a very major role in our upbringing in upbringing. So on the just before the event, he helped us organize so much things, and we lost his wife that time, HK Chawla sir's wife. And HK Chawla sir has been a great support to Freemasons, to Grand Lodge of India. We lost his wife at that point of time. And even though we were focused on the event, it only stuck, it only, it's like you, in the moment, you don't realize what has happened. But after the moment ends and you realize that the person who organized it was not there, help you organize, help facilitate a lot of things, was not there just because he lost his loved one. But on that account, Thomas Phillips sir, at night, 12 o'clock, all the posters and the banners, were put up, printed and put up there. So Thomas helped us. He motivated us that we should write about our programs to reach a larger audience and not very limit to ourselves, because we always had this underconfidence that nobody is listening us. What is sci-fi? Okay, we are just making, once I had given up on the idea of sci-fi, thinking that nobody is listening to me, nobody matters, nobody cares. Everybody is running after organization which is selling unethical information and everything. But it was, I think, Thomas sir, then Harsh Sehgal sir, and Alka ma'am. And Alka ma'am, we lost a few days back due to cancer. We lost her as well. She was again a motivating factor for us. She held us a very genuine lady who was working in a, if you will look at her, you will not guess the personality or the work she does. She was a young school reformer. I would say she used to teach in a government school, and she used to take food from her home for them, because for them, the kids used to come to her in the school. They were not even fed for one day, one meal. Just imagine, and she was a reformer in her own state. So the point is that I just want to thank whoever supported us, because being a woman is very difficult in the society. Being a mental health professional with ethical knowledge and sticking to ethical principles, sticking to the idea that you have to be a very person, you have to be a person for a healthy mind, you have to work towards well-being, is very difficult. People dismiss you, reject you, say things. I mean, I can't even share what things I've heard. It has given me so much of mental stress, and sometimes I feel like giving up on life myself. And this is the first time I'm speaking about it. And they don't even see the kind of experience I hold. Youngsters, like 18-year-old, 19-year-old, knowing nothing about psychology, just being influenced by people who have said things about me because they were jealous. They're coming and saying me, you don't know how to teach, you don't know how to manage, you don't know what you're doing, you are a crazy woman. Just imagine. And I am just sharing this because because of this, I had so self-esteem problems. I had lost everything. And the poems were the only point that I used to write. But then I was like, nobody will read my poems. And Thomas said this thing to me. So my parents did what? They compiled a book for me. They said, okay, so you like Canva, okay? You like designing and draft designing, right? You like creativity. Express your creativity and just make a booklet of all the poems and put it out there. I did that. And it was like 5 or 10 poems only I did for. And Thomas read them, and they were like, he called me up and said, Jigyasa, you are here to stay. You are here to make a reform. And I was like, I don't think so. He said, you will not realize it now, but you will do it in future. And after that, the book was left undone because he said, no. I said, no, I will take the thing now because you have said so, and I will design the book. The book was ready. I don't know why it was not getting completed and moved upon and everything. And on 7th December, sorry, my father didn't even inform me that he's dead. When I say dead, I am not saying in a very derogatory manner or anything to offend anybody. But nobody told me because I was not in a system. 2020 was very harsh on me. I was just, I was in a school, and the school did not realize my value, and I was being so badly treated there as well. And my parents did not tell me. They told me only when they thought, okay, she's okay, she will be able to take it. And then I got to know, and I was like, oh my god. For some days I became numb. I didn't know. And I used to say, okay, now, like, again, it motivated me to work for the sci-fi. I said no, because he made something to me. I have to do something. But whenever I used to think, okay, I can get this resource printed, but I said, yes, I can call Thomas sir, Thomas uncle, and tell him. So, but I was like, okay, he's not there. Who should I? So sci-fi has its own up and down. It's my, I don't know, I should say it's my baby. I don't know, a lot of people took stands. They took my, I don't mind people taking my ideas. I don't mind people taking the things they own. But the point is that I always believe in one thing, that credit is due where credit is due, and you cannot take it. So that is why I thought within 10, I think, no, we have to make some purpose. And I said, no, I have to do something. I have to do something for Thomas uncle. This book was, I called a publisher, okay, and I think that publisher must be in the meeting itself. The publisher's name is Flaming Publication, and His name is Karthik, and Karthik was, I called up Karthik very, in a hefty tone and everything. You know what? In 10 days, I need the book ready. I don't know whatever it is. He said, okay, but how will you write it? I said, I don't know. But then I was talking about some other book. Okay. They said, no, nahi ho raha. And 2 days, 3 days, I was like so down. I could not write it only. I said, मैंने सच्ची में गलत तो नहीं कर दिया, सही तो नहीं कर दिया. फिर मैंने बोला, okay, I have this book. Why not do it? This could be the fine opportunity. And maybe I haven't read those poems again. I haven't read them. And I some of you said I was coordinating, but I did hear some of you saying that some lines are beautiful. I don't know what my writing does to you. I am just writing for my own sake. I am writing for letting out the feelings. But I would like you to read the poems. Maybe some change, some motivation is there with you. It's written with a purpose, written with some kind of messages. And it's only because of Thomas Sir that we are here and we are launching the book. But before, I think I've shifted the whole attention from Thomas Uncle to the book and everything to me. I'm not here ruminating or I'm not here complaining. I'm just saying ethics in psychology is abused every single day. Every single day. And if you really have problems with people, please resolve. Don't call them out. You don't know what stress or what kind of, pain they are going through. They must be doing something or the other. Either don't make the business out of mental health. Just because you got therapy, you don't know everything. I'm sorry, you don't know everything. Psychology, by saying psychology, is a study of is a scientific study of behavior and experiences. I'm sorry, it's not just limiting to that. I can help you with so many principles that you are applying with negative, with positive reinforcements and everything, which can or cannot take another person's life. So you should not be the reason that the other person feels pressured and feels this thing that I should take my life away. Life is a very beautiful gift. It's come to you, respect it. And I would it's, I think it's 4:55. Jenny will be joining. Jenny ma'am will be joining soon, but I think the other family members are there. And there's a letter by Jenny. She said, I asked her to write something for her, for uncle. And she said, okay, I'll send it. I'll not share the backstory, what happened. I think she would be the right person to share it. But there's a letter, but there was a long letter. We have scripted in the sense we have just edited short for you to hear that letter. I think Manya will be reading that out now. Till the time I think Jenny will be joining, because I don't want to disrespect the presence of other family members and friends of Thomas uncle who have joined just for him. So Manya, you can take. Okay, we'll just start reading the letter. We'll be just an announcement. The book will be launched by a reasonable worshipful brother, rightful worshipful brother, A.K. Sharma, Regional Grand Master, North India, Regional Grand Lodge of North India. I'm sorry, I'll just read it again. Inauguration of the book will be done by rightful worshipful brother, A.K. Sharma, Regional Grand Master of Regional Grand Lodge of Northern India. Right? And he's just joining in 5 minutes, but we'll start with the letter and he can just join in and we can have Jenny and other family members say something about, and some friends as well, say about Thomas Sir. And yeah, thank you, Manan. Please take over.
As Jigyasa ma'am said, Jenny ma'am wrote a letter. She says, I have sent a letter to my father, but all the way it dropped. Someone came, picked it up, and slipped it into my pocket. Today, I found this letter, and I'm reading it to him as if he is here, but he has left for heavenly abode. Our daddy, Mr. Thomas Philip, fondly remembered as Sonny in our social circle, and Doma in his friend circle, was one of a kind. He is a spirit and life to be celebrated, not more. He has been an amazing father to me, my sister, and my husband, a loving husband to my mother, Mrs. Denmark Thomas, and an affectionate grandfather to my baby. As a Malu born and brought up in Delhi, Malu is a term we use for Keralites raised outside Kerala. The whole Delhi resided in him. He knew his city in and out. Being a Stephanian and Colombian, he had a deep rooted sense of belongingness towards his alma mater. He used it to make it a point to always arrange meetups with his classmates and would do his level best to stay in touch with them. He had a very unusual knack of mingling with the youth and could relate with them so effortlessly. He started his career by being appointed as the general manager of Tata Tea. He inherited our family business, that is owning a print press which was started back in 1962 by my father, and enjoyed being identified as the inheritor of a legacy, that is the first Mallu run printing press in Delhi, which was apparently named after him. He was a devout Christian who was involved in various social activities of the church. As a person, our daddy was a very straightforward yet a very knowledgeable person. He could speak for hours about everything and anything. He was very articulate and vocal about his thoughts. One beautiful quality of his was that he would go out of his way to help people around him. He would make it a point that he would help everyone and advise everyone who would approach him. Time and again, he would call and check on those people also. He has always encouraged my sister to push our limits and do the best. He was our problem solver. We always look up to him whenever he was stuck. He was a very good advisor. He never would impose his decisions to us. He would always tell us what he knew, and he would give us the space to make our decisions and for the things that he did not know about. He would connect us to somebody who was an expert and encourage us to speak to them. He made it a point that we received the best education. He was genuinely the center of our world. His never say die spirit and his resilience was enchanting. He was the epitome of perseverance and resilience. Even in the darkest days of his life, he would keep us all strong and composed. Not even a single day goes by without thinking about it. Today, he lives through all the memories. A part of him is always alive in my sister and I. We cannot thank the Almighty enough for blessing us with a dad so loving. His legacy continues to live through us. As a family, we would really like to thank Vivek Uncle and Jigyasa from the bottom of our hearts for remembering our daddy. We would like to wish Jigyasa all the best for her future endeavors as she embarks on the journey of touching many lives through her book.
Mm.
Again, somebody said remembrance is not just the acknowledgement of our emotions, but also the acceptance of the beautiful time that one had. Their remembrance is a reminder to us to be better, to do better, to be more today more of what we are and more of what we chase. And also know that their evermore presence is within us, our hearts and in our minds, guiding us, encouraging us to be more present today. Uh, Jenny ma'am, I would like to invite you to say a few words, if that's okay with you.
Thank you so much. All I can say is really thank you so much, Jigyasa, Prerna, Vik uncle and auntie for this wonderful initiative. This is amazing. Like remembering our dad through this is really, we have no words to express our gratitude towards everyone. Like, thank you so much. Thanks a ton.
Thank you, Jenny ma'am. Jigyasa ma'am?
Yeah, we have other family members and friends. And we have A.K. Sharma sir have also joined us. A.K. Sharma sir, if you would like to express your thoughts.
Brother, everyone, Brother Thomas Philip was one of the finest of the Freemasons we had in Freemasonry in India. He was one Mason who was always available to each and every brother for any assistance, for any help, and for any guidance on any matters. Brother Thomas Philip, though a senior Mason, still he always used to talk to junior Masons, to a newly initiated brother in Freemasonry as his friend and as his brother. He was a friend, philosopher, and guide to so many Masons in Delhi and respected by all. He was always prepared to dedicate himself for any work assigned to him. He has created one lodge, Vom Homini, and he was dedicated to his other lodges also. He was a dedicated Mason. We have lost one of the finest of the Masons in his passing away or in his, we don't say that he has passed away or he is, because we say that from the Grand Lodge, Grand Lodge, he has gone to the Grand Lodge above, and there also he has joined the Masons who have passed on before him. So I pay my tributes, my respects to Right Worship Brother Thomas Philip, whom we lost at a very, very young age. That was no age for him to leave us, and he was to rise in Freemasonry to greater heights. And my heartful condolences and gratitude to Brother Thomas Philip for whatever he has done to the Freemasonry and assisted his fellow Masons. Thank you, Jigyasa, for inviting me for this program.
Thank you, sir. Thomas ma'am, Nenema Thomas ma'am, would you like to say some words? Okay, Mrs. Thomas, are you there? Mrs. Thomas?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have anything to say about him because my daughter told everything about him. And I'm really thankful to you, Jigyasa, to remembering my husband in this vocation, about the sweet words about him you told. Also, I thankful for that also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Jenny, Jenny ma'am, your sister's name I'm not able to pronounce correctly.
Irene. She's Irene.
Irene.
Yeah.
Irene, would you like to say some words?
Well, I think words are not enough to say about my dad. He was such a happy soul and encouraging all of us all the time. And I'm actually surprised, Jigyasa, like when Jenny told me that Jigyasa is launching a book, and it is something that like dad has been pushing her as well. And I was really surprised because it's not just us, not just Jenny and me. I, I'm, I'm like at loss of words at thinking that how many people's life he has actually touched. So, and I'm uh, ever so grateful to you, Jigyasa, for that loving thought, for this loving thought and gesture that you have put forth to remember our dad, and the work that you're doing is amazing, I would say. And we are there, even though he's not here with us physically. He's definitely, you know, there. I know he's somewhere here, there, and yeah, watching out and listening to all that you are saying, I'm saying, and would be very proud of you, what you are doing right now. So yeah, Jigyasa. And we are like we'll keep you in our prayers, and we are there. Even though he's not here at the moment, we are there to support you in everything.
Thank you, Irene. I would request a figure like him, another figure like him, like my father, who like how I feel like everybody is talking about a similar soul. So I would like to invite his friend Vivek Kumar Tandon to speak a few words, because I think they were quite close, even though they were not into direct. Every friendship is not very, you have to be very best friends kind of thing, but you understand the soul presence of that person. So I think I would invite Vivek Kumar Tandon as well, Freemason himself, to say a few words.
Good evening, everyone. It was a chance that we met. We used to blush each other in the region and grand meetings. However, we came in direct contact when I became a founder member of Lodge Bonhomie. It was in November 2016 that we shook hands directly. And thereafter, when we used to discuss for things, what I found was that with his discussions and points coming in, for everything, there was a solution. And the best part was, though he was senior to me, he always addressed me as sir. It was I came to know about the business because as a Freemasons, when I came to know about his business of printing, I simply introduced my children to him. And thereafter, the life changed for my children. For any and every program, all posters, designings, etc., 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 were not my job. It was all Thomas, whether it was 4 a.m. or midnight. It was all Thomas. And every time he saw that things are put in order much before time, so that the children's program does not suffer on his account. I may inform that when the news of his, while he was in hospital also, I had a direct talk with him, with his wife. And now I'm very happy when she calls me brother. It touches my heart. The sad news came. And I may tell you, I was not allowed to drive. I was to be operated for my eyes. But I could not resist. I simply took the keys and drove off. I drove off even to the funeral, and with me were some masons with me. The life, the light, both are in my mind and in my heart and will remain forever. I'm really thankful to Right Worshipful Brother A.K. Sharma for accepting the invitation, for releasing the book. And I am also thankful to the family members for joining on this occasion, accepting my gratitude for him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. I think A.K. Sharma sir, can we move forward with the book launching?
Yes. What I am supposed to do in that?
Sorry, my system was not working. So can we move towards the launch of the book?
Yes.
Yes.
How do we do that?
Yes, yes. It's not physical.
Yes,
It,
enough.
it,
It is all right.
it's
It is right.
all virtual. There is a small video of that we created, which shows the whole process of cutting the ribbon and everything.
Okay.
So I will be showcasing that video.
Okay, that's better.
Yeah, and you know, we can just have a few words after that.
Right, right. Right, let's do that.
Okay, so I'll just play the video. Just give me 5 seconds and just putting the technicals in order.
Take any time you want.
Yes, sir. Okay. I'll share my screen. Just so. Some messages by the friends. Yes. So I'll just take you through a little. I think there is a page missing which says Fleming book ISBN number. So it is a proper proper ISBN book by Fleming publications. I had mentioned the page because I think some technical error happened, so page is missing. But this book is dedicated, and you can see there is nothing to hide that we are doing it for something like some fun and everything. We are dedicating our book to Thomas Uncle, and there's a small message and followed by a small message for my family, which I would like to read. That I would love that to acknowledge the efforts of my father, Mr. Vivek Kumar Tandon, to put me into order every time I go places, and make me encourage things, and give me that independence that I can explore myself and not choose law like a family. I would say family profession, but work in psychology, and he supported my decision in it. My mother, my sister cannot be avoided that mentioning, because if my father is the key, is the lock, my mother is the key to the opening, because if they weren't having a balanced relationship, I think a lot of learnings which I've learned from them would not have been possible. My sister is the closest. She is my right hand, I would say. If she's not there, I don't have many friends, but I have my sister and my friend Sagar and Rabinder Nath Mukherjee. Sagar is Pandey and Rabinder Nath Mukherjee is not here. His father is having a knee operation. So he said he won't be able to join, but these three people are the people who helped me so much. I want to express my thanks to also one more person, Dave. He's like a brother. He is recently I got into connect with him. He held us through the program as well. And but Rabindra and Sagar and Prerna cannot be unmatched by anybody. And besides them, there are three people I can't enough thank because all the transformation have been because of them. That is my mamu, my mami, and my youngest brother Ivan. And my mamu, I mean Bharat Virmani, um, and my mami Aradhna Virmani. They're into Canada. They are in Canada, and they're in Canada. But Mamu is here. Mamu is here. Khanna sir, we'll just come to you in a minute. Mamu, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. I'm there. I'm very much there.
Yes, if you could say something.
Jigyasa, all the very best, firstly. And I know you're doing a commendable job in putting things together, especially in the field of psychology. And the program which you just currently just did is definitely something which is needed in the society. Sorry about my bad throat. It's needed in the society, and yes, the more work is done in this field, the better, because a lot of people are not very forthcoming, not very forthcoming uh, with their issues, and subsequently lose the battle against their emotions. But yes, good job, Jigyasa, and all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Baba. Yes, Khanna sir, we'll come back to you. Let us just let A.K. Sharma sir, the chief guest for today, to say a few words about the book, about the experience, and mental health fest that sir supported us with was immense, and life has been changing with all these leaders in all these leaders and reformers in our stride. Sharma sir, if you could say some words.
No, excellent, Jigyasa. It's a great effort. I know you are doing a lot in the field of the development of mind. I know you have organized lot many events for the special children also, and you are doing a big job for a long time. I wish you good luck. And now in that series, you brought out this book for the rebellious echo of rebellious mind, and I have gone through few portions of this book. I think it's a great book, and it gives a lot of insight of the book. It also, you have also depicted in the beginning, I have seen that there is a war always. We say that Mahabharata is being fought in our brain every day. There are lot of issues which come across in our mind, and we are battling in our own mind. Everyone, everybody. This is a psychological battlefield, and we all are facing. Sometimes we get depressed. Sometimes in this psychological battle in our brain, we feel very happy as if we have achieved something. So there is a lot of things, and I think lot of effort in these days of competition and difficult life. lot of efforts are required by good psychologists like you to do some work in mental health field and in directing the brains, the people towards the right approach for the battle going on in their mind all the time. Thank you, Jigyasa, and I'm very happy that you have dedicated this good book to a person who was reflective of such thoughts which you have, a great mason, Right Worshipful Thomas Philip. I am very happy that you dedicated this book to a great person and a great personality. Thank you, Jigyasa. Thank you for inviting me for this program. And I am very happy and encouraged. Whenever you want me to release the book or if it is already released, tell me.
No, sir. We'll do a physical event
Okay.
when I'll come back to Delhi. Right now I'm in Bangalore for some training.
Okay.
I'll help you. We can meet up and and physically in the Freemason hall itself. I think that would be the right place to do so.
There is no problem. Let me release the book online for the purpose this gathering is organized. I'm very happy to release this book in the memory of our great brother, Right Worshipful Thomas Philip. Thank you, Jigyasa, for bringing out such a beautiful book and dedicating it to a great mason of our fraternity. Thank you, Jigyasa.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So the book is Echoes of the Rebellious Mind, Poetic Expressions. Basically, it's a poetic booklet of of captured, candid moments from layman perspective, but it's always as a lesson. Rest I don't want to say about it. It's we'll be sending out the book for purchasing and otherwise as well. So it will be great if you could support us through that. And Sunil Khanna, sir, if you could say your words now, and Prerna, then you can take over, please.
If I may add at this point that I don't usually say this, and today, when just a few minutes back, when you saw my sister breaking down, this is one of the very few moments when she gets emotional. Most of us, most of you all, and most of the public who knows her for her tough and rough exterior, for her strong opinions, for her strong-willed personality, for being vocal about controversial things that people might find controversial, but very few people know that she is still a child inside, and she is such a pure soul who wants to work towards the reformation of the society. And she is working so hard. I can see that kind of work she's putting in. I don't think anybody I know or in my contacts who has the capacity to pull up and work in such tough times as well. So if you want to know more about her, and she has always expressed herself through poetry, and if you read any of the poems, I'm sure you will know little more about her, and about who she really is, and not just someone who is in a blue sari, and not just someone who is a speaker and a motivational uh, speaker and a teacher and all, but she's also someone who is a human in the real sense, and a pure soul who wants to work and keep working and work ethically to reform the society, and to reform herself as well. And whatever work she is doing, it is not doing just for her own name. That is the last thing that she is gaining out of all the projects and campaigns that she is organizing. The main aim is to uh, bring to awareness, bring people to a common understanding of what mental health really stands for. And I'm really happy. And she has been more than a sister to me. She's a mentor, she's a guide. And many people I've known, she has transformed so many lives, and I'm eternally grateful to her. And I just want to remind you that sometimes you might not feel acknowledged enough or not feel it recognized enough, but always remember this. And I want to convey it to one of your favorite songs. Sorry for the bad voice. I don't know how it will come out, but
Hmm?
it's
You have a good voice.
like um चाहे जो तुम्हें पूरे दिल से मिलता है वो मुश्किल से, ऐसा जो कोई कहीं है, बस वो ही सब से हंसी है, इस बात को तुम मान लो, जो हो सुबह हम हैं तुम्हारे साथ। हम हैं तुम्हारे साथ. Thank you so much, and I hope you like this little tribute.
Thank you so much. I'm not in a position to say something. Manya, Koi, Prerna, anybody can take session forward. Sagar, maybe. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you though everyone for joining and being part of the program. Please till the end, because this is not the end. Yes, this is not the end. Yes, leaving you with some beautiful music to come across. Prerna has just started the music, but we have Vishala is joining. Vishala is here. Hi Vishala, how are you? I'm sorry I'm not coming on screen. I'm just
I'm very well, thank you. And I just want to say that was wonderful. I mean, you just before, I know that you'd probably want to say something, and I'll come back. I'll come back, but just very quickly want to add that the most expression that you can possibly ever have is through music, and you guys have just proven that right now. Your tribute was beautiful, and the work that you're doing is wonderful.
Thank you. So we are leaving you with two people. Two people, and rest of you obviously. I think after Vishala we have Ankur Dobrial joining us from Scoop Foop, and most of you must have heard his songs and videos and everything. So we will be leaving you with music to a day to reform, to take that therapeutic relief and break on this Sunday, and not bore you with more knowledge sharing sessions. Knowledge sharing sessions have been finished. We are done and dusted, but yes, the knowledge is not yet stopped being shared. And Vishala will be guiding you through music therapy and use of music in therapeutic relief. And then we'll be joined by Ankur Dobrial and and Sagar and other members who are Prerna, Sumit. They're all singers, poets. So we will be having a good jam in the evening. So please stay if you could. And yes, Manya and Kohi, you are there. Kohi, yeah, please take over. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So we'd like to go forward with what we like to call the mental health music station, starting with Miss Vishala Khurana. So she has grown up in a family of musicians and has been exposed to music ever since she was a young child. A distinction graduate in psychology, she also completed a Visharad with distinction in Indian classical music from the Lucknow University of Indian Classical Music. She has worked in NGOs such as ASEMA, where she uses music to inspire the children and give them a whole new positive approach to life. She is currently teaching at the Mehri Mehta Music Foundation, which is a renowned Western music school in Mumbai. She has co-founded the Sound Space, which is a concept which encompasses almost every conceivable miracle that sound can create. Here, Vishala introduces to a large number of people the innumerable qualities of sound. She's researching sound and healing, and with the knowledge of the technology used in today's music, she uses this in order to introduce music with the newest approach at the sound space. She has also completed a diploma in relaxation therapy and uses that, along with her knowledge of music, to help people of all ages. Her interest in dance has led her to study dance movement therapy as well, and she conducts workshops for children and adults. It's a pleasure to have you with us today, ma'am. Really looking forward to your performance. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Kohi. Good evening, everyone. It's wonderful to see so many people come together for a cause that we have just been ignoring for so long. I've been going through all the material that everyone has been sharing, and truly, mental health is something that we've all hidden or shoved under the covers, and it's time for that to change, and it's time for us to all come together and make that different. Instead of talking too much, I'm going to go straight into a little meditation. Music has far-reaching impacts. I don't think you need me to talk about that. Music has impacts that affect your mind, affect your body, affect your soul. There's a lot of scientific material that also proves that. We'll get into that shortly. Before we begin, we're going to begin with a small chant. We're going to sing Om 11 times. Om is not religious. The sound Om has a therapeutic effect. It is like a massage to the lungs. So we're just going to sing it 11 times. I'll count it for you. And then we will do some rhythmic breathing along with it. It's quite interesting because rhythm is a part of your system, right? Rhythm is the way that you breathe. Rhythm is the way that your heart beats. So just finding a way to align all that rhythm is what we're going to try to do today. So just be with me. Do it with me if you can. If you're comfortably sitting, that's great. If you're not, that's fine also. Try to sing along with me to start feeling the effects yourself. Take a deep breath in. Okay. Okay. And if you've been doing this with me, whenever you feel ready, you can open your eyes. So, if anyone was doing it, I know that it's tough to just jump into it, and y'all have been, in the midst of so much education and so much, sharing, that it's hard to just jump into something and give me your full attention and just be like, okay, this girl knows what she's talking about. But let me tell you how music has helped me. It's a story that always, it seems to inspire people to give it a little extra thought. I grew up in a very happy home with a wonderful childhood. My parents, my father is a musician himself. But I didn't want to take up music, right? Because my older sister was doing it. Who does what their older sister does, correct? So I said, nahi, I don't want to do this. And then my father decided to explore music therapy further. And I found myself following track in a way because we were forced कि नहीं बैठ के you must do your riyaz or you must sing or and given the fact that I had to give my exams, I said ठीक है riyaz करना पड़ेगा, and I sat down to do my riyaz every single day. After I finished giving my Visharad exams, which is 8-year long process, I was suddenly diagnosed with asthma. And that's quite strange to be diagnosed with asthma at the age of 20, right? You generally are born with it, or you generally, develop it in your younger years. And I discovered it was because I was doing my riyaz every day, is why I was having my breathing exercise going on constantly, which is why I never realized that I had developed asthma. And of course, being a teenager, by the time I gave my exam and I finished, I said, ab nahi karna. And that's when my asthma increased. I found that music was, apart from being my hobby, it happened to be my best friend. And I want to listen to happy music when I'm happy. I want to listen to sad music when I feel like going down into the dumps and just crying. So it does have an effect on the mind. That led me to start doing a little research on how this works and why it does. Various theories. I'd like to take you through the first theory. I'm just going to share my screen with you. The idea is that the body has 7 chakras or 7 energy centers, right? Starting with the bottommost or the Mooladhar chakra, moving on to the Swadhisthana, the Manipur, the Anahat, the Vishuddhi, the Agnya, and the Sahasra. We won't go through that. I don't think we have enough time to go through all the chakras. We'll focus on the one that we are talking about today, the Swadhisthana chakra, or the chakra of well-being and energy. Often when someone has depression, or if someone is going through an emotional upheaval that they're being unable to deal with, it is the Swadhisthana chakra that is the one that faces the discomfort. Now, let me remind you that it is when all your chakras are working together in harmony that you are meant to be in good mind and health. So when the Swadhisthana chakra is not rotating in the correct order, or it's making you feel a little bit, uneasy, is when we think that we have an issue like, say, depression. A lot of the time, we tend to not focus on things like that, right? You must have discussed it all through the weekend. So today we're going to spend some time focusing on our Swadhisthana chakra. Now it's quite interesting. Every chakra has its own sound or seed sound, which is a Bij mantra, which doesn't have any meaning. It has its own color and it has its own experience, right? So when you are unable to express, or when you feel like, there's a feeling in your heart that makes you feel weak or low or unenergetic, this is the chakra that we focus on. This chakra gives you also the ability to accept change. Change is a good reason why one can tend to start feeling a little bit low or start heading towards depression. Another very, very serious cause that sometimes we cannot, sometimes we don't talk about, or sometimes we neglect, is also the sense of anxiety and sense of self-depreciation. This again is the chakra that you would focus on. So let's take a minute to focus on this chakra. It is in between from your navel to your pubic bone. So if you could just focus on that area. If you're comfortable, close your eyes and think about this color. It's a beautiful orange. It's shining like the sun. And this time we're going to bring in a little of the rhythmic element. So you're going to breathe in with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, and hold. 2, 3, 4. Release. 2, 3, 4, and hold. 2, 3, 4. I'm not going to bore you with more talking. I truly believe that experience has a lot of value, and this is something that I can share with you. So let me ask you to close your eyes whenever you're ready. And let's breathe in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Breathe out. 2, 3, 4. And hold. 2, 3, 4. Once more. In. 2, 3, 4. And hold. 2, 3, 4. Out. 2, 3, 4. And hold. 2, 3, 4. If you keep practicing this, you will find that suddenly you start feeling a little bit less pulled down. Okay, focusing on this particular chakra really helps you to bring yourself out of that, that feeling of low self-esteem, that feeling of I'm unable to do this, the feeling of just not being able to accept what is happening. A lot of the time it is caused by this kind of feeling is caused by a change. So you're again working towards that change. It's interesting if you do it yourself, because when I talk about it, it sounds a bit like jargon and it sounds like, thoda sa in the air. But actually, these simple exercises, they are take home exercises, the exercises that you can take with you and do when you are feeling free, or you are feeling more in the zone. Often when you are feeling low, something like this is really going to pull you out of it. So let's focus on it. Let's do the exercise one more time. Let's focus on the Svadhisthana chakra. Let's think about release and reflect. Allow the old to release and allow the new to come in. Breathe in. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Breathe out. 2, 3, 4. And hold. 2, 3, 4. Sometimes this can help you just before you go to sleep to accept the day that has been and to allow for the day that has been to enter your system without any blocks or any reflections. The next chakra that I'm going to take you to, I'm fast forwarding this a bit, is the Anahat chakra. Here is where all our emotions are, right? In the center of your chest. Do you ever feel like a sinking in the center of your chest? I feel that sometimes. It's connected to your hormones. It's connected to your thymus gland. It's connected to a sense of oneness and peace. It also resonates to the color of green. It is the place that connects your mind and your body. So often when your mind is feeling like it's not relating to your body, the Anahat chakra is where you are to focus. It's a beautiful green, and it allows for, again, the openness of the heart. So if we can now close our eyes, and I'm going to introduce you to another concept or another aspect of music therapy, which is rag therapy. Rag therapy, so a rag is basically a collection of notes, and the way that it's sung, the expression that it has, the feeling and the emotion that it invokes. Every rag has some kind of a psychological impact on the body, on the self. And this has been found in the olden times in a book called the Rag Chikitsa, which was a part of the Vedas. So it's literally something that we've had for such a long time, but we've not been able to catch hold of and really use in therapy and in therapeutic ways. The rag that is specifically for the heart, or for depression, or for things where they are related to the mind and the psyche, is a rag called Bhairavi. So I'm going to present a little bit of that rag to you. I would request if you could imagine that you are in maybe a forest or a really green, lush garden. Imagine this color, this bright green color of the Anahat chakra, and focus on the center of your chest. Think about your chakra rotating clockwise. comfortably, happily, without any spokes, without any trouble. Remember, if you are in a forest, to think of a comfortable space and a happy space, not one where you will be attacked, not one where you have to open your eyes to check that you're okay. Again, I encourage you to try to do the meditation with me because it's really a fun way to see how it actually works. I'm going to present to you Rag Bhairavi, which is the Rag focused on the Anahat Chakra, focused on depression and anxiety. Remember to feel your heart chakra, your Anahat chakra, rotating. Beautiful. Nicely oiled. Give it your love with a happy smile. Let's do it one more time. Whenever you feel ready, you can open your eyes. So I hope that some of you did that with me, which brings me to yet another aspect of music therapy that is often used when treating people with disorders, physical disorders even, and some kind of anxiety and depression. The human voice, it's our first gift. It's one of the first senses that develops when the child is still in the womb. It is one of the first connections that a mother and a father make with the child in the womb. The child is always comforted by the mother or the father singing to them. We've been singing lullabies ever since history can remember. There has to be a reason for these things. And the reason is simple. The connection that one makes with the voice within and without is one that is not affected by any external factor. So the human voice has, I mean, to us, to a family of music therapists and musicians, I know that listening to my father's voice in the morning makes me feel like, sab theek hoga, or everything will be all right. So it has a great impact. I'm going to quickly go on to the last thing that I have planned for you, which is this wonderful instrument. I'm going to just show it to you before we do a meditation. So this is a kind of a chime which has been made specifically for a reason which I'm going to tell you about shortly. I'm going to play it out for you and I'm going to leave it open to you. Would you be able to tell me the feeling that this piece of music gives you? Let me give you a hint. It is a rag and it gives you a certain feeling. Okay, so if you have any thoughts, you could type it into the chat. So, this particular instrument has been tuned to the notes of a rag called Rag Durga. Now, Durga, as the name suggests, like the goddess, has feelings of power, feelings of connection, feeling of oneness with the self, feelings of an ability to deal with problems. And this particular instrument is one that we use very often for people suffering from an esteem issue, somebody who's feeling underconfident, which we feel like it comes together with, the will to fight, the will to keep going. So I'm going to do one last tiny meditation or experience with you. You can choose to react to this experience any way that you like. Often I find that people want to just move with the music. I'm going to combine the rag, the instrument, and the voice to come together and have this beautiful experience. Allow yourself to be open to it. It's a little different. It's a little removed from the ordinary. It's a little bit weird, but all your cameras are off. So no one's judging. So let's have this experience together. Give me 3 minutes of your time. And then at the end of that, you can let me know how you feel. Okay.
Amazing, Vishala. That was so amazing. And इतना soulful था म्यूजिक, इतना इतना calming म्यूजिक था. And to be honest, अच्छा मेरे को एक सवाल था आपसे विशाला.
जी
अभी जो आपने राग प्रस्तुत किया,
जी
इसी राग पर बेस्ड क्या ये भी गजल है, बात करनी मुझे मुश्किल?
यस वाह वेरी नाइस लवली
मेरी वन ऑफ द फेवरेट गजल्स में से एक है ये. मेहदी हसन साहब को मैं काफी सुनता हूँ, काफी फॉलो करता हूँ. और बहुत पहले मैंने भी हिंदुस्तानी शास्त्रीय संगीत सीखा था. पर
Oh, wonderful. Acha, that's
जी
wonderful. I think music is such a, I've realized this pandemic में कि music is such a best friend.
राइट
It's something जो हमेशा साथ रहता है, and I feel that you don't have to be a singer or you don't have to be a musician, but just enjoying music and loving it for what it is, it can just be a companion, and sometimes that's all we need, right? थोड़ा सा वो
राइट
companionship.
राइट राइट
Oh,
राइट.
thank you. Thank you for all the sweet comments in the chat. Thank you, Gopal uncle.
And you now have a fan, as in like we have few people joining in from Pakistan as well.
Oh,
And
good.
yeah, so it was really great. It was so amazing. मैं मतलब मैं ये कहूँगा कि मैं मंत्रमुग्ध हो गया. Because after a long time I was actually listening to something जितना इतना क्लासिकल बेस हो. और मेरे को अपने दिन याद आ गए, ऑनेस्टली मैं आपको बताऊं तो.
वापस शुरू कर दीजिए.
मैं सोच रहा हूँ हारमोनियम लेके आऊं वापस एंड
है ना?
रियाज
वापस
करूंगा
शुरू.
जरूर. तो आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट माय ऑडियंस, डू गेट इन टच विद विशाला. बहुत ही बेहतरीन सिंगर हैं. और विशाला, इफ यू वुड लव टू एंड योर सेशन विद अ राग, इट वुड बी अमेजिंग. एक कोई दो दो चंद लाइनें, चंद कुछ अगर आप पेश करना चाहें तो.
Absolutely. अगर कोई request है, maybe I could sing something a little bit more popular,
Sure,
rag based. So
sure, sure,
maybe
sure,
that would
sure,
be something that the audience would enjoy.
sure, sure, sure.
Okay, chalo. Let me sing something. It's rag based. I'll present it to you. This is one of my favorite songs. It is based in Rag Yaman. So I think शायद आपको पसंद आए. आज जाने किस दिल ना करूं, आज जाने की जिद ना करूं, आज जाने की जिद ना करूं, यूं ही पहलू में बैठे रहो, यूं ही पहलू में बैठे रहो, आज जाने की जिद ना हाय मर जाएंगे हम तो लुट जाएंगे, हाय मर जाएंगे हम तो लुट जाएंगे, ऐसी बातें किया ना करो, आज जाने की जिद ना करो.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है. बहुत खूब विशाला, बहुत खूब,
Thank
बहुत
you.
खूब. मेरे पास शब्द नहीं है बयां करने को. फरीदा खानम जी अगर सुनती, वो भी बहुत खुश होती. इतना इतना अच्छा आपने गाया, इतना अच्छा निभाया है. और मैं हमेशा इस चीज में विश्वास रखता हूँ कि मेरे पास सही में अभी शब्द नहीं है कि मैं क्या बयां करूं। आपने आई होप सबको बहुत ही अच्छा लगा होगा, और मैं सबसे यही दरख्वास्त करूंगा कि अभी जाने की जिद ना करें। बस थोड़ी देर की और बात है। वी हैव अ फाइनल परफॉर्मेंस आल्सो कमिंग अप। विशाला, आप भी हमारे साथ बने रहें। और जैसे कि मैं ये कहूंगा कि अंजाम तक जैसे महफिल हमारी पहुंच रही है, एक एक अंजाम पर पहुंच रही है, तो जरूरी है कि जो लोग साथ बने हैं वो अंत तक रहें। और इसी के साथ अब मैं बुलाना चाहूंगा कोही और मान्या को, जो कि हमारे अंजाम तक पहुंचने में हमारी मदद करेंगे। ओवर टू यू।
Thank you, thank you. So, as Sagar Bhaiya said, we're going to move on to the performance by someone that we have been waiting for a long period of time. And to come to a conclusion on a lighter note, with music has always been what sci-fi has stood for. To facilitate the same, I would like to invite an individual that is a very socially prominent person in on social media platforms, especially YouTube. From Kishore Kumar to Arjit Singh songs, he puts up remixes of old and new Bollywood music. He is Mr. Ankur Dobrial, who is the senior creative video producer for Scoop and also a singer, songwriter, and composer. Can't wait to hear you perform, sir. Over to you.
Hello. Hello. Hi. Am I audible?
Hi.
Hi, Ankur.
Yeah,
How are
Hi,
you? How are
hi, how
you?
are you?
yeah, and I'd also like to introduce his guitarist, actually, Mr. Gaurav Nethani.
A very, very good evening to all of you.
Good evening, sir.
So, hi. So my name is Ankur Dobrial, and this is Gaurav Nethani. As she has already, and also I am a video producer, and I create videos from end to end for Scoop. Gaurav is a music director too, and he has given music for some TVCs, and he is also today I'll be singing for you guys the song the medley जिसने हमें famous किया. It was the very first one. So it's called 6 Years of Bollywood on 4 Chords.
Yes, yes, I know. So this is Jigyasa. Hi. And हमें पता है इसका राज किसका है.
ये चांद सा रोशन चेहरा, जुल्फों का रंग सुनहरा, ये झील सी नीली आंखें, कोई राज है इनमें गहरा. ऐ दिल मुझे बता दे, तू किस पे आ गया है, वो कौन है जो आकर ख्वाबों पे छा गया है. आजकल तेरे मेरे प्यार के चर्चे हर ज़बान पर, सबको मालूम है और सबको खबर हो गई. तो क्या मेरे सामने वाली खिड़की में एक चांद का टुकड़ा रहता है. ख्वाब तुम या कोई हकीकत, कौन तुम बतलाओ. देर से कितनी दूर खड़ी हो और करीब आ जाओ. चला जाता हूँ किसी की धुन में, धड़कते दिल के कराने लिए है अपना दिल तो आवारा, न जाने किस पे आएगा. ओ हो दिल लेके देखो, दिल लेके देखो, दिल लेके देखो जी. दिल लेने वालों दिल देना सीखो जी. तुम सा नहीं देखा, तुम सा नहीं देखा. उड़ जब जब जुल्फे तेरी, उड़ जब जब जुल्फे तेरी, कवारियों का दिल मचले, कवारियों का दिल मचले. जिंद मेरी है शाम ढले, खिड़की तले तुम सीटी बजाना छोड़ दो. शोला जो भड़के दिल मेरा तड़पे, दर्द जवानी का सता या दिल डूबा जाए, आजा प्यारे पास हमारे, काहे घबराए, काहे घबराए, हो ये दोस्ती हम नहीं तोड़ेंगे, तोड़ेंगे दम मगर तेरा साथ ना छोड़ेंगे। एक अजनबी हसीना से यूं मुलाकात हो गई, ये शाम मस्तानी मदहोश किए जाए, मुझे डोर कोई खींचे, तेरी ओर लिए जाए, जग बिक जाएगा माटी के मोल, जग में रह जाएंगे प्यारे तेरे बोल। क्या हुआ तेरा वादा, वो कसम, वो इरादा, दिल ढूंढता है, दिल ढूंढता है। हम दोनों दो प्रेमी दुनिया छोड़ चले, जीवन की हम सारी रस्में तोड़ चले। कांची रे प्रीत मोरी सांची, रुक जा न जा दिल तोड़ के। कभी कभी मेरे ख्याल आता कि जैसे तुझको बनाया गया है मेरे लिए। बढ़ चढ़ चली देखो ए जाती रे, जाती रे, बढ़ चढ़ चली देखो ए जाती रे, ए अनजानी राहों में फिर क्या ढूंढता फिरे, दूर जिसको समझा वो तो पास है तेरे। दिल है छोटा सा, छोटी सी आशा, मस्ती भरे मन की भोली सी आशा। अरे हरे हाय रब्बा, अरे हाय रे हाय रब्बा, जीता जागता ताजमहल मेरा है ना। तुम पास आए यूं मुस्कुराए, तुमने न जाने क्या सपने दिखाए, ना तुम जानो ना हम, ना तुम जानो ना हम। मैं कोई ऐसा गीत गाऊं कि आरज़ू जगाऊं, अगर तुम कहो पहला नशा, पहला खुमार, नया प्यार है, नया इंतजार, कर लूं मैं क्या अपना हाल, ए दिल बेकरार के अल्लाह के बंदे हंस दे, अल्लाह के बंदे, अल्लाह के बंदे हंस दे, जो भी हो कल फिर आएगा। तू जैसा है कोई एक तारा, एक तारा तू जैसा है कोई एक तारा, तू जैसा है कोई एक तारा, एक तारा तू जैसा है कोई एक तारा। यूं ही चला चल रही, यूं ही चला चल रही, जीवन गाड़ी है समय पहिया, रे कबीरा मान जा, रे फकीरा यूं न जा, के अल्लाह के बंदे हंस दे, अल्लाह के बंदे, अल्लाह के बंदे हंस दे, जो भी हो कल फिर आएगा। Thank you so much. And if you would have listened, जितने भी गाने हैं जैसे हमने प्लेस किए हैं, सबका कुछ मतलब बनता है शुरुआत से लेके आखिरी तक। तो अगर आपने ध्यान ना दिया हो तो प्लीज़ YouTube पे जाइए और दोबारा से सुनिएगा और एक बार ध्यान ज़रूर दीजिएगा। This is Ankur Dobriyal. You can follow me on Instagram. Same name है ankur.dobriyal. गौरव नैथानी म्यूजिक के नाम से इनका इंस्टाग्राम पे अपना चैनल है, आप इनको भी फॉलो कर सकते हैं. एंड the rest is all up to you guys.
Thank you so much, Ankur. Thank you so much for your time. और जैसे मैं कह रहा था कि महफिल अंजाम पे पहुंच रही है, और महफिल अंजाम पे पहुंचाया आपने बहुत ही बेहतरीन तरीके से, बहुत ही बेहतरीन अंदाज से, और म्यूजिक से बेहतर और कुछ नहीं हो सकता. बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत शुक्रिया. और जाते जाते कुछ शब्द अगर आप शेयर करना चाहेंगे हमारे ऑडियंस के साथ, प्लीज गो अहेड अंकुर.
Ankur, 1 second. I would love. Sagar is a singer himself. He's a classical singer. So अगर आप लोग एक गाना जैम कर सकते हैं, और प्रेरणा भी सिंगर है हमारी टीम में, अगर आप एक गाना जैम कर सकते हैं, जैसे जैमिंग होती है, अगर हम वो हो सकता है थोड़ा सा, अगर हम वो फ्लेवर ले आए जैमिंग का, तो बहुत मजा आ जाएगा.
इस पे जूम पे जैम करना थोड़ा सा मुश्किल होता है क्योंकि डिले होता है, थोड़ा थोड़ा आगे पीछे होगा. एंड बिकॉज म्यूजिक में हमेशा एक माइक्रो सेकेंड भी अगर छूटता है तो आप आगे पीछे हो जाते हो.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
आई डोंट नो कितना पॉसिबल होगा कितना नहीं, बट आप प्लीज कुछ गा के सुनाइए अगर इफ यू.
अरे गले से नाबीना हो चुका हूं मैं, और
सागर ज्यादा भाव मत खा.
अंकुर, आप सजेस्ट करिए कुछ भी. लाइक यू स्टार्ट इन एंड आई विल ट्राई टू जॉइन इन.
गुंचा से गा लेना.
गुंचा कोई इट्स रियली गुड सॉन्ग, प्लीज.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी. आप गुंचा कोई मेरे नाम कर दिया, साकी ने फिर से मेरा जाम भर दिया.
देखा, यही हुआ ना. मेरे नाम कर दिया, साकी ने फिर से मेरा जाम भर दिया, गुंचा कोई.
उन जैसा कोई नहीं इस जहान में, तुम जैसा कोई नहीं इस जहान में. सुबह को तेरी जुल्फ ने शाम कर दिया, सुबह को तेरी जुल्फ ने शाम कर दिया, साकी ने फिर से मेरा जाम भर दिया.
क्या बात, बहुत बेहतरीन.
थैंक यू.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है, क्या बात है अंकुर. मतलब आपने समा बांध दिया यार, और बहुत शुक्रिया. मेरा तो मन ही नहीं कर रहा है कि आप गाना बंद करें. मतलब रियली सॉरी अगर मैं ऐसे कह रहा हूँ, बट मैं तो चाह रहा हूँ ये महफिल चलती रहे, बट वी हैव टू कम टू एन एंड. एंड विधि का विधान है, जिंदगी का यही दस्तूर है कि जो चीज शुरू हुई है उसे एक अंजाम पे पहुंचना जरूरी है। और इसी के साथ हम ये 3 दिन का जो प्रोग्राम था, हम एक अंजाम पे आ रहे हैं। और जितने लोग हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, जितने लोग हमारे साथ जुड़े, उन सबको बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत शुक्रिया कि आप सबके बिना शायद ये चीज नहीं हो पाती। Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Over to you, moderators, and over to you, Prerna.
Hi Ankur, I am such a big fan of you, and I just want to tell you that I have always been a big fan of old songs and old medleys. So when we used to go to road trips when we were in my childhood, I had this whole Maruti Suzuki. We had bought a new car, so the Maruti Suzuki gave the whole CD of all the decades of this songs, and we used to listen it all the time, and even I developed such a big interest for songs and music during that time. And when you posted that video on Scoop Boom and all the following videos, I got so inspired, and I used to listen it at least 50 times a day. I used to listen it on loop. Everybody at my home used to listen to it. And it was such a, you know, very good relief, and it has helped me get through very difficult times in life as well, especially during boards and all that time. So thank you so much.
थैंक यू सो मच, यू हैव ओवरवेल्म्ड मी। मतलब इतना सब आपने बोल दिया इतनी थोड़े से टाइम में, लेकिन ये जो भी आपने बोला है इट मीन्स अ लॉट। और आई होप कि आगे भी हम लोग कुछ ऐसा करते रहें जिससे कि आप लोगों को पीस ऑफ माइंड मिले, इंजॉयमेंट मिले, एंटरटेनमेंट मिले। थैंक यू फॉर एवरीथिंग।
एंड वी वुड बी रियली ग्लैड कि अभी आगे थोड़ा सा जब सिचुएशन थोड़ी बेटर होने लगे तो हम ऑफलाइन में भी आपसे मिल पाए और आपके साथ जुड़ पाए आगे जाके। It will be really nice. And Gaurav, I have heard a lot about you also and have seen your work as well. So thank you, thank you.
थैंक यू।
तो चर्चे काफी हैं अब उनको, काफी कहते हैं ना कि जैसे हमारा पूरे सेमिनार पे ये था कि चर्चे हमने काफी करे, अब एक्शन का टाइम है। कहते हैं ना, लाइट्स कैमरा एक्शन। लाइट्स अच्छी खासी आ चुकी हैं, अब एक्शन का टाइम है। कैमरा भी आ चुका है, अब एक्शन का काम है। Thank you so much, Ankur and Gaurav, for joining us. We will be working forward with you as well. And हम लोग आपको अब आपका पीछा छोड़ेंगे नहीं, अब तो नंबर भी मिल गया है और समझ भी है। और स्कूप उप तो हमारा फेवरेट है, मतलब सागर इज ऑलवेज ऑन स्कूप उप, कुछ भी आता है स्कूप उप का। You know, whether it's Akshay, whether it's Arushi, whether it's Sonali, I think everyone, Satyam, I'm forgetting this, yeah, इनसे मेरी बात भी हुई थी। What is his name? Smacky,
स्मैक्सी।
हाँ स्मैकी,
कनिष्क।
हाँ कनिष्क, कैसे भूल सकते हैं उनको। Kanish. So yes, I think Scoop Oop is everybody's pastime, and we know the person behind it. So thank you for joining us and giving a beautiful end to the 3-day program. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The pleasure is all ours. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. And all the participants, thank you who have been here throughout the program. Yes, we had a little difficulty getting people, but those who made it would have, I am sure that they would have made the best out of all the knowledge sharing sessions. And yeah, finally the sigh of relief. All the best. Take care. If you want to support us in any form, please reach out to us. We will be all available. We are very reachable persons, so we are available on LinkedIn. We are available on Instagram. We are available, I think, on Facebook as well. And for any follow-up, yes, so for the certificates, your certificates, just give us 1 week time, and let us also take 1 day break to ourselves after this, and then we'll get back. You'll be getting a set of booklet of resources by the key takeaways, all the messages that were discussed as a summary from all the all the PPTs that were there by the resource people. So don't worry about it. You can catch up everything online as well. We are all our videos were live streamed and it's on YouTube. We'll be sending the links right now. We'll be sending a feedback as well. So please let us know what can be improved. There's always room for an improvement. And yes, and certificates will be sent across with all the resources. And if you think that we are doing a good work and we can reach to a new place from this, and we can actually put things into action, whatever we conversed, please help us. We are really we reached out ourselves, we did our work, we were denied some, we were accepted some places, and yes. Yes, and don't leave the WhatsApp groups. Those who want to leave can leave as well. We can't hold on that consent. We will be keeping you updated with all the programs, and there are many to come, virtual and offline. Those in Bangalore can connect here. Those in Delhi can connect there. Yes, so there are a lot of things which are coming up. So stay tuned with us. This is a new beginning that we are starting with this end. But so don't rest in peace. Hustle hustle to make that peace worthwhile. Thank you. Thank you so much. Reach out, recare, restructure, resystem. And
Also if you appreciated any of our sessions in particular, you can also post about it on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, any place. We are all around social media.
we are requesting you, and we are not demanding you. Please hold on that thought, because we just want to make some voice heard.
And thank you for the few participants who have been with us since the beginning and have been so regular in attending all the sessions. Thank you, Om Sapra sir, and Arun Arya sir, and Mehnaz, and all friends from Pakistan. Everyone, thank you so much. Thank you. And also Ajesh Luthra sir.
Yes, Ajesh Luthra sir has always been another source of mentorship and support. Yes, so everyone, thank you so much. I hope some positivity was you could carry forward. And Kavita ma'am, thank you so much. And yes, hope some people do buy the book. We'll be putting it out soon. Thank you so much. Yeah, if you want to say something, you want to talk, you can. Otherwise, you can start leaving the meeting as per your convenience. We are here itself. If you want to talk, you want to say something, we are here, we are listening. And Thomas Uncle's family, thank you so much for joining us and accepting that valuable acceptance. It means a lot to us. I think it really was something which was really special.